Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 22:19. Lu Yin took a few deep breaths as he looked at the endless sea of star essence beneath his feet. This was the smell of money, the smell of power. There was finally a day where he could no longer care about his consumption and increase his strength without any restraint. I don't understand why you need so many star essence. You cultivate astral sources, not star energy. The mist ancestor was puzzled, and she kept sizing up Lu Yin. She could sense that he was hiding some secrets. Lu Yin coughed. Senior, can I put the mirror away? The mist ancestor raised her brows. What do you mean? You don't want me to appear. You want to burn the bridge after crossing it. Kid, you're really something. Lu Yin smiled apologetically and promised, I have a secret, and I won't hide it from you. However, it's not convenient for others to see it. How about this? I can promise you something. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. I'll do my best to get you out in the next few days. The mist ancestor's eyes widened. Get me out. Are you sure? Do you have the ability to do that? Lu Yin was certain. I'll give it a try. What do you think, Senior? Before he could finish, the mist ancestor returned to the mirror and said, I'm taking your words seriously. If you can't do it, then don't expect me to help you in the future. Lu Yin put the mirror away. He did not doubt the mist ancestor's determination. After all, she was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and she had been used by a third tribulation cultivator without knowing anything. However, Lu Yin could not expose his innate gift. Kuei Luo had already seen it, but he did not know the specifics. The mist ancestor might have seen it as well, as their perspectives were different. It was best not to expose it as much as possible. But since he had already said that, he had to think of a way to help the mist ancestor escape. Thus, the first item he needed to upgrade was the needle. He wanted to upgrade the slippers, but even if the minor progenitor planet had many resources, it might not be enough to upgrade them. After a rough estimate, each minor progenitor planet had about 300 billion to 500 billion star essence, and upgrading the slippers would require trillions of star essence. Lu Yin did not want to come here and upgrade just one slipper. Even if he upgraded it to the point where it could kill a progenitor, it would be useless to him since he could not even approach the progenitor realm. The current power of the slippers was enough, so upgrading them would be more likely. Of all the items he had, the only one that could help the mist ancestor was the needle. Back then, the mist ancestor only had the strength of a half-step ancestor because of the needle and the slipper. He was currently on Shenwu's junior progenitor planet, and the guardian senior Jun and a few other emissaries had been knocked unconscious. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped on it. He only needed 3 pips. He did not have a cosmic ring large enough to store all of the star essence on planet junior progenitor, so even if he rolled possession, it would be useless for him to enter the time-stop space. Lu Yin's luck wasn't very good. The first time, he obtained 2 pips, and the second time, he obtained 4 pips. He had stayed in the time-stop space for almost a year to cultivate this serious technique. He had originally planned on upgrading all of the star essence in his cosmic ring since he would definitely be able to obtain 3 pips in the time-stop space. However, after some thought, he decided against it and decided to focus on cultivating the serious technique. On the 3rd roll, he rolled 5 pips, and on the 4th roll, he rolled 3 pips. Looking at the 2 screens, Lu Yin moved his arms. Lu Yin had always wondered how Ancestor Ku was related to time. Even the Ku family did not have any records of Ancestor Ku possessing the power of time. Only Ku Rong had said that Ancestor Ku had grasped the power of time, but he had only been able to revive withered trees. Lu Yin felt that the time-withering wood was not called the time-withering wood for nothing. Given Ancestor Ku's low-profile personality, only the heavens knew what he had grasped. Lu Yin had seen Wendy Yushan and Chu Yuan's power of time, and he had also traveled through space-time. He had seen almost all of humanity's history, and his thirst for time was extremely strong. Even if there was only a sliver of a chance, he wanted to try it. Lu Yin calmly looked at the time-withering wood and rested for 10 days. He tapped out a finger and began to roll his die. He watched the die slowly spin and then stop at 6 pips. His eyes lit up as he appeared in a dark space. There were bright and dark orbs around him, but he did not want to waste time. He immediately found a brighter one and merged with it. When he opened his eyes, he saw a battlefield of slaughter. His surroundings were dusky, and beneath his feet was a huge array base. This was the battlefield behind him. In front of Lu Yin, several corpse kings attacked him, and he subconsciously dodged. This body had 5 origin tribulations, and it easily retreated into the astral source universe. The corpse kings that were attacking him all had the power of envoys, and one of them could transform with green eyes. His physical strength was extremely powerful, and he also had a strange innate gift. This was the one that Lu Yin had merged with. He was the one that Lu Yin feared the most. Memories flooded into his mind, and Lu Yin finally knew who this person was. The 4th array base's token master was Jiu Zizai, and he was also the 4th array base's strongest token master. His status was equivalent to the 2nd array base's token master Zhua, who Lu Yin had met before. Jiu Zizai's cultivation was even higher than the token masters, and he was second only to the commander and the array core. If that was all, then Lu Yin would have immediately withdrawn from the fusion. However, through his memories, Lu Yin discovered that this person was actually a redback. 1,000 years ago, when Jiu Zizai had entered the battlefield behind him, he had been developed into a redback during the second battle. He should have died in that battle, but he had changed sides and killed his comrades. He had then begged the Eternals for mercy, and he had been developed into a redback by Marquis Wui, one of the Eternals' 12 marquises. For nearly 1,000 years, Jiu Zizai had not done anything, and Marquis Wui had not asked him to do anything either. Marquis Wui had only asked him to do his best to avoid being implicated when attacking the 2nd array base. Because of Jiu Zizai's extraordinary innate gift, he had been an enlighter when he had first entered the battlefield behind him, but he had smoothly broken through to 5 origin tribulations. All of his achievements had been given to him by Marquis Wui so that he could climb even higher. Now, Jiu Zizai was the strongest commander of the 4th array base, second only to the commander and the array core. If he broke through again, then he would be useful to Marquis Wui. Through Jiu Zizai's memories, Lu Yin knew that Marquis Wui had not asked him to do anything on the battlefield behind him. The 5 array bases were a single entity, and even if Jiu Zizai became a half-progenitor or the commander of one of the array bases, he would not be able to influence the battle. What Marquis Wui wanted was for Jiu Zizai to return to the astral trees from the battlefield behind him. Only then would Jiu Zizai be able to display his usefulness. Just think about it. Once an expert who had experienced 1,000 years of slaughter on the battlefield behind him and had reached 6 or even 7 origin tribulations returned to the astral trees, he would definitely be roped in by all the powers. He would then become one of the most powerful redbacks in the astral trees. Lu Yin was deeply shocked when he saw these memories. Many people believed that the battlefield behind him was the front line to stop the Eternals, and it was indeed the greatest barrier to protect the astral trees. However, the Eternals had treated it as a place to develop their redbacks. There were definitely many people like Jiu Zizai on the battlefield behind him. The Eternals saw the weaknesses of human nature, and as long as they wanted to survive, there was a high chance that they would become a redback. The Eternals could develop unscrupulously on the battlefield behind him and then let them return to the astral trees. Such people were the least likely to be suspected. Even the commoners did not dare to casually interrogate them, as it would cause a huge backlash. Lu Yin controlled Jiu Zizai's body to fight against the Corpse King, and he almost wanted to commit suicide. However, after some thought, he decided against it. Since he knew that Jiu Zizai was a redback, then there was no need for him to hide anything. Perhaps he could use Jiu Zizai to turn the tables on the Eternals and learn their secrets. Jiu Zizai had never done anything bad to the Fourth Array base. Instead, Marquis Wui had contributed a lot to him, and these contributions had all been paid with the Corpse King's lives. Lu Yin suddenly had a strange idea. If a large number of people joined the everlasting race and became redbacks, would the everlasting race continuously provide them with battle merits in order to promote them? How much would those people's battle merits cost the everlasting race? If those people were redbacks, then the Eternals' losses would be worth it. But what if they were fake? Once this idea popped into his head, he could not stop it. Lu Yin's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he almost got hit by a Corpse King. These Corpse Kings did not know that Jiu Zizai was a redback, and they were all fighting for their lives. Only the Corpse Kings at the very top that could threaten Jiu Zizai were aware of this, and they were creating opportunities for him at critical moments. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2220. Marquis Wui had died on the Fifth Mainland, and Jiu Zizai hadn't heard of any new higher-ups from the Eternal Race contacting him. He had been waiting all this time, waiting for the day he could leave the battlefield on the other side and return to the starry sky of trees. Just as he was about to withdraw from the fusion, another memory suddenly surged into his mind. This time, it was related to the Broken Transaction Association. Lu Yin hurriedly checked his memories. In his memories, Jiu Zizai had actually joined the Broken E Society, and he was a high-ranking member at that. His existence was also rather secretive, and could not be found in the Unbounded Realms information. There were also no other high-ranking members of the Broken E Society who knew of his existence, only that there was such an expert. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, as the Duan E Society definitely hadn't disappeared. Their upper echelons weren't transparent, but rather secretive like Jiu Zizai's. There were indeed many high-ranking members of the Broken E Society recorded in the Unbounded Realms information, but that was all on the surface. At least until now, the four-way scales had not caught a single cultivator of the Broken E Society who had reached the sixth origin tribulation stage. The highest was only the left token master of the second formation. Commander's reputation in the Broken Trade Association was too great, and it was all because of his nephew, Zhuoshan. Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion and returned to his body. They had gained quite a bit from this fusion, and this Jiu Zizai seemed to be quite the talent. He had joined the everlasting race and used them to climb up the ranks on the backside of the battlefield. His life was not in danger, but he had also secretly joined the Broken Trade Society for personal gain. Marquis Wui did not know that he had joined the Broken Trade Association. This person was ambitious and capable. It was a pity that his luck was a little bad and he was discovered. If not for that, who would be able to find him? Jiu Zizai was not the only one. Who knew how many redbacks there were in the starry sky tree? Just thinking about it made one shiver. Lu Yin looked down at the star essence at his feet. It was a pity that he couldn't reveal his innate gift, and he also couldn't control the entire human race. Otherwise, if he could gather all of humanity's resources and continuously roll his die for possession, he would have been able to dig out all of the redbacks. He didn't think too much about it and raised his hand, causing the die to appear. It slowly spun, and he tapped it with one finger. 5 pips, useless. He continued, and the die stopped rolling for the third time. 2 pips, and he continued. 3 pips. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the 2 screens. He didn't have to wait 10 days. It had been 10 days since he had asked Tong Yu to replace him. According to his plan, Tong Yu could only replace him for half a month at most. He could not leave for too long. Otherwise, once the incident on Junior Progenitor Planet was exposed, the 4 cardinal scales would investigate, and the longer he took to recuperate, the more suspicious it would be. He took out the withered time wood and threw it onto the upper layer of the light screen. Then, it began to rapidly increase in power. He didn't know how much this withered time wood could increase, but he would do his best. A total of 100 billion star essences had been consumed before the time withering wood finally dropped. At this moment, not only was the space around the time-withered tree distorted, but there was also a faint gray flowing around it, appearing and disappearing from time to time. When he saw this scene, Liu Yin's breathing quickened. Gray was a color that had left a deep impression on him. Every time Mr. Mu appeared, the surrounding void would turn gray. Mr. Mu could freeze time in an area of the void, and to Liu Yin, gray was the color of time and space. Not only that, but the lightning that occasionally flashed across the dead wood made his heart tremble. It was definitely not simple lightning. Time-dried wood, time-dried wood, time-dried wood, time-dried wood, time-dried wood. Amidst his excitement, time-dried wood leveled up once more. This upgrade was different. He had upgraded the time-withered wood 3 times before, and it had rune lines at the peak of the star emissary level. Now that it had just been upgraded, it had already reached the level of a half-ancestor. Lightning appeared around it, making it look more like an inner world. If he were to raise his cultivation now, it would probably be like a needle, and he might even be able to touch the ancestor realm. Liu Yin was a little flustered. There was no reaction when he raised the needle, but what about the aged withered wood? Would there be any reaction? After thinking about it, he steeled his heart and decided not to care anymore. If he could raise the time-withered wood, then so be it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take away so many star essence from planet Junior Progenitor, and the 4 cardinal scales would only use them to deal with him. Liu Yin continued to throw star essence into the time-withered wood. 50 billion, 100 billion, 150 billion, 200 billion, 250 billion. 400 billion. He saw that there was still a third of the time-withered wood that needed to be lowered, and more gray was flowing around it. That lightning seemed to rumble in his mind. Liu Yin gulped. The star essence on planet Junior Progenitor had already been used up, and only the surface layer was left. He took out all of the star essence stored in his cosmic ring and continued to throw star essence into the time-withered wood. 500 billion, 560 billion, a total of 560 billion. This was the largest upgrade in history, and it caused Liu Yin's heart to tremble. If not for planet Junior Progenitor, he would not have been able to raise the time-withered wood at such a crazy rate. He had used up too many star essence, and it was ridiculous. Even the 4 cardinal scales would not be able to easily take out so many star essence. Liu Yin had used up all of the star essence on planet Junior Progenitor and his own. At this moment, the time-withered wood was completely covered in gray, and there were faint flickers of lightning. As he watched the time-withered wood float in the air, Liu Yin did not know what to do. Should he touch it? He did not dare to, as he was afraid of being torn apart by the lightning. However, not touching it was also impossible. The miniature candle god appeared on Liu Yin's shoulder, and he waved his hand. Rune lines enveloped the time-withered wood as he tried to feel it. The moment the rune lines touched the time-withered wood, it turned into a bolt of lightning that shot towards Liu Yin. Liu Yin could only watch on, as he had no way of dodging. The only thing he could do was release the power in his heart in a futile attempt to suppress the time-withered wood. The power in his heart was extremely strong, and it could suppress any other power, but that was under the premise that the gap between them was not too great. At this moment, the time-withered wood was beyond his imagination. It was at least at the level of a peak half-progenitor, or even a progenitor. The stars of Sirius shone brightly as black and white commas circled around, forming a part of the starry sky. The time-withered would directly pass through this part of the starry sky and then stopped. What happened next shocked Liu Yin even more. The time-withered would seem to have taken root in this part of the starry sky, and when the power returned to his body, the time-withered would also return to his body and took root in his heart. The next moment, a gray color spread out from his heart and enveloped Lu Yin's surroundings. He seemed to be in a daze, but at the same time, he seemed to have comprehended something as he stood in place without moving. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. It was only after 10 days that Lu Yin's eyes regained their focus and vigor. The gray color that had enveloped his surroundings gradually receded as it returned to his heart. Lu Yin looked at his heart and realized that the time-withered wood did not represent the power of time. It also represented that things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme, but it was on a different level. Lu Yin had learned that things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme, and it could be used on himself. When he faced a strong enemy, he would have almost unbreakable methods. It was a state of indestructibility, and the desolate ancestor had long since reached another level. He could use things to move in the opposite direction as long as they were in an extreme state. The so-called extreme state was extreme. For example, when he used it on himself, the more injured he was, the faster he would recover. This was how Lu Yin normally used it, but the desolate ancestor had already used things to move in the opposite direction. Time itself was like this. The extreme state was because time was constantly flowing, and it neither stopped nor reversed. It was always flowing forward, and time was always being consumed. This was a state of extreme. The desolate ancestor had used things to move in the opposite direction, and the carrier was the time-withered wood that he had created. The time-withered wood that he had personally created was branded with the mark of "things move in the opposite direction." Once used, the time-withered wood could be used to reverse time around it. The desolate ancestor did not control the power of time, but he had used the time-withered wood as a carrier to forcefully reverse time. Lu Yin's feelings at this moment were indescribable: admiration, amazement, and disbelief. Someone who did not control the power of time was actually able to forcefully reverse time. This kind of talent was unimaginable to the average person. Things move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme, and what Lu Yin had comprehended was just the tip of the iceberg. This was not a technique at all, but an understanding of the state of the universe. It was a technique that could turn something rotten into something magical. Lu Yin had always thought that the symbol ancestor's creation of the Yin flow scripture was the most miraculous. Now, it seemed that the desolate ancestor was not inferior at all, but he had been too low-key. Lu Yin now suspected that the desolate ancestor might have been the strongest person of that era. The desolate ancestor had dared to charge into the everlasting tribe alone not because of recklessness, but because of confidence. Lu Yin was worried for the sixth mainland. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 22-21. Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at it seriously. He really wanted to grasp the power of time and travel through the void to return to the Daosource sect's era. He wanted to see the most brilliant era since the Daosource sect, and he wanted to compete with those powerhouses. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. One day, he would be able to do it. One day, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with those powerhouses and compete with them. Lu Yin suppressed his hopes for the future and focused on plundering resources first. There were no more star essences left on the White Dragon minor ancestor planet, so he continued searching for the next one. The mist ancestor was already numb to the star essences on the 2 minor ancestor planets, which added up to more than 1 trillion star essences. Forget about envoys, even half-ancestors would not know where to find them. They were all using astral sources. At the same time, she looked at Lu Yin. "You've changed." Lu Yin blinked. "Not really. It's only been a few days." The mist ancestor carefully sized Lu Yin up. "I feel like there's a familiar aura on you, but I can't put my finger on it." "Strange." Lu Yin pursed his lips. "A familiar aura. Ancestor Ku's time-withering wood. Or progenitor Chen's time reversal." Before this, the time-withering wood in his cosmic ring had been an imitation made by the Ku family, and it had been fake. At most, it could be used to defend against attacks, but it could not reverse time. Of course, the Ku family might have had real-time withering wood, but they would not have told Lu Yin about it. Lu Yin had only grasped the basics of time reversal. But now, it was different. Everything was real. Lu Yin coughed. Senior, progenitor Qin has 9 clones. Do you know the abilities of all of them? The mist ancestor immediately answered, no. How could you not know? With your status in that era, is there anything you don't know? Lu Yin was astonished. The mist ancestor rolled her eyes. I'm not interested in other people's matters. I only know that he has a giant clone, a clone that he created using the serious art, an innate gift, and a clone that inherited the mountain sea battle technique. I don't remember anything else, and I don't fight with him. Has he never fought with you before? Lu Yin was curious. The mist ancestor grumpily replied, he's a man, and he has the nerve to beat up a woman like me. At this point, she became annoyed. I don't even get to see that guy. He only knows how to hide in a corner and watch the rain. What a good-for-nothing. Lu Yin asked, Ancestor Ku. Has he ever tried to fight you? Wait. The mist ancestor then looked at Lu Yin. I remember now. That familiar feeling is withering. That's right, it's withering. You have that withering energy in your body. What is it? Lu Yin nodded. Lu Yin replied, when things reach an extreme, they can only move in the opposite direction. The mist ancestor suddenly understood. No wonder. But, you should have known that things can only move in the opposite direction for a long time, so why did I only find it familiar just now? Have you improved? Lu Yin laughed dryly. Just a little, just a little. The fog ancestor was envious. Although Ku Xia is a taciturn person, I have to admit that his when things reach an extreme, their opposites technique is very formidable. It's an unkillable technique, and even Xia Shang said that it's very difficult to deal with him. No one wants to fight with him. Now that you've cultivated this technique, you'll become a half-ancestor in the future, and even progenitors will have a hard time killing you. You're going further and further down the path of being beaten. Lu Yin was speechless. What did she mean by, get beaten up? He liked to beat people up. Senior, has progenitor Qin grasped the power of time? Lu Yin changed the topic. The mist ancestor was stumped, and he glanced at Lu Yin. Stop asking about other people's powers. He then returned to the mirror. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Had that reaction been there or not? He could not figure it out. Beneath his feet was the frigid immortal sex junior progenitor planet. Lu Yin raised his hand, and his die appeared. He had originally planned to upgrade his time withering wood before leaving, but the wood had entered his body and given him an epiphany. 10 days had passed without him realizing it, and it had already been 20 days. Whatever, he decided to continue. He tapped the die, causing it to slowly spin. With a thump, a ball fell out and landed on the ground. The ball was 100 meters in diameter, which was quite large. Lu Yin looked up and saw a strange creature carved into the ball. It looked like a snake, but it also looked like something else. He casually pushed it away. It was useless. However, he immediately felt that something was wrong. It was hard to the touch, very hard. Lu Yin exerted more and more force, but the ball did not change at all. His expression changed. With his current strength, even an emissary with a power level of 800,000 to 900,000 would find it difficult to survive his attack. However, this ball was completely fine, and it gave him the feeling that he could not pinch it. Lu Yin forcefully slapped the ball away, but it was only pushed away slightly, and it remained undamaged. He did not hesitate to put the ball away. Regardless of its origins or its uses, the material that it was made of was definitely not ordinary. The die had not given him anything good in a long time, and this was a consolation. Let's continue. He tapped the die again, and it slowly spun. 3 pips. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as there was only one thing that he wanted to upgrade: gluttony, the item that had brought disaster to the fourth mainland. Gluttony was a type of metal that could grow by devouring flesh. The astral beast domain had used it to stand between Iron Blood Weave and the primal zone, preventing the sixth mainland from attacking, but it had been destroyed. Lu Yin had upgraded it once and used 4 billion star essence to upgrade it to the point where it could bite him. Its power was close to that of an emissary's, and he had long since wanted to use it to surprise the Eternals and threaten the astral beast domain. Now that he had so many star essence at his feet, it was time to put it to good use. He took out the gluttony that he had upgraded. It was covered in spikes that constantly tried to pierce Lu Yin's body. It was a vicious item. Lu Yin tossed it onto the upper screen and started upgrading it. He had upgraded it 5 times before, and the 5th time had cost him 4 billion star essence to upgrade it to the point where its power was close to that of an emissary's, which had cost him a total of 8 billion star essence. He only needed to upgrade it one more time to the level of an emissary. He watched as the gluttony continued to descend. Upgrading the 6th mainland had cost him 10 billion star essence, and its power had reached the level of an emissary's, which had cost him a total of 18 billion star essence. Lu Yin decided to upgrade it by 10, but he still had more than 10 fragments of the myriad beast cage in his cosmic ring. 10 fragments would cost him 180 billion star essence, which was quite exaggerated. Without Planet Junior Progenitor, Lu Yin would not have been so extravagant. After the upgrade of the 10 fragments of gluttony ended, the frozen immortal sex Planet Junior Progenitor was only left with close to 300 billion star essence. Since when had 300 billion ever been considered too little? Lu Yin did not stand on ceremony and started storing them in his cosmic ring. He had originally had close to 200 billion star essence in his ring, but he had used it all up when upgrading the aged wood. Now, his cosmic ring was just enough to store all of the star essence on the frozen immortal sex Planet Junior Progenitor. Lu Yin glanced at the last Planet Junior Progenitor and was disappointed. He could not touch it, and there was nothing to upgrade. That was fine, he might as well keep it. The resources on one Planet Junior Progenitor weren't enough for the 4 cardinal scales. If he kept it, he might be able to use it in the future. Furthermore, the Xia family, the White Dragon clan, and the Frozen Immortal sect had all touched the resources on Planet Junior Progenitor, but not the Wang families. How would the Wang family explain this? This was a beautiful misunderstanding. The paper boat drifted around a desolate island. Bai Weiwei sat at the bow and occasionally glanced at the cabin. Mr. Bai, Mr. Haoyu's injuries aren't too serious, right? It's already been 20 days, Bai Weiwei asked worriedly. Mr. Bai replied, his injuries aren't light. After all, it's very difficult to maintain the sourcebox array against a creature whose cultivation surpasses his own. However, he should have recovered quite a bit over the past few days. That's strange. We should be able to encounter a first tribulation origin cultivator in this region. Why aren't there any? Bai Weiwei muttered to herself. As they spoke, Lu Yin walked out. He had swapped places with Tongyu again. During the past 20 days, Tongyu had been in seclusion, pretending to recover from her injuries. She hadn't interacted with Bai Weiwei and the others at all. Mr. Haoyu, how are you? Bai Weiwei's eyes lit up when she saw Lu Yin walk out. Lu Yin's face was still a little pale, but his voice was much better. Don't worry, I'm fine. Mr. Bai was grateful. Fortunately, we invited Mr. Haoyu to the Central Flat Sea. Otherwise, that battle would have been very dangerous. Lu Yin replied, Mr. Bai, you're too polite. This is what I should do. He then looked at Bai Weiwei. Let's continue searching for a first tribulation origin cultivator. Bai Weiwei was concerned. Sir's body is fine, right? Why don't we return to the academy first and wait for Sir to fully recover before coming out? This terrifying battle technique had destructive power close to that of an envoy's, and it viciously slashed at the turtle's back, tearing apart the soil on its back. Bai Weiwei and Mr. Bai exchanged a glance. There was a loud clang as the attack landed on the turtle's shell. Then we'll follow the path back to the academy. The turtle woke up and slowly turned its head to look at the first tribulation origin cultivator along the way. Lu Yin took a closer look and saw that the turtle wasn't injured at all. We'll just have to come out next time. Its shell's defenses were extremely high. Nodded and although it was only a first tribulation origin cultivator, the paper boat headed its shell could probably withstand attacks from 3 tribulation origin cultivators. Interference, they finally encountered a first tribulation origin cultivator. Bai Weiwei kept attacking the turtle shell. It was a giant sea turtle that floated on the surface of the sea. She had a destructive power close to Bai Xiaohong. It seemed to be couldn't break the turtle shell. There were many trees growing on the turtle's back. Even the Bai Xiaohong at that time couldn't break it. It looked like an island. The turtle didn't fight back, immediately and it just stared at her in using confusion. Wind God slash. Bai Weiwei wasn't stubborn, and she started attacking the turtle's head. The turtle quickly retracted its head, leaving only its shell floating on the surface of the sea for Bai Weiwei to attack. Bai Weiwei was speechless, and she shouted at the turtle, "I know you can understand me. Fight back." The turtle didn't move, and its huge eyes looked at Bai Weiwei through its shell. Its eyes were still very confused, and it didn't understand why she was attacking it. Bai Weiwei raised her hand, and 2 points in the void appeared. The line tore through the void and even broke into the astral source universe, ruthlessly sweeping past the turtle's shell. A white mark appeared on the turtle's shell, and even the void was cut open. It was still unharmed, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2222. Bai Weiwei appeared at the head of the turtle shell. She wanted to attack the turtle shell, but the turtle turned its body and always faced her with one side of the turtle shell. She was fast, but the turtle moved faster, always facing her with one side of the turtle shell. Half a day later, Bai Weiwei calmed down and returned to the cabin. "Let's go. We can't deal with it." Lu Yin asked, "Don't you have a teleportation sourcebox array?" Bai Weiwei shook her head, but she suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes. "Does Sir have one?" Lu Yin smiled. "My master taught me." Bai Weiwei wanted to learn. If there was a teleportation sourcebox array, then she would be faster than the turtle, and her attacks would be able to hit the turtle's shell. However, she didn't know how to ask for a sourcebox array. At this moment, she deeply felt the benefits of a sourcebox array, and she also understood why her sect had tried to rope in Celestial Master Gu Yan. Sourcebox arrays were different from battle techniques, and they had different uses. They could often turn something rotten into something magical. Bai Weiwei didn't know how to learn a teleportation sourcebox array, and Lu Yin didn't take the initiative to ask. As for the turtle, it was lucky that no one attacked it again. A few more days passed, and they finally encountered another tribulation origin life form. This time, it was a flock of seabirds, and the leader was at the first tribulation origin stage. Mr. Bai and Lu Yin blocked the other seabirds while Bai Weiwei fought the first tribulation origin stage seabird alone. She eventually won, completing her training and returning to the academy. At the same time, a heart-wrenching scream came from Shenwu's junior ancestor planet. It came from the 6th tribulation origin stage senior June, and then from Hanxian's junior ancestor planet, which attracted the attention of the food god. "What are you screaming about?" The food god was displeased. Madame Mo, who was on the Wang family's junior ancestor planet, also found it strange. Had those 3 guys gone crazy? Not long after, the 4-way scales shook as Bai Ting, Wang Jing, and Long Ke walked out and headed towards junior ancestor planet. The 3 represented the 3 families of the 4-way scales, and they were also the family heads. Junior ancestor planet was empty, and there was only a layer of star essence on its surface. It didn't even have 100 million star essence, which meant that hundreds of billions of star essence had disappeared over the past few days. Impossible. Who could carry so many crystal essences with them? Long Ku exclaimed. Bai Ting's expression sank. Either someone took it away, or it was a half-martial ancestor. He then looked at the ancestral gazing pavilion. Senior food god, are you not going to come out and say anything? The culinary god walked out. He was also very curious as to who had been able to take away so many star essence right under his nose, and the first person he thought of was Kue Luo. Aside from that old bastard, there could be no one else. It was impossible for anyone below the level of a half-step ancestor to take away star essence right under his nose. Only a half-step ancestor could hide the star essence in his inner world and take it away. But did that old bastard Kue Luo have the ability to deceive me? He had improved so much. Senior food god, do you have anything to say? Bai Ting stared at the culinary god and asked in an unpleasant tone. There had been an enormous amount of star essence, and the 3 minor progenitor planets had lost more than 1 trillion star essence in total. It was a terrifying number, and even the 4 cardinal scales could not bear such a loss. The culinary god looked indifferent. Say what? Bai Ting's eyes narrowed. It was no wonder. This person was originally a puppet. If it were not for Bai Xiener, how could he have become the sect master? Although this person was not talented or virtuous, he had a pair of good children. Bai Xiaohong was one of the 4 young ancestors. If he had not been killed by Lu Xiaoxian, Bai Xiaohong might have had a chance to break through to the ancestor realm in the future. Bai Xiaohong and Bai Xiener had both broken through. This had never happened before. At that time, Bai Teng was high-spirited. So what if he was promoted? He still had a lot of authority in the frozen immortal sect. Even half-ancestors feared him. Now that Bai Xiaohong was dead, Bai Xiener did not care about him at all. Although he was still the sect master, his position was not as high as before. Many people said that once Bai Xiener came out of seclusion, she would become the new sect master, and he would retire. Therefore, he was anxious to make some achievements. Thinking about it, it was indeed lamentable. He had to compete with his own daughter, and he couldn't win. Since Bai Ting had asked Mr. Haoyu alone, although they did not think that this matter had anything to do with Bai Weiwei and the others, they still pretended to ask. If there was really something strange, it could be considered an unexpected gain. On the other side, Bai Ting stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked back at Bai Ting without any fear. I know you. You're Yu Hao, right? Bai Ting said expressionlessly. Lu Yin pretended to be respectful. Greetings, Sect Master Bai Ting. Are you Divine Master Gu Yan's disciple? Bai Ting asked. Lu Yin smiled. Sect Master, do you have any questions? I can tell you about my recent schedule. If there are any discrepancies, you can punish me as you wish. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 22-23. Bai Ting's gaze turned cold when he saw Lu Yin smile. You're quite straightforward. I have 2 questions. First, you were injured on the Zhongping Sea and went into seclusion to recover for 20 days. Did you not leave the boat during that time? No, Mr. Bai and Bai Weiwei can testify, Lu Yin answered without hesitation. Bai Teng was indifferent. They can't testify because even I can't see through your cultivation. What exactly is your cultivation? This was also one of Bai Teng's suspicions. Lu Yin had publicly announced that he was a first tribulation cultivator, but Din Wen and even Xia Ziheng could tell that he was a third tribulation cultivator. This information was naturally within Bai Ting's grasp, and Bai Ting knew that. This junior is a third tribulation cultivator, Lu Yin answered. Bai Ting frowned. Why are you hiding your cultivation? Lu Yin was helpless. This junior is from the same generation as the fourth young ancestor. May I ask if the fourth young ancestor was a third tribulation cultivator? The mention of this irritated Bai Ting, and he recalled Lu Xiaoshuan's face. This Yu Hao's gaze was just as annoying as Lu Xiaoshuan's. Bai Ting didn't bother to hide the killing intent in his eyes, and his aura grew even more violent as it pressed down on Lu Yin. A cold snort came from the distance. It was the culinary god. The culinary god's attack woke Bai Ting up, and he hurriedly retracted his aura. The culinary god was from Yi Xian Academy, and this Yu Hao was one of the academy's instructors. Bai Ting dispelled the irritation in his heart. How did you do it? Lu Yin smiled wryly. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know? Bai Ting narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Yin coldly. That's why I hid my cultivation. My cultivation has been going too smoothly, so smoothly that I can't even believe it. When my master first met me, he told me that my cultivation would be very smooth. Perhaps he knows more about how I've managed to accomplish it. Celestial Master Gu Yen. Bai Ting nodded. I'll ask. Lu Yin pretended to relax. That's good. If you don't find it troublesome, please let me know so that I can explain things to the outside world. Bai Ting said, you're a third tribulation cultivator, so it's not impossible for you to return to Wang Yu without Bai Lin and Bai Weiwei noticing. Lu Yin was confused. Wang Yu. Sect Master, may I ask what exactly happened? Bai Ting stared into Lu Yin's eyes, trying to discern something, but Lu Yin's gaze was filled with curiosity and doubt. There was no nervousness or apprehension. You're very magnanimous, but this magnanimity puzzles me. Are you not nervous in front of me? Bai Ting's tone became stern. Lu Yin laughed. This junior has scolded Xia Ziheng before. Bai Ting was stunned for a moment. Then, he did not say anything else. Xia Ziheng was a half-martial ancestor. Since this kid dared to scold him, why would he not dare to do anything to him? Second question, why did you smile just now? Bai Ting shouted. Lu Yin was puzzled. Laugh? When? You don't have to quibble. I saw you smile. When you looked at Long Ku or Wang Jing, who did you smile at? Speak, Bai Ting said coldly. Lu Yin shook his head. I'm not laughing. Bai Ting suddenly raised a hand and placed it on Lu Yin's shoulder. The culinary god can protect you here, but that may not be the case outside. My frigid immortal sect is one of the 4 cardinal scales, and I'm aware of your relationship with the Xia family. I'm sure that you wish to gain my sect's support. Lu Yin was helpless. Sect Master, I'm not laughing. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. Bai Ting's fingers tightened. In the distance, Bai Weiwei frowned. The frigid immortal sect wanted to rope in Yu Hao, but Bai Ting's uncle's attitude towards him was somewhat bad. This would affect the sect's plans to rope in Gu Yen. Lu Yin's expression changed when he saw Bai Ting's attack. His physical strength was too strong, and if Bai Ting used any more force, he might be able to sense something. Lu Yin grunted and retreated. At the critical moment, the culinary god suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yin and blocked Bai Ting. Junior, do you think I don't exist? You don't need to ask how you. Bai Ting lowered his hand and looked past the culinary god at Lu Yin. He then turned to Long Ku and Wang Jing, who were staring at him. Ask him. There's no need, Long Ku said. Bai Ting narrowed his eyes. This matter is very important. I hope you two don't slack off. Long Ku laughed and looked at Lu Yin. Mr. Hao Yu, I'll have to trouble you. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It's my duty. He walked towards Long Ku at a moderate pace, but Bai Ting kept staring at him out of the corner of his eye. He was sure that this kid was smiling. Who was he smiling at when he looked in Long Ku and Wang Zhang's direction? This was what Bai Ting wanted to know the most. Bai Weiwei and Mr. Bai retreated to the side, curious as to what was going on. Even the guardian emissaries of planet Sion had come out. Lu Yin walked towards Long Ku until he was only 6 meters away. If he took one more step, he would be able to merge with Long Ku's body and control him, but he didn't move. Long Ku's questions were similar to those he had asked by Wei Wei and the others about Lu Yin's whereabouts and reasons. However, he asked more about Lu Yin's seclusion. These people weren't stupid, and they knew that Lu Yin's cultivation could be hidden from Bai Weiwei. Lu Yin was suspicious, but no matter how suspicious he was, he couldn't hide from the culinary god. The exchange of questions and answers between the two ended quickly. "All right, you can go now," Long Ku said. Lu Yin was about to step forward when Long Ku said, "Yu Hao, if you're willing, the White Dragon tribe welcomes you at any time." Celestial Master Gu Yan was enough to attract the four sides. Lu Yin wasn't surprised by Long Ku's words, and he believed that Wang Zheng would say the same thing later. He smiled. "Thank you for your kindness, Patriarch Long Ku." He took a step forward. Long Ku's gaze suddenly became sluggish, and Lu Yin's vision quickly changed as he merged with Long Ku's body. In that instant, he controlled Long Ku's body and opened his mouth to say something, deliberately avoiding Bai Ting's gaze. Bai Ting's gaze turned cold. Lu Yin instantly returned to his own body and deliberately stiffened his walking movements. He then walked towards Wang Zheng as if nothing had happened. "Senior Wang, do you have any questions for this junior?" Wang Zheng waved a hand. "No need, but if Mr. Hao Yu is interested, you can visit the Wang family." The words were different, but the meaning was the same. The Wang family also wanted to rope in Celestial Master Gu Yan. Currently, the four sides were all open to Lu Yin, hoping to obtain Celestial Master Gu Yan. However, Lu Yin hadn't expressed his stance and had only spoken a few words of courtesy. Bai Ting thought back to what he had just seen. Long Ku had said something that had caused Yu Hao to react. Yu Hao had smiled because he had seen Long Ku, and from his point of view, he had seen either Long Ku or Wang Zheng. It was Long Ku, and Bai Ting looked over. This person was related to Yu Hao, or at least they knew each other beforehand. After being questioned, the three didn't seem suspicious, and the culinary god allowed them to leave. Wang Zheng looked at the three of them. As they left, Wang Zheng was dissatisfied. "What a waste of time." Long Ku calmly replied, "Not entirely, but it did give us a chance to meet this Yu Hao. He's from the same generation as Long Tian, but he's already at 3 origin tribulations. How did he do it? Is Celestial Master Gu Yan really that mysterious? Or does he have some sort of unique sourcebox array?" Wang Zheng replied, "That's normal. Sourcebox arrays and cultivation are 2 different concepts. If you want to become a powerful sourcebox array master, your cultivation must keep up, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can become a powerful sourcebox array master. Legend has it that ancestor Hui wasn't very strong and couldn't even compare to the ancestors of our Wang family. However, with his sourcebox arrays, no one dared to underestimate him. And the reason why we can resist the Eternals and protect humanity is because of our limitless sourcebox arrays, which came from ancestor Hui." Long Ku's face sank. Those stowaways from the abandoned land also relied on sourcebox arrays. Wang Zheng sighed. Celestial Master Gu Yan is the #1 celestial master of the cosmic tree realm. No one knows how many sourcebox arrays he has mastered. Perhaps he's already close to Ancestor Hui's level. He then looked at Zhong Pinghai again. His invitation to Yu Hao had been somewhat perfunctory. No, he had to find a way to invite this person to his family. If Celestial Master Gu Yan had the ability to help a piece of trash surpass the 4th junior ancestor, then his power was truly unfathomable. Long Ku also thought of this, and his eyes lit up as he looked at Zhong Pinghai. Bai Ting didn't say anything, and he only glanced at Long Ku from time to time. No one knew what he was thinking. These are troubled times. Xia Xing has gone missing, and junior ancestor planet's resources have been stolen. It feels like there's an unknown factor in this region of space, Wang Jing said. Long Ke suddenly thought of something. Do you remember that a few months ago, someone underwent a half-progenitor origin tribulation? Are you talking about that person? Wang Zheng was astonished. Long Ke said, at the very least, we don't know the identity of the person who underwent the tribulation, nor do we know who the person behind the scenes is. To be able to control a portion of the resources on the other side of the battlefield means that he's definitely not an ordinary person. The Left Order Master alone wouldn't be able to do that. We don't have enough manpower to investigate. We can only hope that the new sky corridor is quickly repaired. Lu Shaoxian should have been dealt with, right? Wang Jing asked. Long Ke frowned. Lu Shaoxian had a progenitor backing him, so he hoped that the Great Elder would be successful. On Zhongpinghai, the three of them tried to guess what had happened, but they couldn't figure it out. Not long after, Lu Yin had Tong Yu replace him again while he himself headed in a different direction from Wang Yu. When he merged with Long Ke's body, he had told Bai Ting about the time and location. Of course, Bai Ting definitely hadn't heard him, but Lu Yin believed that since Bai Ting suspected him, he definitely had a way to find out. What he needed to do was wait at the place where Bai Ting would definitely know that he would meet up with Long Ke. This wasn't a plan, but rather a sudden idea. Bai Ting wanted to perform meritorious deeds so badly that he wouldn't let go of any clues. He had only grasped half of the restrictions that the four-way scales had placed on the people from the Star Alliance. The remaining ones were from the Frigid Immortal sect and the Wang family. This might be an opportunity. If Bai Ting could really find where Lu Yin had gone, then Lu Yin might be able to capture him. If Bai Ting couldn't find where Lu Yin had gone, then so be it. Lu Yin could only say that he had overestimated Bai Ting. Reality proved that Lu Yin hadn't overestimated Bai Ting. Bai Ting had Bai Lin report his whereabouts while keeping an eye on Zhongpinghai. The moment Lu Yin left, Bai Ting suddenly looked in another direction. There really is something wrong. Bai Lin clearly reported that this kid was on a paper boat heading towards Zhongpinghai, but he went in another direction. Bai Ting's lips curled up as he chased after Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 22-24. After Bai Ting left, Long Ke appeared. He had been able to rise from the side bloodline to the main bloodline because the White Dragon clan's main bloodline had been too close to the Lu family. Another reason was that he was very scheming. Bai Ting's questioning of Yu Hao made Long Ke feel that something was off. Bai Ting was staring at him, and he was also staring at Bai Ting. When he saw Bai Ting leave, Long Ke chased after him. Bai Ting had assumed that he knew Lu Yin's whereabouts and would be able to find out something, but he had not expected to be targeted by Long Ke as well. Long Ke had wanted to use Lu Yin to get rid of Long Quan, so he was much more scheming than Bai Ting. Thus, when Lu Yin arrived at a deserted island, Bai Ting followed closely behind, hiding at the bottom of the sea as he stared at Lu Yin. Long Ke was also quite a distance away from Bai Ting. Lu Yin was confused. What the hell? Bai Ting's arrival was within his expectations, but how did Long Ke follow him? That idiot didn't even know that he was being followed. Fortunately, Lu Yin was alert, and he immediately hid the moment he sensed Long Ke, only allowing Bai Ting to see him. Long Ke was also confused. What was Bai Ting looking at? There was nothing on the island aside from a few creatures, but Bai Ting seemed to have discovered something. Lu Yin shook his head. Bai Ting was stupid, but he would not have come here on his own. Since he suspected that Lu Yin could steal Junior Progenitor Planet's resources right under the nose of the culinary god and the powerhouses guarding Junior Progenitor Planet, he would definitely be careful and prepared. If Bai Ting acted rashly, Lu Yin believed that he would immediately be exposed to the four-way scales. However, while Bai Ting was prepared, so was Lu Yin. One was the mist ancestor, and the other was the Aeon evolution scripture. He had originally wanted to use the scripture against Bai Ting, but now that he thought about it, that would not work. Since Bai Ting had dared to come here, he must have considered Lu Yin a threat, and if he failed, he would be exposed. It was best to ask the mist ancestor to come out. Lu Yin took out a mirror and went in to see the mist ancestor. The mist ancestor refused. No. Who do you think I am? Why would I help you do something so despicable? What a joke. Lu Yin smiled apologetically. Of course, but I need to capture Bai Ting. Bai Ting is stupid, but he's not stupid. But he's definitely prepared. The mist ancestor rolled his eyes. Senior, take a look at this. He then took out a needle. The mist ancestor was curious. He looked over. A needle. The one that Lu Bujing and the others used to try to break micro. What's wrong? Senior, please test its hardness, Lu Yin said. The mist ancestor exerted a bit of strength, but the needle didn't budge. She exerted more strength, and this time, she continuously increased her strength. Even after using all the strength she could use at this stage, the needle still didn't suffer any damage. It's so tough, but I can't see anything special about it. I'm not good at physical strength. The mist ancestor tossed the needle to Lu Yin. Lu Yin solemnly replied, Senior, this needle is now 5 times stronger than before, maybe even 10 times stronger. The mist ancestor was shocked. You improved so much. How did you do it? She didn't doubt his words, as he wouldn't dare to lie to her. Lu Yin wasn't spouting nonsense, as he didn't know to what extent the needle had been upgraded, but he had spent so many star essence that it wouldn't be able to completely upgrade it to the level of a progenitor's destructive power, but it shouldn't be too far off. How big is the ancestor realm and half-ancestor realm the difference? This wasn't something that could be measured by a few times, as even 10 half-ancestors wouldn't be a match for a single progenitor. Of course, freaks like Bai Siener and Qing Ping were exceptions. This is this junior's unique innate gift, which allows me to use star essence to improve the performance of certain items. With Lu Yin's current height, there were some things that needed to be slowly explained, and some things that needed to be exposed. He suspected that people had long since guessed that his innate gift could improve external objects. He had used the giant's arm that he had obtained from the warehouse at the border of Endless Weave, and many other things had become inconceivable in his hands. He believed that more and more people would be able to guess his innate gift. The die had 6 pips. 2 had been used to decompose materials, which had been exposed in the technocracy. 3 had been used to improve external objects, which could be analyzed by many people. 5 had been used to borrow another person's innate gift, which could be easily exposed if he used it too many times. As for the 6th, Tiando knew about it. Although he was already dead, Blacklist had been involved, so it wasn't impossible for him to guess. The die's 6 pips were all exposed, and Lu Yin didn't plan on hiding them. The mist ancestor looked at Lu Yin in amazement. You have such an innate gift. How mysterious. Even old Fu isn't as mysterious as you. Lu Yin was helpless. Although it's mysterious, it consumes too many resources. Senior, you should know how the resources on Junior Progenitor Planet were used up, right? The mist ancestor nodded, and his eyes were filled with curiosity. Show us your innate gift. Lu Yin shrugged. I can't. Once I use it, I have to rest for a very long time. Otherwise, it'll be too abnormal. That's true. The universe is conserved, and there's no such thing as an innate gift that can't be solved. Alright, then does that mean that this needle of yours can break through micro as much as possible? How much can it break through? The mist ancestor asked. Lu Yin replied, this junior isn't sure, and I'll have to try to find out. Senior, there's not much time left, so please capture Bai Ting as soon as possible. Otherwise, once he lands on the island, this junior will be exposed to Long Ku, and that will be troublesome. The mist ancestor rolled his eyes. Kid, you should be happy that 9 mountains and 8 seas is doing this for you. He then left the mirror. Lu Yin relaxed, as this person was becoming more and more difficult to please. Beneath the desolate island, Bai Ting floated up slightly. Where did that kid go? He gripped his cosmic ring tightly. If the resources on Junior Progenitor Planet had really been stolen by this kid, then there had to be an absolute powerhouse behind him. However, Bai Ting had not dared to come here unprepared. The progenitor item that the Patriarch had given him was enough for him to protect himself, and he had also reported everything to the Patriarch. Bai Ting did not want to personally capture the person who had stolen the resources. Instead, he wanted to expose the culprit. More and more people in the sect were looking down on him, and Xian was about to come out of seclusion. Once she did, the position of sect master would be hers. Even if she was his own daughter, Bai Ting could not stand it. He did not want to give up, and he had to make a contribution to the sect and fight for every possibility. Even as he thought about this, Lu Yin still did not appear on the island. Bai Ting grew anxious. Yu Hao had disappeared, so where was Long Ku? Long Ku should have come. Far away, Long Ku stared at Bai Ting. What was this guy doing? Threads of fog followed the seawater and wrapped around Bai Ting, but he did not react in time. When the fog completely enveloped his body and separated his cosmic ring, Bai Ting finally saw it. His expression changed, and he subconsciously tried to take out the progenitor item. However, it was too late, and he was pulled into the mirror by the fog. Even further away, Long Ku saw Bai Ting mysteriously disappear and felt uneasy. However, he was also trapped by the fog before he could react and fainted. On the desolate island, Lu Yin watched as Bai Ting and Long Ku collapsed on the ground. The first step had been considered a success. He had locked Bai Ting in Mount Supreme, and just like Xia Xing's clone, he fused into Long Ku's body. As for his own body, he asked the Fog Ancestor to help cover it. He only wanted others to see Long Ku and not himself. The Fog Ancestor was also curious as to what Lu Yin was trying to do. After some time, Lu Yin controlled Long Ku's body to return to Wang Yu. His own body remained within 5 meters of Long Ku under the Fog Ancestor's protection, but others could not see him at all, including the culinary god. Lu Yin was beginning to understand the Fog Ancestor more. Although she was not very strong in battle, she was extremely good at trapping others, covering them, and even creating support items. Lu Yin also understood that the Fog Ancestor had said that even progenitor Qin might not be able to break through her weave. It was not that weave was very strong, but rather that it was amazing at trapping people. It was so amazing that it was not something that could be broken through with great battle prowess. After thinking this through, Lu Yin lost all confidence in his needles. Although the Fog Ancestor's words might have been exaggerated, ordinary progenitors might not be able to break through weave. No matter how hard a needle was, it would only be able to touch the progenitor realm at most. It would not be able to compare to a true progenitor, unless, on Wang Yu, Lu Yin controlled Long Ku's body to return to Wang Yu. He did his best to avoid others, but he still attracted Wang Zheng's attention. Wang Zheng had long since noticed that Bai Ting and Long Ku had disappeared, but he had not been able to follow them in time. Now that Long Ku had returned, he wanted to ask about it, but he found that Long Ku had been injured and was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Wang Zheng was also afraid that others would see him, so he quickly wiped the blood off and returned to White Dragon Junior Progenitor Planet. Wang Zheng's eyes flashed. Something was wrong. He immediately used the Cloud Connection Stone to contact Bai Ting, but he could not reach him. He then contacted Long Ku and was soon connected. Brother Long, where did you go? I couldn't find you, Wang Zheng asked. Lu Yin was still controlling Long Ku's body. I had some enlightenment in my cultivation, so I didn't pay attention. Is something the matter, Brother Wang? Wang Jing asked. Brother Long, do you know where Bai Ting went? Long Ke laughed. How would I know where he went? All right, Brother Wang, if there's nothing else, I want to go into seclusion. He then impatiently shut off the cloud connection stone. Wang Jing narrowed his eyes and looked at the stone. Something was wrong with Long Ke. Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion and borrowed the fog ancestor's power to leave Wang Yu. Finally, he met up with Bai Weiwei and Mr. Bai. They had not expected that the sect master of the cold immortal sect, Bai Ting, had been captured during that time. After capturing Bai Ting, Lu Yin relaxed a lot. When he looked at Bai Weiwei, he smiled even more, so much so that Bai Weiwei thought that he liked her. A few days later, Lu Yin's group once again ascended the Central Plain world and headed towards Yi Xian Academy. When Lu Yin's group successfully returned to Yi Xian Academy, on Wang Yu, Long Ke was captured by the cold immortal sect, shocking everyone. Long Ke was the leader of the White Dragon tribe and was not an ordinary cultivator. The cold immortal sect's capture had infuriated the White Dragon tribe, as well as the Xinwu Plain and the Wang family. However, this matter was related to Wang Jing, as it was his words that had led to Long Ke's capture. The reason was that Long Ke had attacked Bai Ting, and Long Ke was the prime suspect for the disappearance of the resources on planet Junior Progenitor. In the top realm, at the cold immortal sect's mountain gate, Long Ke was furious. As the leader of the White Dragon tribe, he had been captured by the cold immortal sect. This would be a stain on his life. Leader Long Ke, does my sect master's disappearance have anything to do with you? A stern voice came from an old man with a dark complexion. He was dressed in a black robe embroidered with a snake-like creature that made people shudder. His name was Wu Yao, and he was a consecrator of the cold immortal sect and a half-ancestor level powerhouse. On the other hand, he had hidden in the unbounded realm for 20 years and sneaked into the headquarters, allowing them to destroy one of the unbounded realm's headquarters in one fell swoop. Xia Xinfei put down his wine gourd. According to the current situation, one possibility is that Long Ke made a move on Bai Ting at the last minute. Perhaps Bai Ting discovered something, and the other possibility is that he was framed. Xia Xing frowned. Wang Jing saw him return to Wang Yu with his own eyes. Was he framed? Could it be Wang Jing? Xia Xinfei let out a long breath. That's not right. There's no point in Wang Jing framing Long Ke. It can't be someone else. Wang Jing saw Long Ke return with his own eyes. Unless someone can control Long Ke, Xia Xing said. This conjecture was rejected. They were in Wang Yu, right under the nose of the food god. They could understand stealing resources, but controlling Long Ke and talking to Wang Jing without the food god noticing it all. There was no such person among the half-step ancestors. If it was an ancestor, why would he attack them? There's one last possibility. Xia Xinfei drank another mouthful of wine and opened his hazy eyes. Someone purposely set up a trap and acted out their own act. Xia Xing and Xia Ziheng looked at each other in astonishment. These words could only represent the cold immortal sect. If the cold immortal sect was acting and Bai Ting himself disappeared, then all the suspicions could be explained. Long Ke might have been injured because he had a dispute with Bai Ting, but at that time, Bai Ting was fine, and he didn't want to tell anyone. After he returned to Wang Yu, Bai Ting deliberately disappeared and placed all the blame on Long Ke. This explained why Long Ke was unable to clear the suspicion of Bai Ting's disappearance. But why would the cold immortal sect do this? Xia Ziheng stared at Xia Xing. If the disappearance of your clone was caused by the cold immortal sect, then they would want to take control of the alliance and rope in Gu Yan. They would make their own sect leader disappear to clear their suspicion. At the same time, because Wang Jing accused Long Ke, the Wang clan and the White Dragon clan became hostile. All of this could be explained. Xing took a deep breath. If that's the truth, who do you think is behind it? That woman, Xing said without hesitation. Xing nodded and exclaimed, it's not surprising that she would do something like this. The White Dragon clan and the Wang clan are at odds because of this, and the Divine Martial Heaven won't suspect the Cold Immortal sect of acting against my clone. As for the Cold Immortal sect, they only lost by Ting, a puppet. They're the only ones who benefited. They're really ruthless. Maybe they took the resources of Junior Ancestor Planet themselves, leaving only the Wang clan's share. They've done everything they can. They've completely stirred up the waters of the topmost realm. As for their next step. He looked at Xing, and both of them spoke at the same time. You how? Xiaoshenfei opened his eyes. If the Cold Immortal sect really did it, then their next step would be to rope in Gu Yan and get the Alliance's restrictions. Father, your clone was captured, so I'm sure they have ways to make him reveal the restrictions. Xiaoshenfei saw Xing's ugly expression and said, Father, don't be angry. It's not that I'm looking down on your clone, it's just that the Cold Immortal sect has too many tricks up their sleeve. I know, Xing said. Xiaoshenfei continued, they got the Divine Martial Heaven's restrictions, so only the Wang clan and the White Dragon clan are left. Long Ku probably won't be able to leave the Cold Immortal sect for the time being. Even if they can get the White Dragon clan's restrictions, only the Wang clan is left. So the Wang clan's young master. It's one of the excuses the Cold Immortal sect used to deal with them, Xing blurted out. He had figured it out. Xing and Xing looked at each other and felt a chill run down their backs. That woman's methods are sinister, just like how she dealt with the Liu clan. We have to tell the White Dragon clan and the Wang clan as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the Cold Immortal sect controls the Alliance and Gu Yan, we'll be at a disadvantage. Since that woman used such methods, maybe her strength is close to the peak. She might be the one who took the Junior Ancestor Planet's resources. She already has the ability to hide from the food god, Xing said solemnly. Xiaoshenfei coughed. Wait, this is also one of our guesses. Don't take it seriously. Maybe the truth isn't so. Xing shook his head. That should be the case. Bai Weiwei kept trying to rope in Yu Hao at Xian Academy, so the Cold Immortal sect's goal was exposed long ago. The sect master's clone left traces of the life spirit palm at the scene. On the surface, it looked like it was done by the Liu clan's remnants, but in reality, it could have been done by Xian Fanyao of the Cold Immortal sect. Xiaoshenfei pondered. This guess was the closest to the truth, but was it really so? Sometimes, when some people use the most complicated clues to connect a series of events, they would subconsciously think that it was the truth. The more complicated the clues were, the more they would believe. From the disappearance of Xing's clone to Bai Ting's disappearance, they had connected a series of facts that pointed directly at the Cold Immortal sect. What they didn't know was that Lu Yin, who did all this, didn't think too much about it. He simply wanted to capture Bai Ting, and coincidentally, Long Ku came to Wang Yu at the right time. He didn't want to wrongly accuse the Cold Immortal sect. If it were Wei Rong or Wang Wen, they might have thought of it, but he didn't think too much about it. However, in the end, Xing and the others pushed the blame to the Cold Immortal sect. This was also related to the internal strife of the four-way scales. The Cold Immortal sect was also very confused. Long Ku didn't seem to be lying, but Bai Ting was indeed missing. Long Ku was the most suspicious, so he definitely couldn't leave the Cold Immortal sect. The fact that Long Ku was kept by the Cold Immortal sect confirmed Xing's guess. They decided to immediately contact the White Dragon clan and the Wang family and secretly communicate with them. They definitely couldn't let the Cold Immortal sect scheme succeed. After returning to Xian Academy, Lu Yin rested for 2 days before finding Mr. Wei. He sat down in front of her and began listening to her story. In the long history of the astral tree realm, far more progenitors have been born, but some either died on the battlefield on the reverse side or disappeared. Their whereabouts are a mystery. The progenitor you want to know about died on the reverse side at the hands of an eternal progenitor, Mr. Wei explained. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 22-26. Nong Xinyang was the exact opposite of Mr. Wei. She was noisy, but she was also a happy person. She had come to pester Lu Yin the moment he returned, and she had even sought out Mr. Wei. A sword duel. Lu Yin was astonished. Mr. Wei looked at her curiously as well. Nong Xinyang pursed her lips, feeling somewhat sullen and unhappy. Lu Kai is too arrogant. Didn't I say that his sword looked like our family's hoe? How dare he say that our family's hoe doesn't match? How preposterous. Mr. Haoyu, tell me, does his broken sword look like a hoe? Lu Yin was puzzled. If the sword hilt was bent, it would indeed look like a hoe. But even so, there was no need to say it out loud. So you went against him? Humph, our family's hoe can plow the land and dig up graves. What can his broken sword do? Let's duel, it's just swordsmanship. Our family's hoe is not to be trifled with. Nong Xinyang clenched her fists in encouragement. Lu Yin was speechless and looked at Mr. Wei helplessly. Mr. Wei was amused. I heard that the seed garden farmer's hoe is very powerful. Looks like I'll be able to experience it for myself. Nong Xinyang raised her head proudly, but she quickly deflated and looked at Lu Yin for help. Mr. Haoyu, although our family's hoe is powerful, I'm not. I can't beat Lu Quebec. What should I do? Then why are you looking for me? Lu Yin did not understand. Nong Xinyang's eyes lit up. During the first class, you said that you were good at giving pointers, so please give me some pointers. I don't want to beat Lu Kai, but at least don't let our family's hoe suffer. She then took out a hoe. Lu Yin's expression turned strange. He also had a hoe that came from the 6th mainland's family. But then again, could the 6th mainland's family and the family of the cosmic tree be of the same origin? Otherwise, why would they both have hoes? Nong Zaiqian had said that his hoe was a power vessel that old Nong had obtained from the ruins of the 5th mainland's Daosource sect, but Lu Yin felt that he had been tricked by old Nong. Their family's weapon was definitely a hoe. Sir, I'll try it out first. See if there's anything you want me to do. Nong Xinyang didn't wait for Lu Yin to refuse and started playing with the hoe. The Nong family was a powerful family that was second only to the 4-way scales in the astral tree, and was as famous as the sword steals Lu family. Although a hoe wasn't as stylish as a sword, Lu Yin had seen Nong Sanyang and Nong Lai use their battle techniques. Nong Sanyang's techniques for farming and cooking were very powerful, enough to fight against the geniuses of the 4-direction scale. Nong Sanyang was also someone who was qualified to challenge the 4 young ancestors. Although Nong Xinyang was not as strong as Nong Sanyang, her hoe dancing was not bad. Ordinary people were not her match. After a while, Nong Xinyang panted heavily and looked at Lu Yin expectantly. How is it, sir? I've never seen Lu Kai's sword technique before, so it's not easy to compare. Nong Xinyang rolled her eyes and asked, Sir, do you know about my seed garden's battle techniques? Lu Yin shook his head. Even if he did, he couldn't say that he did. Mr. Wei said, you want to use farming. Nong Xinyang looked at Mr. Wei in surprise. Not bad, Mr. Wei. You even know this. Lu Yin was curious. What do you mean? Nong Xinyang explained, my farm's farming battle techniques rely on conviction and persistence. When the battle technique is used, the images of anyone we've seen who used a hoe to farm will overlap, forming an indomitable aura. It's both a battle technique and a secret technique. Of course, those who are too strong are too strong. However, if Mr. Haoyu can use my hoe to farm, I can overlay an image of Mr. Haoyu farming and make it one of my farming forces. Lu Yin raised his brows. Wasn't this just visualization? It couldn't be considered a pure visualization, but it was still something that belonged to the farm. Not even the four-direction scale had been able to do this. Their visualization had come from the Lu family. Mister, can you please help me? Nong Xinyang begged. Lu Yin was puzzled. You can definitely overlap the images of many people with this farming battle technique. Why do you want mine? Nong Xinyang giggled. One more is one more. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. What do I need to do? Just farm. Mr. Haoyu, you just need to control your battle prowess to the peak that I can bear, which is around 30 cycles. As long as you can maintain this battle prowess, you can show as much power as you can. The more you show, the more help it will be to me, Nong Xinyang said. Lu Yin helplessly took the hoe. Farming, right? Nong Xinyang nodded. Actually, she hadn't asked Lu Yin to farm because she wanted to compete with Lu Quebec. She had simply wanted to see Lu Yin farm, which was a hobby unique to farmers. They liked to see people sweat profusely in the fields, as it gave them a feeling of being close to nature. As for overlapping images, there wasn't much of a difference. Otherwise, the farm family would have suppressed the four-direction scale long ago. Lu Yin gripped the hoe tightly and raised it high before slamming it down. Since he was going to do it, he wasn't going to just put on a show. He had to maintain his strength as an enlighter after 30 cycles while also increasing his power level. It was simple, he just needed to increase his physical strength. Back when Lu Yin had been an enlighter, he had been able to solo an emissary. His strength was something that even ordinary emissaries couldn't handle, including Stoneheart, who had been at the peak of One Origin tribulation. Nong Xinyang couldn't see anything from the hoe, but Mr. Wei's eyes lit up. Xinyang, you're in luck. Nong Xinyang was still mesmerized by Lu Yin's cool farming movements and hadn't heard him clearly. Mr. Wei smiled. Go compete with Lu Ke, you'll give him a surprise. Only then did Nong Xinyang react and leave reluctantly. After Nong Xinyang left, Mr. Wei looked at Lu Yin and said, Mr. Haoyu, you've hidden your strength well. Lu Ke will be surprised. Lu Yin shrugged. I've already done my best. After all, a student asked me for help. If I need Mr. Haoyu's help in the future, will you help me? Mr. Wei asked Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, it's my duty. Mr. Wei smiled and continued telling Lu Yin the story. On the other side, Nong Xinyang found Lu Ke, who frowned. I don't have time to play with you. Nong Xinyang provoked, Lu, you're looking down on the hoe. Today, I'm going to clear his name. Quite a few students jeered. Nong Xinyang was very popular in the academy, while Lu Ke was strong but cold. He didn't have a single friend. Lu Ke's gaze was calm. All right, I'll give you a chance. Remember, you only have one chance. Nong Xinyang was eager and took out the hoe. You're looking down on me, huh? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 22-27. Dean Wen looked at Xia Shenfei and said, since you've contributed so much to the universe, I'll let this matter go. I don't wish for anything unpleasant to happen in the academy, whether it's to you or to them. Xia Shenfei replied seriously, Junior understands. Dean Wen took Nong Xinyang away, and Xia Shenfei burped. He had watched the battle between Lu Ke and Nong Xinyang, and he had also been curious as to why Nong Xinyang had been able to force Lu Ke to attack a second time. The difference between them was too great, and it wasn't something that battle techniques could make up for. Unless Nong Xinyang had seen someone who could challenge Lu Kei with strength similar to hers, that would be the only way for Lu Kei to turn around and attack a second time. That person was definitely not from the seed garden, which made Lu Kei curious. This meant that Nong Xinyang hadn't been able to do it before, but now that she had, it had to be related to someone in the academy. Someone with strength similar to Nong Xinyang had been able to challenge Lu Kei, and that was no simple feat. Even Xia Xinfei hadn't been able to do it in the past. However, since the dean had interrupted, Xia Xinfei decided to let it go. He had come here to look for Yu Hao, but he felt that this person's appearance was a little strange. Many things had happened the moment Yu Hao appeared. Although it could be a coincidence, there weren't many coincidences in Xia Xinfei's dictionary. Not long after, Xia Xinfei found Lu Yin beside the lake, where he was preparing for his afternoon class. Lu Yin was surprised to see Xia Xinfei. Xia Xinfei. Given Yu Hao's status, he should have recognized Xia Xinfei. Xia Xinfei's lips curled up. We've never met before. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Fourth junior ancestor, who wouldn't know you? We've met before. Xia Xinfei stared into Lu Yin's eyes. When and where? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and met Xia Xinfei's gaze. Xia Xinfei continued to stare at him, waiting for his answer. Suddenly, a figure rapidly approached them. Both Lu Yin and Xia Xinfei looked over at the same time. It was Lu Kei, and he stared at Xia Xinfei with excitement and battle intent. You finally appeared. Xia Xinfei laughed. Looks like he's a martial arts fanatic. This is troublesome. He then looked at Lu Yin. Yu Hao, we'll meet again. He then tore through the void and left. Lu Kei's gaze turned cold. Xia Xinfei, don't go. He chased after him. Lu Yin stood quietly in his original spot, and his face sank. Xia Xinfei had just been testing him. Had Yu Hao really seen him before? He didn't know, and Kuei Luo certainly didn't know, because Xia Xinfei had always been in the top realm. Even if Yu Hao had seen him, he must have been in the top realm, and it must have been decades ago. He did not know if Yu Hao had met Xia Xinfei before, so he took a gamble and confirmed that he had met him. From the results, his gamble was correct. They had indeed met before, but when? Where is it? Lu Yin hurriedly returned to the stone pillar, took out Mount Supreme, and entered to find Xia Taili. Xia Taili was surprised. Yu Hao. How do you know this person? Did you return to the starry sky tree? Lu Yin replied, that's right. I've returned to the cosmic tree realm. But I won't let you go. Even if I'm in Shenwu Plain, you won't be able to escape. Xia Taili clenched his teeth. You want to lock me up for the rest of my life? I can't lock you up for the rest of your life, but it's normal to lock you up for decades, centuries, or even millennia. Many cultivators lock themselves up for that long. Xia Taili wanted to attack, but when he thought about the difference between them, he decided against it. But as long as you tell me about Yu Hao, I can let you go, Lu Yin stated his conditions. Xia Taili sneered, do you think I'm stupid? Locking me up for a few years makes no difference. 2 years at most, Lu Yin promised. Xia Taili stared at him with wide eyes. 2 years. Lu Yin nodded, that's right. 2 years at most, and I'll set you free. Really? As long as what you say is true. It's a deal. You can tell me now. Xia Taili pursed her lips, somewhat distressed. I have to think about it. This Yu Hao isn't a famous person, he's just one of the collateral relatives of the Xia family. If it wasn't for his good looks, I wouldn't even remember that he's from. Xia Taili didn't say much, as she didn't know much about Yu Hao. Lu Yin didn't press her, as he didn't want her to find out what he really wanted to know. Right, this guy almost became sworn brothers with my elder brother once. Xia Taili suddenly recalled something. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. your elder brother. Xia Shenfei. Xia Taili nodded, amused. My elder brother is addicted to alcohol, and he's always drunk. He even needs someone to carry him when he enters the sovereign realm. He likes to drink, but he doesn't behave well when he's drunk. If he drinks too much, he'll try to rope people into becoming sworn brothers with him as long as they have something he values. Take Wu Tai Bai for example. My elder brother said that this guy is farsighted and that he'll do anything he sets his mind on, even if it's disgraceful. But Wu Tai Bai refused. Xia Taili continued, there's also a creature in the seed garden called the hoe that looks like a peach. My elder brother said that it's cute and insisted on becoming sworn brothers with it, but the farmer rejected him. As for Yu Hao, he's the best-looking man in the cosmic tree realm, so my elder brother also wanted to become sworn brothers with him, but Xia Ziheng stopped him. Lu Yin blinked, so Yu Hao didn't become sworn brothers with your elder brother in the end? Of course not, that guy's just someone from a branch family. He's that bitch Xia Zhidong's man. How could he be worthy of becoming sworn brothers with my elder brother? Lu Yin was curious. Aside from that, your elder brother and Yu Hao didn't do anything else. Probably not. After that, Yu Hao never came to the top realm again, let alone Shenwu Celestial. He and Xia Zhidong are the disgrace of Shenwu Celestial. Xia Taili looked down on Yu Hao. She then looked at Lu Yin suspiciously. Why do I feel like you're more concerned about my elder brother and Yu Hao? Lu Yin placed a hand on Xia Taili's shoulder and said, thank you. He then left Mount Supreme. Xia Taili was stunned. She felt like she had been tricked. That afternoon, after class, Xia Shenfei came looking for Lu Yin and asked the same question, when and where. Lu Yin was furious. I know your Xia family looks down on me, but I've changed. Even Xia Ziheng, a half-ancestor, won't stop you from becoming sworn brothers with me. Do you want to try? Xia Shenfei raised his eyebrows. It really was Yu Hao. Only 4 people knew about this, him, Yu Hao, Xia Ziheng, and Xia Taili, who thought it was a joke. Senior, what's your strength? The mist ancestor glanced at Lu Yin, and her lips curled up. Guess. Lu Yin was speechless. This junior can't guess. Then forget it. The mist ancestor stretched lazily. Unfortunately, it's still quite lacking. After all, it's an inanimate object that can't help me out. How about this junior try upgrading the slippers? Lu Yin probed. The mist ancestor looked down on Lu Yin. I don't want that. You're not allowed to touch my micro. Lu Yin licked his lips and smiled. Senior, you see, this junior has done his best for you. Can I ask for a favor from you? Happy Chinese Valentine's Day, my brothers. Windswept was out on a business trip, and he forgot that today was Chinese Valentine's Day. Happy Chinese Valentine's Day, my brothers. Next to him, Elder Qing Xing said, I once accompanied young ancestor by Xiaohong to the Wang family's continent, but what left the deepest impression on me was not the continent, but the glowing sphere above their heads. He looked up and saw a sphere that resembled a sun. It said that that sphere once burned a progenitor to death, Elder Qing Xing said. Lu Yin's expression changed. Burned a progenitor to death. Elder Qing Xing replied, that's what the legends say, but no one knows the truth. Actually, the 4 balances each have their own trump cards. Even the White Dragon clan, which has the weakest trump card, can awaken the progenitor Mang after going all out. The frigid immortal sect, Shenwu Plain, and the Wang family all have trump cards. Lu Yin knew that Elder Qing Xing was indirectly warning him not to go to the Wang family's continent. If he went, then everyone would be in danger. Lu Yin was a little apprehensive after hearing Elder Qing Xing's words, and he looked at the sphere again. Let's go and find Lei Wu. Lei Wu was a member of the Hidden Earth organization that Lu Yin had seen outside of Dragon Mountain when he had merged with the assassin's body. He had originally belonged to one of the cities below Dragon Mountain, but he had failed to obtain protection from the White Dragon clan. He had been transferred to the Wang family because one of the Wang family's upper echelons was a Hidden Earth organization member who could at least ensure their safety. The White Dragon clan also had a Hidden Earth organization member who held a high position. Although he could not influence the White Dragon clan, he could still help Lei Wu. Unfortunately, that person had died during the battle at Dragon Mountain, so Lei Wu had no choice but to come here. Lei Wu was Lu Yin's key to entering the Wang family's continent. He could not force his way in, and he did not plan on borrowing the Fog ancestors' power to enter the Wang family, which was a colossus with a progenitor. He did not want to be discovered and all his previous efforts would be wasted. At this moment, he changed his appearance again. He was no longer Yu Hao, but rather a very ordinary man. After finding Lei Wu, he would become a member of the Lei family. Far in front of Lu Yin, directly below the Wang family's continent, there was a huge cluster of cities. Dozens of cities were connected together, and the people who lived here were more or less related to the Wang family. Some of them were here to escape calamity, but as long as they could enter the city, they would be safe. The Wang family's continent did not allow private fights. Within one of the cities, Lei Wu's face was filled with exhaustion. Back when he had failed to seize control of the city, he had gone to Dragon Mountain to seek help from someone from the Hidden Earth organization. However, he had encountered an assassin, and if that assassin had not mysteriously committed suicide, he would not have survived until now. As for the person who could have helped him, he had died because of the great changes at Dragon Mountain. Obviously, it's an organization formed by the people in the surrounding cities who secretly want to curry favor with the Wang family. Every once in a while, I can help them bring one person to ascend the Wang family's continent. If they are lucky, they can stay, but if they are unlucky, not even their corpses will return. Why, were you not introduced by the organization? No, but we also wish to ascend the Wang family's continent, said the stranger who had spoken first. Lei Wu immediately refused. If that's the case, then forgive me for not being able to help. Please leave. What nonsense are you talking about? I told you not to waste your breath on him, the other stranger said in a low voice. A terrifying aura suddenly enveloped Lei Wu and Lei Yan. Their faces turned pale as they looked at him in fear. Star. Emissary. The stranger who had spoken first shook his head helplessly. Sometimes, you can't do things so simply and crudely. After all, we need his help to ascend the Wang family's continent. If they don't agree and reveal any flaws, can you bear the responsibility? Humph, he retracted his aura. Lei Wu and Lei Yan only then let out a sigh of relief. Their backs were drenched in sweat. This was troublesome. There were 2 uninvited guests. 2 seniors, why are you looking for the Lei family? There are many families in this area that can freely enter the Wang family's continent. Our Lei family is just at the bottom, Lei Wu was confused. We don't need to explain our actions to you. If you don't bring us to the Wang family's continent, there won't be a Lei family in the future, the stranger said. Although his tone was calm, it sent chills down Lei Wu's spine. He believed that he wasn't joking. Yes, Lei Wu could only agree helplessly. We want to wait for someone here. Everything will be normal during this period of time. We won't hinder the Lei family from doing anything. Just pretend that we don't exist, the stranger said. Then, he asked Lei Yan to bring him to the guest room to rest. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 22-29. Lei Wu's eyes flickered as he watched them leave. These 2 strangers weren't recommended by the Hidden Earth Society, but someone else had their eyes on him. What if the Hidden Earth Society's people came? Should he wait or not? He couldn't wait. Lei Wu's gaze turned cold. The Hidden Earth Society was secretive and had influence among many powers, but that didn't mean that they were powerful. They were secretive because they were afraid of being exposed. He didn't think that the Hidden Earth Society's people could deal with the two strangers, especially since they were waiting for someone. It seemed that the situation was unfavorable for the Wong family. They dared to scheme against the Wong family, so the Hidden Earth Society definitely couldn't afford to offend them. He grew anxious and decided to contact the Hidden Earth Society and inform them of what had happened here. Lei Wu wanted to inform the Hidden Earth Society, but he couldn't do it. The two strangers were constantly watching him, and although they weren't there was a lingering power that prevented Lei Wu from acting rashly. The next day, Lei Wu still couldn't think of a way to avoid them and inform the Hidden Earth Society. On this day, Lu Yin arrived alone. Looking at the Thunder Manor in front of him, Lu Yin was reminded of the pursuit outside Dragon Mountain. It must have been fate. He had fused with the body of the assassin who wanted to kill Lei Wu and learned of the Hidden Earth Society's existence. If it weren't for him, Lei Wu and his grandson would have died. If he wanted to enter the Wong family's mainland, he would have to find the influential upper echelon hidden in the Wong family. Although that person had a high position, he couldn't control the selection of people entering the Wong family's mainland. He was in charge of different things, so it wasn't as convenient as Lei Wu. Please inform the owner of this place that an acquaintance is here, Lu Yin said to the guard. The guard hurried back to the manor to report. Soon, Lei Yan walked out and saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin had already changed his appearance and looked very ordinary. Who are you? Do you know the Lei family? Lei Yan asked Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. Please tell Patriarch Lei Wu that an acquaintance is here. Lei Yan frowned. The Lei family doesn't have any acquaintances here. You can leave. Lu Yin was stunned. What did that mean? Elder Green Apricot had contacted Lei Wu through the Hidden Earth Society. The door closed, Lu Yin frowned, and left. Inside the door, Lei Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He also knew that someone from Hidden Earth had contacted them and wanted to enter the Wong family's mainland through them. That person just now was introduced by Hidden Earth. He had thought of everything that Lei Wu could think of as well. He only hoped that that person would stop pestering them. Otherwise, not only would they be in trouble, but they might also expose Hidden Earth's existence. The two strangers did not mind Lu Yin's visit, which made Lei Wu heave a sigh of relief. He secretly praised his grandson for doing a good job. After all these years of traveling with him, he had developed a sense of cautiousness and carefulness. Patriarch Lei Wu, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him, startling him. He turned around and saw a smiling Lu Yin. Who are you? Lei Yan's face paled. Didn't I tell you to leave? The Lei clan doesn't know you well, so leave quickly. Lei Wu's heart sank. Was it someone introduced by Hidden Earth? He was in trouble. He was about to be exposed. Lu Yin was puzzled. We've already agreed on this. Why are you going back on your word? You've forgotten who you are. Lei Wu's face turned ugly as he kept winking at Lu Yin. I've taken your organization's money, so of course I'll do my job. But now's not the time, I'll make it up to you next time. Why didn't your Shenwu Heaven contact Wang Jing directly through the cloud communication stone? Why are you using such a method instead? Lu Yin asked as he thought of this. Xia Yuan was surprised. Senior doesn't know about clouds. Can Tong Shi's conversation be intercepted? How do you do that? Lu Yin really did not know about this. Xia Yuan explained, Cloud Connect stones use the resonance between two stones to communicate and even see each other. In reality, Cloud Connect stones are a type of material that can be transmitted through the void. In essence, this method of communication is related to space, and as long as an expert is proficient in the power of space, they can intercept it. In the frozen immortal sect, there are people who have cultivated their domains to the empty God realm, so it's naturally impossible for them to intercept the entire Cloud Connect stone. However, they can target people like the Wang family. Lu Yin did not know much about the Cloud Communication Stone, and he had never thought that it could be detected by someone who had cultivated their domain to the Void God realm. Hold on. He suddenly recalled that he had used the Cloud Communication Stone to contact the Boundless Realm back at the Academy. Would Mr. Tang have detected it? Wouldn't it be very easy for someone who has cultivated their domain to the Void God realm to intercept the Cloud Communication Stone's conversation? Lu Yin hurriedly asked. Xia Yuan replied, "From what I know, it's not that simple. After all, it involves the transmission of space. However, for us, even if there's the slightest possibility, we won't take the risk." Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. That was good. Unless Mr. Tang was specifically monitoring him, it was unlikely that he would intercept the Cloud Communication Stone's conversation. However, Lu Yin could not rule out the possibility that Mr. Tang was monitoring him. However, Mr. Tang was a mentor of the Academy. Even if he knew that Lu Yin had disguised himself and contacted the Boundless Realm to attack Xia Xing, it was unlikely that he would tell the Xinwu Plain. Otherwise, they would not suspect the frigid immortal sect. Of course, it was best if Mr. Tang did not know. Xia Yuan had already told Lu Yin everything that he could. Lu Yin had locked him and another person in Mount Supreme and had even called Lei Wu over. "I'm from the Hidden Earth sect," Lu Yin said. Lei Wu heaved a sigh of relief. "That's great. I thought you were really from the frigid immortal sect." Lu Yin looked at Lei Wu. "It's best if you forget everything that just happened." Lei Wu hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, I don't remember anything." After a moment of silence, he asked, "When do you want to go to the Wang family's continent?" "When they arrive," Lu Yin said. Lei Wu did not understand. Lu Yin had disguised himself as Xia Yuan right in front of Lei Wu. Lei Wu and Lei Yan were both shocked. Lu Yin looked at them. "Your mission is to bring us to the Wang family's continent. Everything else has nothing to do with you. Just do what you need to do and act normally." Lei Wu did not dare to ask any more questions. "I understand." Lu Yin nodded. He had decided to disguise himself as Xia Yuan and approach Wang Jing to see if there was a chance for him to obtain the seal. This was much better than entering the Wang family's continent without knowing anything. Elder Qingxing had said that the ball of light on the Wang family's continent had burned a progenitor to death. Lu Yin did not think that he had the ability to force his way into the Wang family's continent. The White Dragon clan's people arrived 2 days later, and Lu Yin was surprised to see that it was Long Tian. He had thought that it would be a branch family member like Xia Yuan, but it was actually Long Tian. Of the 4 young ancestors, Bai Xiaohong had died and Wang Su had been locked up on the 5th continent. Lu Yin had met Xia Shenfei and Long Tian from the astral tree. Apart from Long Tian, there was another expert from the branch family of the White Dragon clan who was at the 3rd origin tribulation stage. His cultivation was not bad, comparable to Xia Yuan's. Long Tian's cultivation was the same as Xia Shenfei's, at the 1st origin tribulation stage. The 4 young ancestors of the Starry Sky Tree were all 1st tribulation origin realm cultivators. Wu Taibai, who used to be the 6th mainland's Dao Source 3 heavens, was infinitely close to becoming an astral envoy. Those elites of Hua Mavis were unable to cultivate, otherwise, they would be about the same as Wu Taibai. According to the Wheel of Eras, the most powerful were still the Tao children of above heaven. Those Tao children were all at the 2nd or 3rd origin tribulation stage. He wondered what it would be like to bring the Daozi of the above heaven era to the Starry Sky Tree to compete with these peerless geniuses. Longtian's innate gift was grasp, which allowed him to grasp space. It was similar to a domain that had been cultivated to the Void God realm. Lu Yin wanted to see Long Tian's expression when faced with Chu Yuan's innate gift of time. Brother Xia, we meet again. The cultivator from the White Dragon race recognized Xia Yuan and greeted him. Lu Yin was afraid that he would say something wrong, so he coughed and said, "Let's set off as soon as possible. I'm injured, and it's inconvenient to delay any further." Long Tian frowned. "Since you're injured, why would Shenwu Heaven let you come? Is there no one else you can use?" Lu Yin expressed his dissatisfaction, but he also looked a little sullen. "There are many experts in Shenwu Heaven, but we need to be wary of some people. Isn't that why you're here? Even if the frigid immortal sect wants to make a move against our three families, they won't be able to do it so quickly. They don't have overwhelming strength, and the ancestors are still watching. Your Xia family is becoming more and more cautious." Long Tian didn't hold back. To put it nicely, he was being cautious, but to put it bluntly, he was being timid. Lu Yin didn't know why Long Tian was being so rude to the Xia family, but he coldly replied, "It's inconvenient for me to be injured. When we get to the Wang family, I hope that young ancestor Long can say a few more words and let the Wang family see the current threat." Long Tian didn't say anything else. He had his reasons for being so rude to the Xia family. Back then, Lu Shaoxian had disguised himself as Long Qi and been chosen by Emperor Ni to marry Xia Taili. Not only had he neglected his sister, Long Shi, but he had also given up on his father, Long Ku, which was equivalent to giving up on his bloodline. The Xia family had actually agreed. If they hadn't found out that Long Qi was Lu Shaoxian, even if he had returned safely from the sovereign realm, the main bloodline might not have been the main bloodline. He didn't know whether Long Shi was alive or dead, and his father had been captured by the frigid immortal sect. He was in a terrible mood, and Xia Shenfei had also been a spy in the boundless realm and had contributed greatly to the astral trees. Xia Shenfei's reputation had completely overshadowed Long Tian's, which made him rather depressed. Now, Long Tian urgently needed to rescue his father and regain the dignity of the main bloodline. He wanted to contribute even more, and he didn't want to be left behind by Xia Shenfei. This was the main reason why he had come to the Wang family's continent. He wanted to lead the White Dragon clan and the Wang family in an alliance against the frigid immortal sect. "Are you the only one from Shenwu Heaven?" the expert from the White Dragon clan asked. Lu Yin replied, "It's useless even if more came. The Lei family can only bring 2 people to the Wang family's continent." Long Tian looked at Lei Wu outside. "Let's not waste any more time. To reach the Wang family's continent from the city below, one had to either fly up directly or pass through a light pillar. There were dozens of light pillars that connected the sky and the ground below the Wang family's continent, and Lei Wu led Lu Yin and Long Tian down this path. Not just anyone could reach the Wang family's continent. Aside from the direct descendants of the Wang family and the cultivators who had joined the Wang family as vassals, only a few small families who were in charge of purchasing items for the Wang family's continent could reach the continent. Lei Wu could enter and leave freely because he was in charge of purchasing seasoning for the Wang family's continent. Seasoning wasn't an important resource, which was why Lei Wu had been able to pay the price to get this job. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do it. Lu Yin and Long Tian followed Lei Wu to the Wang family's continent without any obstructions. The other White Dragon clan cultivators stayed behind with the Lei family. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2231. Lu Yin's group walked out of the Pillar of Light and looked around. This place was no different from the one below. It was still filled with mountains, rivers, and forests, but there were no cities here. There are hundreds of millions of people living in the Wang family's mainland. They are the direct and collateral descendants of the Wang family, as well as those cultivators and their descendants who have contributed to the Wang family and are qualified to live here. Of course, there are also some criminals that the Wang family has captured. This is the core civilization of the Wang family, Lei Wu explained briefly. Long Tian was indifferent. Let's go and find Wang Jing. He then headed off in a certain direction. They had only used Lei Wu to ascend to the Wang family continent, which would be easily detected by the frigid immortal sect. There would be no need to hide once they reached the Wang family continent. If the frigid immortal sect had people watching them as well, it would be even better for them. The Wang family continent wasn't large, at least not to envoys. Lu Yin and Long Tian easily found the main branch. Long Tian had been here before, and Lu Yin had pretended to be injured to follow behind him. Long Tian didn't suspect anything and contacted Wang Jing when they weren't too far away from the main branch. Lu Yin looked up at the ball of light. Was it true that it had burned a progenitor to death before? The most powerful person in the history of the Wang family should be Wang Fan, who was ranked in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Was this Wang Fan's method? The two didn't speak, and an envoy from the Wang family came to lead them to the main branch. The main branch of the Wang family was Wang Zheng's branch, and this had never changed. Wang Zheng was also Wang Fan's descendant, and as long as Wang Fan was alive, the main branch would always be this branch. Even Wang Xiaofan, who was currently studying at Yixian Academy, was Wang Zheng's youngest son. Among the 4 branches, the White Dragon clan's main branch was the most unstable. They had the weakest foundations, and whoever was stronger would become the main branch. The other 3 main branches were very stable because they were all descendants of ancestors. The Xinwu Plains main branch was the most ruthless in robbing the branch, but the Wang and Bai families were still fine. Lu Yin saw many Wang family cultivators along the way, but not all of them were from the main branch. Most of them were from the side branches. It had to be said that the Wang family was a powerful family that had existed since the era of heaven. Even the side branches had many elites that the White Dragon clan couldn't compare to. Not long after, they met Wang Jing in the main hall. "Greetings, uncle." Long Tian bowed respectfully. Lu Yin bowed as well. "Greetings, senior." He was using Xia Yuan's identity, and he didn't know how to address Wang Jing. Wang Zheng looked at Long Tian. "You're here because of your father, right?" Long Tian replied, "Yes." Wang Jing said in a low voice, "I'm just telling you what I saw, and I have no intention of harming your father. If your father is innocent, the frigid immortal sect will release him, otherwise, the dragon ancestor won't agree. You can go back now." Long Tian and Lu Yin looked at each other and passed the letter to Wang Jing. Wang Jing was puzzled. "Uncle, if you have any doubts, you will know at a glance," Long Tian said. Wang Jing took the jade stone and looked at it. His expression changed, and he looked at the jade stone from Xinwu heaven. Lu Yin had seen the jade before, and it had detailed his speculations about the Xinwu plain. He believed that the White Dragon tribe's jade was similar, and he had expected Wang Jing to have such a reaction. After Wang Jing finished looking at the jade stone, he looked at Lu Yin with a serious expression. "Is this Xia Xing and Xia Ziheng speculation?" Lu Yin nodded and coughed twice. All the signs confirmed sect master and patriarch Ziheng speculations. "Senior, think about it carefully. If it wasn't for the frigid immortal sect, how could Bai Ting have disappeared? He was right under the nose of the culinary god, who is currently the closest half-ancestor to the progenitor realm in the astral tree realm. He's on par with the White Dragon tribe's Grand Elder Anai Huang. Unless it's a progenitor, no one would be able to capture Bai Ting without anyone noticing." Long Tian added, "My father definitely doesn't want to deal with Bai Ting. In fact, uncle should be clear about the White Dragon tribe situation. Our foundation is too shallow, and our main bloodline has withered. If it weren't for the fact that I'm still here, and that there's no one in the side bloodline who can match me, my father might not be the tribe leader. My father has always been concerned about the tribe's internal affairs, so why would he suddenly attack sect master Bai Ting?" Wang Zheng fell into deep thought. Lu Yin continued, Xian Academy's Yuhao is backed by Divine Master Gu Yan, and the frigid immortal sect has been allowing Bai Weiwei to get close to Yuhao. I don't know what kind of promise they made, but Yuhao and the frigid immortal sect are getting closer and closer. If my guess is correct, the frigid immortal sect not only wants to rope in Divine Master Gu Yan, but they also want to take over the Star Alliance. If they succeed, then we'll be at a disadvantage against anyone below the progenitor realm. Wang Zheng raised his brows. Even if the Star Alliance joins the frigid immortal sect, they can't completely suppress all three of us. Uncle also said that it's the three of us. We guessed the frigid immortal sect's goal, so we secretly came here. Uncle, if we joined forces, then it would be the three of us. What if we didn't guess it? Long Tian suggested. Lu Yin couldn't help but glance at him. This guy really knew how to talk. Wang Zheng had been taken in by Long Tian's hypothesis. If they didn't know the frigid immortal sect's goal, then Divine Master Gu Yan and the Star Alliance would be under the frigid immortal sect's control. Even if the frigid immortal sect's envoys and half-ancestors can suppress us, what about progenitors? Wang Zheng still didn't believe it. Can the frigid immortal sect rely on their own strength to suppress all three of our ancestors? Long Tian frowned. We haven't figured it out either. Perhaps the frigid immortal sect doesn't think that we'll be able to guess their goal and secretly take over the Star Alliance first. Uncle, don't forget how the Lu family was exiled back then. Wang Zheng's heart sank, and he frowned. Long Tian knew the truth behind the Lu family's exile. Impossible. Lu Yin had asked Xia Xing's clone, but the clone didn't know either. Even Xia Yingxiong didn't know. Even Wang Zheng, the family head, shouldn't know with his strength. After all, even Long Ke didn't know. Otherwise, Lu Yin would have already read the memories. What did Long Tian know? Wang Zheng sat down and stared at Long Tian. You've said so much just to get me to help you save your father, right? Long Tian replied, I won't deny it, but if my guess is correct, does the Wang family want to become the next Lu family? Wang Zheng's fingers trembled uncontrollably. Regardless of whether your guess is correct or not, our three families should resist the frigid immortal sect. They're too strong, especially her. He didn't intentionally point out who she was, as he didn't know who to point out. He just let the two of them guess. He wasn't the real Xia Yuan, and he didn't know much about the four-way scales. Still, his words were very effective. No one knows what she'll do once she comes out. No one wants to experience what happened to the Lu family again, Wang Zheng muttered to himself before looking at Lu Yin and Long Tian. These are just guesses, but since you're here, I'll temporarily agree to your alliance. Our goal is to suppress the frigid immortal sect and nothing else. We're not actively attacking them either. You must understand that the greatest enemy of humanity will always be the Eternals. The two of them nodded. Wang Zheng rubbed his head. Actually, whether Bai Ting goes missing or dies has nothing to do with me. I'll find a chance to go to the frigid immortal sect and find a way to rescue Long Ke. Thank you, Uncle, Long Tian said gratefully. Long Ke was imprisoned in the frigid immortal sect because he was suspected of being related to Bai Ting's disappearance. If the White Dragon tribe didn't want to fall out with the frigid immortal sect, they could only ask Wang Zheng to come forward and change his testimony. Otherwise, they would have to go to war. The possibility of war wasn't high. Bai Ting was nothing to the frigid immortal sect, and Long Ke was nothing to the White Dragon tribe. Although the White Dragon tribe didn't have many experts, they were still one of the four-way scales. As long as they recruited outsiders, there would definitely be experts joining them. The only person in the White Dragon tribe who wanted to save Long Ke the most was Long Tian. Senior, forgive me for being blunt, but how many people in the Wang family know about the Star Alliance's restrictions? Lu Yin asked, going straight to the point. Wang Jing replied, "For the ancestor, me, Elder Wang Si, and Wang Sun, who's at the back of the battlefield." Wang Sun was the commander of the 3rd base and a half-ancestor powerhouse of the Wang family. The ancestor doesn't need to consider. Elder Wang Si is currently on the 5th mainland hunting down the remnants of the Liu family. As long as I don't leave this continent, the frigid immortal sect can't do anything. So that leaves only Commander Wang Sun, Liu Yin continued. Wang Jing laughed. That's impossible. No one would dare to plot against the commander at the back of the battlefield and cause internal strife. Once someone does that, the 4-way scales will punish them together. This is an ironclad rule. That's why the Duan-Yi society has been secretly controlling the resources at the back of the battlefield. According to our speculations, the frigid immortal sect has already captured the divine martial sect master, Xia Xing, and detained my father. This means that they've obtained the restrictions of 2 families. Including their own, they've already obtained 3 of the restrictions. Uncle's Wang family is the only one left. The frigid immortal sect will definitely think of a way to make a move against Uncle. Wang Jing sneered. As long as I don't leave this continent, no one can do anything to me. Liu Yin suddenly said, "Don't forget how our sect master went missing." Wang Zhang's eyes narrowed. Xia Xing had disappeared in the middle-level realm. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2232. For the time being, the situation was in his favor. He hoped that the 4 sides would remain hostile for as long as possible, and he would try his best not to expose himself. Long Tian said, "Sect Master Xia Xing was lured out by Yu Hao, but what about Uncle? Perhaps the frigid immortal sect will think of a way to lure you out." Wang Jing shook his head. "There's nothing that can lure me out." At this point, the 3 of them all thought of the same person, Wang Xiaofan, Wang Xiaofan, Xiaofan. The 3 of them exchanged glances. If there was anyone who could lure Wang Jing out, it would be Wang Xiaofan. Wang Jing loved Wang Xiaofan dearly. Originally, Wang Xiaofan had not been given this name, but on the day of his birth, the ancestor had arrived and taken a liking to him. Thus, the ancestor had named him Wang Xiaofan. Otherwise, no one would have dared to give him this name. Once Wang Xiaofan's name came out, he immediately became the most important person in the Wang family. After all, his name had come from the ancestor, and he was close to the ancestor. There was a high chance that he would become the family head in the future. Wang Jing also loved his son dearly. If something happened to Wang Xiaofan, Wang Jing would not be able to safely stay in the Wang family's continent. "Men, report all of Xiaofan's recent movements to me," Wang Jing ordered. Soon, someone arrived and reported everything that Wang Xiaofan had done in the past year. Wang Xiaofan was always protected by experts, and they would follow him whenever he left Yixian Academy. Naturally, there were no bodyguards in the academy, and Dean Wen did not allow students to bring bodyguards to school. Wang Xiaofan had spent most of his time in Yixian Academy, and there was nothing special about him. However, the past 2 days had been strange, and Wang Zhang's expression had turned gloomy. In the past 2 days, there had been a constant stream of people provoking Wang Xiaofan outside Yixian Academy, challenging him to a duel and shouting as if they were looking for death. The Wang family had not cared about this before, but things were different now. Xia Xing had gone missing in the Middle Realm because of Yu Hao. If the frigid immortal sect was as Shenwu Tian had guessed, then Wang Xiaofan might be their target. They wanted to lure Wang Jing out. "Uncle, it's obvious that someone is targeting Xiaofan," Long Tian immediately said. Using Wang Xiaofan to lure Senior out, and the person who challenged Wang Xiaofan definitely has nothing to do with the frigid immortal sect. However, as long as Senior leaves the Wang family's continent, the frigid immortal sect will have countless ways to deal with you. Wang Jing ordered Wang Xiaofan not to leave Yi Xian Academy for even half a step, while he himself immediately went to the cold immortal sect. Lu Yin was afraid that he would fall out with the frigid immortal sect. Wang Jing said in a low voice, "I'm not that stupid. It won't be that easy for them to obtain the restrictions, and Long Ku won't reveal it so easily. I'll go and take Long Ku away now. I should be able to make it in time." "Uncle, aren't you afraid that the frigid immortal sect will attack you?" Long Tian was worried. Of course, he was not worried about Wang Jing. Even if something happened to Wang Jing, it would only happen after Long Ku was rescued. Wang Jing said, "I'll openly visit the frigid immortal sect and report this to the patriarch. Who would dare to attack me?" After saying that, he left the Wang clan's continent and headed toward the frigid immortal sect. As for Lu Yin and Long Tian, they naturally stayed behind. "I hope that Patriarch Wang Jing can save your father," Lu Yin sighed. Long Tian's expression darkened. Before Wang Jing left, he had instructed the Wang family to treat Lu Yin and Long Tian as honored guests. It wasn't easy for him to come to the Wang family continent, so he naturally wanted to take a look around. The Wang family continent was not big for an emissary, because an emissary could tear the void and move. However, for a normal person, not to mention the entire Wang family continent, even if it was a lake, they would not be able to walk to the end of it in their lifetime. With Lu Yin's status as an outsider, there were some places that he could not go. He could only go to the open areas to take a look. "What's up ahead?" Lu Yin asked. He was currently at a corner of the Wang family continent, which was shaped like a palm. He was at the second joint of the index finger and looked in the direction of the first joint. There were many people there who were constantly digging for something, but because they were too far away and were obstructed by an invisible force, Lu Yin could not see clearly. The Wang family cultivator who was in charge of receiving Lu Yin said, "Our Wang family continent has some mineral resources, and they are all mining." Lu Yin nodded. "I see." He was using Xia Yuan's identity, so he did not dare to ask too much in case he was exposed. The four scales understood each other, and with Xia Yuan's status, if the Wang family continent really had some mineral resources, he would definitely know about it. If Lu Yin asked, this person would definitely be suspicious. Lu Yin had never underestimated the four scales, so he did not dare to reveal even the slightest flaw. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Was that Shao Kan? He stared at the crowd of people digging in the distance. It was densely packed, and he estimated that there were at least 1 million of them. He saw Shao Kan because he was being beaten up. Lu Yin was about to walk over. The Wang family cultivator who was in charge of receiving him quickly stopped him. "Senior, the family head asked me to show you around the continent, but you can't enter this place." Even if the cultivator did not say anything, Lu Yin was about to stop anyway. He felt a chill, as if there was some kind of power that threatened him the closer he got to that place. It was just a mineral, but it had a defensive power that made him shiver. This was not normal. "Can you bring that person out to see me?" Lu Yin pointed at Shao Kan. The Wang family cultivator who was in charge of receiving him made things difficult for him. Lu Yin's face sank. "I can't even see a miner." "If that's the case, please allow me to report this," the cultivator said. Lu Yin waved his hand impatiently. The cultivator hurriedly ran to the side to report this to someone. Not long after, he asked Lu Yin to wait in the same spot while he went to the mine to retrieve Little Ruin. At the same time, a chilling energy enveloped Lu Yin, as if a pair of eyes were staring at him, causing his hair to stand on end. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, but he did not make any moves. He quietly watched as Shao Kan was brought over. Shao Kan clutched his shoulder in pain. He had been severely injured, and if not for his experience on the battlefield at the back, he would not have been able to hold on. Shao Kan was confused when he saw Lu Yin, as he did not recognize this person. "Senior, do you know this person?" The Wang family cultivator who was in charge of receiving Lu Yin asked. When he saw Lu Yin's unfriendly gaze, he hurriedly said, "Please don't be angry, senior. The Wang family's minors are not allowed to leave the continent for the rest of their lives. No matter who meets them, they must be recorded by a member of the Wang family. Please don't take offense." Lu Yin was puzzled. Was a minor that important? He did not ask further and instead looked at Shao Kan, who was also looking at him in confusion. "You don't remember me?" Lu Yin asked. Shao Kan shook his head. "Have we met before?" His voice was much hoarser than when he had first met Lu Yin on the battlefield at the back, and he seemed to have aged a lot. Back then, he had been very young, but now, he was almost middle-aged. He could not even straighten his back, and his cultivation had not improved at all. Lu Yin replied, "We met at the second formation base. I followed Commander Xia Yan." Shao Kan's eyes widened. "The second formation base? I've only been there once." Lu Yin nodded. "The one that gave the Lu family's Lu Shaoxian the wisdom root. That time, I followed Commander Xia and saw you. I remember that you were called Shao Kan." Shao Kan's gaze dimmed. He had thought that Lu Yin was an old friend who could save him or at least make him feel better. He had not expected him to be someone from the four-way scales. "You should be from the Xia family. Why are you looking for me? Why are you here?" Lu Yin asked. The Wang family cultivator who was in charge of receiving Lu Yin raised a brow, but did not interrupt. Shao Kan laughed at himself. "Why am I here? Of course, it's because of the four-way scales." Lu Yin did not understand. "What do you mean?" Shao Kan looked at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with mockery and hidden hatred. "Why are you asking this? All of my value has been squeezed dry by the Wang family, and the only thing I have left is my life. I have no value to the Xia family, so there's no need to waste time on me." Lu Yin could not help but look at the Wang family cultivator. That person's gaze turned cold. He did not like Shao Kan's attitude, and he would have to discipline him when they returned. "Senior, this person is not obedient. Talking to him is just a waste of time. Why don't we just throw him back?" Lu Yin frowned. "It's none of your business." The Wang family cultivator did not dare to say anything else, and he only looked at Shao Kan with an even colder gaze. Lu Yin looked at Shao Kan. "I'm just curious. You could have left the battlefield at the back, so why are you here? Did you offend the Wang family?" Shao Kan smiled tiredly. "No need to talk nonsense. The four-way scales are all the same. I'm going to die of old age here anyway, so what's the difference if I don't say anything?" "Perhaps I can help you," Lu Yin suddenly said. Shao Kan paused. The Wang family cultivator's expression changed. "Senior, he's a minor of the Wang family. The minors of the Wang family are not allowed to leave, and their lives depend on this region. Please don't interfere." Lu Yin frowned. "It's just a minor. I'll talk to Senior Wang Zheng and take him away. In any case, he no longer has any value to the Wang family. Regardless of whether or not he has any value, this person can't leave this place. There has never been a precedent, and Senior should know this." The Wang family cultivator's tone turned unpleasant. If this were outside, an enlighter like him would not dare to speak to Xia Yuan in such a manner. However, this was the Wang family, and Lu Yin's request was simply impossible. He did not even need to report it, and he could reject it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2233. Lu Yin's eyes flashed when he heard little Kan's words. You were captured because of the wisdom root. Little Ken was already numb, and he replied tiredly, I was stupid and selfish. I was afraid of death after entering the battlefield, so I used the wisdom root in exchange for a chance to leave early. I also used the wisdom root in exchange for Commander Wang Sun's protection. If I wasn't so cowardly, I wouldn't have been targeted by the Wang family and trapped here forever. I brought all of this upon myself. Lu Yin finally understood. So it was Wang Sun. Little Ken had indeed said that he would use the wisdom root in exchange for Commander Ji's protection and a chance to leave the battlefield early. He had indeed left the battlefield, but the Wang family had also found out about his wisdom root. Wang Sun would not have attacked him in the battlefield, but he had attacked after he had left. At that time, Little Ken had been in a hurry to leave the battlefield, but perhaps Wang Sun had been even more anxious. This was fate. If Little Ken was not afraid of death and wanted to leave the battlefield on the backside earlier, maybe he would have a different life. Of course, he might also die on the battlefield on the backside. But to him now, even if he died on the battlefield on the backside, it would be better than dying here. Lu Yin suddenly thought of karma. Was there really such a thing as karma? As he watched Little Ken leave, Lu Yin wanted to save him if possible, not because of the wisdom root, but because he wanted to know more about Little Ken's relationship with Ancestor Hui. How could a wandering cultivator have so many wisdom roots? If this person really was a descendant of Ancestor Hui, then Lu Yin wanted to save his life regardless of what happened to him. Elsewhere, Wang Zheng had arrived at the Frigid Immortal sect. The acting sect master of the Frigid Immortal sect was someone called Bai Su. He was not a direct descendant of the Bai family, but rather a branch. This person was far inferior to Bai Teng. No matter how Bai Teng had become the sect master, he was at least at the 5th tribulation origin stage, while Bai Su was only at the 3rd. He would be a powerhouse outside, but in the Frigid Immortal sect, he was not strong enough to become the sect master. If not for the fact that there was no one in charge of the Frigid Immortal sect, it would not have been his turn. Bai Su received Wang Zheng with a puzzled expression. Sect Master Wang Zheng, I heard that you recalled some details about our sect master's disappearance. Many of the upper echelons of the Frigid Immortal sect had gathered, including Ancestor Wu Yao. Wang Zheng's expression was solemn. He suppressed the suspicion that the Immortal Cold sect might have had against Wang Xiaofan and said, I remember when Long Yang returned to Wang Yu Island, his eyes were lifeless. It was as if he was being controlled. Bai Su was surprised. Are you sure? Clan head Wang Zheng, why didn't you say so earlier? Wu Yao asked loudly. Wang Zheng said, I didn't think of that possibility, and Long Ke kept saying that he had forgotten how to get back to Wang Yu. In my opinion, it was more like an excuse. But when I thought about it, if someone could steal the resources of Junior Progenitor Planet right under the nose of the culinary god, then controlling Long Ke wouldn't be impossible. Bai Su and Wu Yao looked at each other, and the surrounding high-ranking members of the Frigid Immortal sect looked at Wang Zheng with confusion. Wang Zheng's statement was somewhat contradictory, but they clearly saw the purpose of Wang Zheng's visit. It was to prove Long Ke's innocence. Why would he do that? In such a short time, could it be that the White Dragon clan had given the Wang family some benefits? There were some things that Bai Su, the acting sovereign, couldn't say. Wu Yao shouted, Patriarch Wang Zheng, your testimony is contradictory. What is the reason? Did the White Dragon race give your Wang clan some benefits? Wang Zheng was furious. Half-ancestor Wu Yao, do you know what you're saying? You're slandering 2 of the 4 scales. Don't think that the Frigid Immortal sect will protect my king. Can't my clan do anything to you? Wu Yao's gaze turned cold. Your purpose here is obvious. You're here for Long Ke. There must be a reason for you to change your testimony in such a short time. I told you, I suddenly figured it out. Long Ke's eyes were lifeless at the time, so he might have been controlled. As for how you treat Long Ke, I don't care. I'm just telling you what I know, Wang Jing said. Bai Su was in a difficult situation. Wang Jing had accused Long Ke before, giving them a reason to imprison Long Ke. Now that he was helping Long Ke, they had no reason to imprison Long Ke. Bai Su felt very passive. Whether they captured Long Ke or not depended on Wang Zhang's words. When did the frigid immortal sect become so passive? Of course, he didn't care too much. After all, he was only the acting sovereign and had no ambition to fight for the main branch. Ancestor by Wang Yuan was still there, and the main branch also had the shocking Bai Xiener. He just needed to be a good puppet. Wang Jing stayed in the frigid immortal sect for 2 whole days before leaving with Long Ke. The frigid immortal sect had no choice. Wang Jing only needed to change his testimony. With the pressure from the White Dragon clan and the balance of the 4 sides, they had to release Long Ke. As for Bai Ting's whereabouts, they could continue investigating. Long Ke had only been imprisoned in the frigid immortal sect during this time. The frigid immortal sect didn't dare to do anything to him unless they had concrete evidence that he had done something to Bai Ting. Thank you, Brother Wang, for clearing my name, Long Ke said gratefully. He looked at Wang Jing with a complicated gaze. He had been captured because of this person, and now he was released because of this person. Brother Long, don't you think it's strange? Wang Jing asked. Long Ke didn't understand. What do you mean? I was the one who proved that you had something to do with Bai Ting's disappearance, and I'm also the one who helped you now, Wang Jing said. Long Ke shook his head. I'm very grateful that Brother Wang spoke up for me, but the frigid immortal sect won't confirm that I had nothing to do with Bai Ting's disappearance just because of your testimony. Of course I know that, so I want to ask Brother Long Ke, have you encountered any difficulties in the frigid immortal sect? Wang Zhang looked at Long Ke and asked. Long Ke shook his head. Apart from the necessary inquiries, I'm no different from a guest in the frigid immortal sect. I can even move around freely in certain areas. Wang Zhang was surprised. Didn't the frigid immortal sect ask Long Ke to hand over the restrictions? Just as he was about to leave, a piece of news came that infuriated Long Ke. The cultivator from the White Dragon clan's branch that had been left behind in the city below had been severely injured. This news infuriated Long Ke, and he immediately left with Long Tian. Wang Jing followed closely behind. This had happened in the Wang clan, so he couldn't just ignore it. Lu Yin also followed behind. They quickly arrived at the Lei clan's courtyard, where they saw the White Dragon clan cultivator lying on the ground. He was severely injured, but he hadn't lost consciousness yet, which was why he was able to send a message to Long Tian. Long Tian helped the cultivator up. Who did this? Long Ke, Wang Jing, and Lu Yin were all there. The White Dragon clan cultivator coughed up blood, and he wanted to bow when he saw Long Ke. Long Ke raised a hand and pressed it down. Who injured you? The White Dragon clan cultivator shook his head. I don't know. I was fine in the courtyard, but I was suddenly injured. I didn't even see the attacker. The difference between them was too great. These words appeared in everyone's minds. At that moment, Lu Yin was 6 meters away from Long Ke, while Long Ke was less than a meter away from Wang Jing. Long Tian was also watching. Lu Yin looked up and looked around. If he hadn't guessed wrong, there were still experts from the Wang clan watching. This was a rare opportunity, and whether or not they could capture Wang Jing depended on this moment. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he took a step forward. When he was 5 meters away from Long Ke, he instantly merged into Long Ke's body. He didn't attack immediately, but instead searched through his memories regarding the Wang clan's mainland. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2234. His memories quickly surfaced. Long Ke's memories did not contain any detailed records of the ball of light above the Wang family's continent. What he knew was similar to what Elder Qing Xing and the others knew. They had all heard that this ball of light had burned progenitor realm experts to death, but they did not know who it had burned to death or how it had burned them to death. Besides that, Long Ke's memories also contained records of the Wang family sourcebox array. Just like how Dragon Mountain had been enveloped by the sourcebox array, the Wang family's mainland was also enveloped by a sourcebox array. However, this array only covered the Wang family's mainland, and it did not cover the cities below. Lu Yin had also browsed through Long Ke's memories of the Wang family's experts. Based on Long Ke's memories, the Wang family also had a half-ancestor who was not of the Wang family's surname, and this half-ancestor should be on the Wang family's mainland. The four direction scales all had consecrators with different surnames, but there were more and less. The White Dragon race had two half-martial ancestor consecrators with different surnames. One was sent to the battlefield at the back, and the other was left behind to guard the Dragon Mountain to hide his tracks. Even Long Ke didn't know him well, so he couldn't announce it to the outside world. As for the other three clans, there were consecrators on the battlefield at the back, and there were also consecrators left behind to guard the main clan. Lu Yin quickly browsed through Long Ke's memories. Wang Zheng's voice sounded out, "Brother Long, the Wang family will definitely give you an explanation for this matter." He pulled out the slipper from his cosmic ring and tossed it to Long Ke. Then, he merged back into Long Ke's body, grabbed the slipper, and smashed it against Wang Zheng's head. His movements were fluid and complicated, but it happened in an instant. Wang Zheng didn't even have time to react before collapsing to the ground. His strength wasn't something that Wang Zheng could withstand, but he had also given Wang Zheng time to react. After all, Wang Zheng was a member of the Wang family, and his cultivation was extremely high. Long Ke was different. Wang Zheng didn't even need to consider Long Ke's actions. It was a pity that Long Ke wasn't strong enough, so he could only use his slippers to make up for it. Long Tian stared blankly at Long Ke. Lu Yin controlled Long Ke's body and smiled at Long Tian. Then, he grabbed the unconscious Wang Zheng's body and fled. Long Tian was still supporting the heavily injured White Dragon clan cultivator as he stared blankly. He couldn't understand why his father would suddenly attack Wang Zheng. Suddenly, he thought of a word, control. His eyes immediately turned red. Stop! He chased after Wang Zheng. Above his head, a vast force pressed down as a strange figure appeared. The void was immediately cut off as countless white figures that resembled human figures and streams of water coiled around the fleeing Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. This was a half-progenitor, and he knew that it would not be easy for him to leave. Fortunately, he had the fog ancestor with him. He returned to his own body, and Long Ke instantly regained consciousness. However, he was knocked unconscious by Lu Yin's fist, and Lu Yin took out his mirror. "Senior, there's trouble." The mist ancestor appeared. He looked behind him. A half-ancestor. What an interesting inner world with interesting people. After she finished speaking, Lu Yin did not see anything happen to her. All he felt was the world spinning around him, and then, the Wang family's continent disappeared. The half-martial ancestors who had been chasing him, as well as the cities, had all vanished in an instant. If Lu Yin did the same to the four-way scales, then wouldn't he be the same as the four-way scales? Unless he could replace the four-way scales and resist the Eternals. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Replacing the four-way scales was easier said than done. Even a light progenitor would not be enough. No matter what, now was not the time to consider such things. Whether or not the Lu family had been destroyed was still uncertain. Lu Yin only wanted to save the Star Alliance and the Red Garden while causing trouble for the four-way scales. Even if he really wanted to take revenge on the four-way scales, it was not something he could do now. At the very least, he could not do it on this trip to the cosmic trees. Lu Yin had captured Wang Jing and Bai Ting at the same time, shocking the four-way scales. Everyone who knew of this first reaction was disbelief. Who could capture the Wang family patriarch and the White Dragon patriarch under the Wang family's territory? However, the two had indeed been captured. The four-way scales immediately used the cloud connection stone to communicate, and Long Tian told him everything he had seen, including how Long Ku had attacked Wang Jing. That was the Wang family's territory, and there were half-ancestors secretly monitoring the situation. He did not dare to hide anything. Long Ku attacked Wang Jing. Knocked him out with a slipper. Are you sure you're not joking? The frozen immortal sex Baisu was stunned. More importantly, what were slippers? Even if Long Ku had attacked Wang Jing, where had the slippers come from? How could a slipper knock Wang Jing out? Obviously, my father was controlled by someone, and the person controlling him was Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan controlled my father to capture Patriarch Wang Jing and then knocked my father unconscious. Long Tian said. Xia Xing asked, was Xia Yuan there too? To be precise, Xia Yuan is the most suspicious. The Wang clan's half, before clan leader Wang Jing left the mainland, he told me to protect him in secret. Perhaps he had already expected this, but he didn't tell me too much. At that time, I saw the Xia family member approach clan leader Long Ku, and the slipper was taken from the Xia family member's cosmic ring and tossed to clan leader Long Ku. The Xia family member also attacked clan leader Long Ku while they were escaping, knocking him unconscious. Where did Xia Yuan get the slipper to deal with Wang Jing? Xia Xing did not understand. Only Long Tian from the White Dragon tribe had appeared. It had to be said that the White Dragon tribe's foundation was indeed the weakest. Great Elder Ni Huang was in the fifth mainland, Long Ku had been captured, Long Quan was dead, and Old Monster Long was at the back of the battlefield. There were only a few envoys in the entire White Dragon tribe. The only one who was qualified to temporarily take over the position of the White Dragon tribe's leader was Long Tian. If my father can be controlled, so can Xia Yuan. Or is he in disguise? Long Tian asked. The Wang family's half-ancestor replied, I can't see any traces of disguise. Impossible, Xia Xing denied. Xia Yuan has no reason to work with Long Ku to deal with Wang Jing. My father didn't do anything to Patriarch Wang Jing. He was being controlled. Xia Yuan even attacked my father. Before that, we were discussing. Long Tian suddenly paused. Baisu was confused. Discussing what? Both Long Tian and Xia Xing fell silent. The Wang family's half-ancestor had no idea. Now that things have come to this, there's no need for us to work together in secret. Baisu, all of this was caused by your frigid immortal sect. My identity, Long Ku, and Wang Zheng were all captured by your frigid immortal sect, said Xia Xing. Baisu was stunned. What do you mean? Long Tian said sternly, your cold immortal sect sent people to spy on the Wang family a long time ago. After discovering Xia Yuan and learning of our goal, you pretended to be him and met up with the White Dragon clan to capture Patriarch Wang Jing and my father. All of this was done by your cold immortal sect for the sake of the Star Alliance. Baisu reacted with an ugly expression. Don't talk nonsense. The sect leader of my cold immortal sect, Bai Ting, is also missing. That was all an act. Otherwise, how could Bai Ting have disappeared right under the nose of the food god? Long Ku was controlled, just like how he was controlled to attack Wang Jing. You're still saying that your cold immortal sect didn't do it and that it was all you're doing, Xia Xing said in a low voice. He was almost certain that Long Ku was being controlled and that Xia Yuan was fake. He had no reason to do anything, and with his strength, he couldn't have knocked Long Ku out. Baisu was completely confused. She didn't understand why the cold immortal sect was being blamed for everything. When she heard Xiaoxing and Long Tian link everything together, Baisu felt that they were right. If the cold immortal sect hadn't done it, who else could have done it? Wait, the half-ancestor from the Wang family suddenly said. I don't know what's really going on, but I'm sure that they used the power of a progenitor to escape. Xiaoxing shouted at Baisu, your cold immortal sect has a hidden expert. Was it Bai Xiener? Baisu retorted, don't talk nonsense without evidence. Otherwise, I'll report this to the ancestor. I've already reported this to the ancestor. Things have developed beyond our control. The ancestor will definitely find out if the cold immortal sect is doing this in order to get the Star Alliance to deal with our 3 clans, or if someone else is behind all of this. If we find out that the cold immortal sect is behind all of this, just wait for a war, Xiaoxing said. Long Tian added, we better hope that my father is fine. Otherwise, the White Dragon clan won't mind letting the White Dragon clan rise again. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2235. Baisu's eyes narrowed when she heard their threats. Long Tian, don't forget that Long Ku was the one who attacked Wang Jing. How can you be so sure that Long Ku is being controlled? Maybe it's just the White Dragon tribe putting on an act and attacking the Wang family. Don't be fooled by the Wang family. You're all just guessing. Maybe someone set up a trap to lead you against the Frigid Immortal sect. The Frigid Immortal sect has no intention of attacking you. No matter what Baisu said, Xiaoxing and the others didn't reply. Although they were talking, they also felt that something was off. Had Long Ku really been controlled? How had Xia Yuan been able to knock Long Ku out? Why had he joined forces with Long Ku to attack Wang Jing? This was the most suspicious point. However, before the truth was revealed, the 3 families would definitely join forces to pressure the Frigid Immortal sect. After all, the Frigid Immortal sect was the most powerful family, and the final decision had to be made by a progenitor. Wang Jing and Long Ku had gone missing, and the top realm had sealed off all entrances and exits. However, this was useless against Lu Yin, as he wasn't someone who could be stopped by ordinary cultivators. Lu Yin easily left the top realm and returned to Yi Xian Academy. When he arrived, he was surprised to find that the academy was actually covered by a towering tree that almost covered the entire Yi Xian district. This was the Yi Xian district, and the fact that it could be completely covered showed that the tree was enormous and could even support the stars. Lu Yin leaped over the tree branches and quickly approached the academy, but he was stopped by the sourcebox array. The academy had announced that the students were on a training trip and that they weren't accepting visitors, so no one was allowed to enter. Lu Yin wanted to borrow the Fog Ancestor's power to enter, as he was afraid that the Lu Shaoge would be exposed. However, Kuei Luo found him. Kid, you're finally back. Kuei Luo pointed at the towering tree when he saw Lu Yin. What do you think? This old man's masterpiece is alright, right? Lu Yin was puzzled. Your masterpiece. Did you make this tree? Of course. That old coot, the food god, dared to mock me, so I'll teach him a lesson. The more Kuei Luo thought about it, the more pleased he became. Lu Yin was confused. A tree? How are you going to take revenge on the food god? Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. Do you think this is an ordinary tree? Let me tell you, this is Yi Xian Academy's greatest secret. Do you think the sourcebox array's protection? Wrong, in fact, it's protecting this tree. How do you know? What's the use for this tree? Lu Yin grew even more curious. Kuei Luo said, this old man studied here before, so I'm quite interested in the secrets of the academy. I spent most of my time and energy here when I was young. What could this lousy academy possibly hide from me? But I really don't know what this tree is for. It's already pretty good that we were able to get it out. Right now, the culinary god and those old bastards must be so anxious that they want to hang themselves, ha 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 ha. Lu Yin looked at Yi Xian Academy sympathetically. Of all the people they could have offended, they just had to offend Kuei Luo. That old man was famous for being petty, and unscrupulous. No wonder Kuei Luo hadn't done anything since he entered Yi Xian Academy. He had forgotten that Kuei Luo wanted to take revenge on the culinary god. It turned out that this old man had been doing this all along. If you don't know what this tree is for, why did you make it? Maybe the culinary god and the rest will be happy. Kuei Luo sneered. Why don't you do it yourself? One lie, that old fellow had a way to get it out, but he didn't want to. This old man decided to help them. Come, let's go in. If I wasn't waiting for you, this old man would have gone in long ago. You can enter. Of course. How else would I get it out? Lu Yin pursed his lips and followed behind Kuei Luo. He saw a loophole in Yi Xian Academy's sourcebox array and successfully entered. After entering, he saw enormous branches drooping down and covering Yi Xian Academy. Many of the places where classes had been held had been destroyed by the branches, including the lake. However, the stone pillars hadn't been damaged, and they had been positioned to avoid the destruction. It was as if they had been set up beforehand. Many students had been gathered in the middle of the pillars by the mentors. Lu Yin saw Mr. Wei, Mr. Zheng, and the rest, as well as Lu Shaoge, who was disguised as Yu Hao. However, he didn't see Wu Taibai, nor did he see Xia Shenfei and the rest among the students. He turned around and saw a looming mountain with an ocean beneath it that had once covered a large area of Yi Xian Academy. There was a mountain and an ocean here, but why did it seem so familiar? Was this a mountain sea? Old man, could this be the legendary mountain sea that Yi Xian Academy controls? Lu Yin asked. Kuei Luo shook his head. I don't know. In any case, Yi Xian Academy definitely has something that attracted the four-way scales. It could be a secret technique, the progenitor of literature scriptures, or it could really be a mountain sea. If it really is a mountain sea, then who knows who it once belonged to? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he took out his mirror and called for the Mist Ancestor. The Mist Ancestor had wanted to throw a tantrum when she came out of the mirror. She had made some progress in her research on the blood refinement technique, but Lu Yin kept interrupting her. However, when she came out, she immediately realized that something was wrong. A mountain sea. Lu Yin and Kuei Luo both stared at her. Is this really a mountain sea? The Mist Ancestor nodded. It can't be wrong. This is the feeling of a mountain sea. Whose mountain sea? Lu Yin asked. The Mist Ancestor rolled her eyes. How would I know? I can't enter someone else's mountain sea to take a look. At this point, Lu Yin asked, Senior, do you know the battle techniques that the 9 mountains and 8 seas inherited? The Mist Ancestor thought for a moment. I know a few, but most of them are hidden. Some people even think of ways to hide their battle techniques. They're very sinister, like old Fu. No one knows what his mountain sea battle technique is. Huiwen's mountain sea battle technique is related to fire, but no one knows the specifics. Only Xia Shang goes around showing off like a rich man, but he only shows off one type of battle technique. He controls 2 mountains and 1 sea, and there's another battle technique that no one knows about. By Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, and the others are all sinister and won't say anything. What about Patriarch Lu Tianyi? Lu Yin asked. The Mist Ancestor shook her head. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2236. Wu Tai Bai, Xia Xinguang, Wang Xiaofan, Bai Weiwei, and Mr. Tang were all stopped. Of the three, one was Dean Wen, one was the culinary god, and the last was the old man guarding the library. Lu Yin and Kuei Luo didn't show themselves, so the fog ancestor naturally followed beside them and looked into the distance. Dean, why can't we approach the mountain? Xia Xinguang was dissatisfied. Dean Wen replied, this is the Academy's territory, so there's no need to explain. Return to the Academy. Xia Xinguang frowned. Since it's the Academy's territory, then we can allow students to approach it. He had been here for a few days, but he still couldn't convince the dean to let him approach the mountain. Dean Wen didn't say anything else, and his half-ancestor power swept Xia Xinguang and the others back to the Academy. Go back. This place shouldn't have appeared for the time being. It's all that old bastard Kuei Luo's doing. There's no one else besides him. The culinary god felt a headache coming on. Dean Wen was helpless. Why did you provoke that scoundrel? The Academy won't have good days if he targets you. On the other side, the old man guarding the library said, let's find him. Who knows what he'll do next time? That old bastard stayed in the Academy when he was young. 2 brothers were expelled because of improper conduct, so they know the Academy well. Dean Wen sighed. Lu Yin heard this from a distance and looked at Kuei Luo strangely. You were expelled. Kuei Luo gritted his teeth. Bullshit, we wandered the world and didn't care about this lousy Academy. Who was expelled? Lu Yin said, actually, the Academy treated you well. They always knew that you were brothers, but they never told anyone. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to escape the 4 cardinal scales pursuit. Kuei Luo was the most notorious half-ancestor in the history of the astral tree domain. The 4 cardinal scales and the other great powers had tried to surround him, including the Lu family, but they had never been able to capture him. Lu Yin had thought that no one else besides the Lu family knew about this, but it turned out that Xian Academy had known about this for a long time but had never mentioned it. Kuei Luo snorted. Do you think they're doing this out of kindness? They wouldn't dare. Many have studied in Xian Academy, and they won't reveal anyone's secrets. Otherwise, who would trust them? How could they remain neutral? It was destroyed long ago. Lu Yin looked at Dean Wen and the others, and then at the mist ancestor. Senior, if this place is the mountain sea, could you allow this junior to approach that mountain and see if I can receive the inheritance of a battle technique? Perhaps we'll be able to find out who this mountain sea once belonged to. The fog ancestor replied, there's no need. This mountain sea already has a master. Lu Yin was shocked. Taken. Who is it? The mist ancestor rolled his eyes. How would I know? All I know is that it has an owner, and I tried to approach the mountain just now. So even if Dean Wen and the others don't block it, it's useless for others to get close. Then why are they blocking it? Lu Yin didn't understand. Kuei Luo laughed strangely. To prevent others from discovering that the mountains and seas have a master, either the master of the mountains and seas can't see the light of day, or he wants to make use of the mountains and seas to their fullest potential. Why does this crappy academy keep attracting the 4 cardinal scales? It was because of this mountain sea. If the mountain sea had a master, would the 4 cardinal scales still have any misgivings? They'll definitely find out who the master is, and if they don't like him, they'll just kill him and inherit the mountain sea for themselves. Lu Yin took a deep breath. If the academy is so serious, then the master of the mountain sea definitely isn't on the same side as the 4 cardinal scales. His eyes lit up. If the mountain sea wasn't on the same side as the 4 cardinal scales, then it had to be on his side. He definitely couldn't let the 4 cardinal scales get involved, so he had to hide what he needed to. Since the mountain sea already had a master, there was no need for Lu Yin to approach the mountain. The mist ancestor returned to the mirror, and Kuei Luo left the mountain sea. Lu Yin successfully met up with Lu Xiaoge and disguised himself as Yu Hao. Dean Wen and the other half-ancestors were all outside the mountain, and with Lu Yin's strength, no one could detect him. Xia Xingguang and the others were still unwilling to give up, and they continuously left the academy to approach the mountain. However, they were thrown back time and time again by Dean Wen. Half a month later, the towering tree disappeared, and this matter finally came to an end. Lu Yin returned to the stone pillar and recalled what had happened. The 4 cardinal scales must be very lively right now, but it was impossible for them to cause too much of a commotion just by guessing. There were still progenitors suppressing the 4 cardinal scales. That was for the best. If they didn't cause too much of a commotion, then they wouldn't be able to investigate him. What he wanted to do the most right now was to obtain all of the restrictions through Bai Teng and Wang Zheng. He looked up at the top realm, but there was one thing that he was worried about. Once the 4 cardinal scales turned hostile, Shinwu Plain would definitely reveal the frigid immortal sect's attempt to control the Star Alliance. Regardless of whether or not the frigid immortal sect truly wanted to control the Star Alliance, the leaders of the 4 cardinal scales had disappeared, which meant that there was definitely someone who could control the Star Alliance. In that case, would the Star Alliance be hidden? No matter who it was, the Star Alliance was a very powerful force. At the very least, as long as a progenitor did not appear, the Star Alliance could play a decisive role. This was because Yu Chuan had said that there were half-ancestors in the Star Alliance. On the other side, Dean Wen and the others felt that something was strange. The mountain sea had enveloped Yixian Academy, but the 4 cardinal scales did not seem to care at all. This did not seem like the 4 cardinal scales style. The 4 cardinal scales don't have time to care about us right now. Something has happened to them. Wang Zheng and Long Ke have gone missing. Dean Wen quickly received the news and was shocked. The elder guarding the library was astonished. First, it was Xia Xing, then Bai Teng, and now even Wang Zheng and Long Ke have gone missing. What's going on? Isn't Long Ke imprisoned in the frigid immortal sect? Dean Wen recounted the news he had received. The culinary god sighed. Who has the ability to capture the leaders of the 4 cardinal scales at the same time? Long Ke is definitely being controlled by someone. Actually, I saw him when he returned from Wangyu Island. His eyes were lifeless, and he really did look like he was being controlled. This time, he attacked Wang Zheng and the Wang clan, but he was knocked unconscious by Xia Yuan from the Xia clan. He was captured. Dean Wen continued, that's why the Divine Martial Heaven, the Wang clan, and the White Dragon clan all suspect that the frigid immortal sect was putting on a show to obtain the Star Alliance's restrictions and control it. They suspect that Bai Xian was the one who took Wang Zheng and Long Ke away. The culinary god's expression was grave. Bai Xian. If it was her, then it's not impossible. That girl is really hard to understand. She's clearly young and is of the same generation as the 7 heroes, or even younger than them, but her cultivation has improved too quickly. I don't even know what level she's at now. It's rare. The frigid immortal sect is very aggressive, and the Divine Martial Heaven and the others have always been on guard. This time, the 3 clans have joined forces. Whether or not the frigid immortal sect is behind this, they want to stop the frigid immortal sect from developing. In a way, the Divine Martial Heaven's guess is what they want, the elder guarding the library said. Dean Wen nodded. That's good. They can't even take care of themselves, so they don't have time to make trouble for us. However, Xia Xingguang and the others will definitely report this to the 4 cardinal scales. When that happens, we'll have to deal with them. Let me do it. It's better for me to deal with this, the culinary god said. At the same time, Xia Xingguang and Wang Xiaofan reported the incident of the towering tree covering Yixian Academy. At the same time, they also learned about Wang Zheng and Long Ke. My father is missing. Wang Xiaofan was shocked. He looked at the figure on the cloud stone. What's going on? The silhouette then explained what had happened to him. Wang Xiaofan's expression darkened. Long Ku attacked my father. Right now, everyone is guessing that Long Ku is being controlled by someone. The Frozen Immortal sect is the most suspicious. Shenwu Heaven, the White Dragon clan, and our Wang clan have all reported this to the Patriarch. As long as the Patriarch isn't dead, he'll definitely be saved. Wang Xiaofan sighed and looked up. The Frozen Immortal sect. The middle realm and the lower realm were very calm. Only the peak realm was in turmoil. Shenwu Heaven, the Wang clan, and the White Dragon clan's higher-ups all went to the Frozen Immortal sect and demanded that they hand over the missing Patriarch. Bai Su was at a loss. He didn't know what to do. His own Patriarch, Bai Ting, had also gone missing, but these people had come looking for them and insisted that the Frozen Immortal sect was acting. It was clearly Long Ku who had attacked Wang Jing, and the slippers were from the Xiao clan. However, these two parties had joined forces to force them. When Wang Jing had gone missing, the Wang clan and the White Dragon clan had already contacted him. Now, they had even come to the Frozen Immortal sect and threatened to ask the Patriarch to come out. Ever since the Lu clan had been exiled, the four cardinal scales had never been so chaotic. This was equivalent to putting the conflict out in the open. The Frozen Immortal sects Bai Su and Wu Yao tried their best to explain, but in front of the three parties of Shenwu Heaven who were certain that the Frozen Immortal sect was behind this, their explanations were powerless. At this moment, only the arrival of a Patriarch could calm the four cardinal scales for a while. The Patriarch who had arrived wasn't anyone from the four cardinal scales, but Patriarch Mu Xia from the humble school. Seeing the middle-aged man walk out of the ripples in the air, everyone from the four cardinal scales bowed together. Greetings, Patriarch Mu Xia. Greetings, Patriarch Mu Xia. Greetings, Patriarch Mu Xia. Countless voices echoed in the Frozen Immortal sect. Mu Xia was a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance and a gentle temperament. Although he had a faint smile, his eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. No need to be so polite. I'm here on Patriarch Bai's request to find out the truth, Mu Xia said indifferently. Everyone bowed again. Bai Su heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Patriarch Mu Xia. Please uphold justice. Our Frozen Immortal sect has never done anything against sect leader Xia Xing, Patriarch Wang Jing, or Patriarch Long Xiang. Xia Ziheng said, a few months ago, our divine martial sect leader Xia Xing disappeared. There were traces of an assassination in the boundless realm. At the same time, we also found traces of the Lu clan's life palm. The Lu clan's life palm is the same as the Frozen Immortal sect Xian Fanyao. This is just a guess. Not long after, Wang Yu, Xia Ziheng revealed all his speculations and finally bowed to Mu Xia. Patriarch Mu, if it wasn't for the Frozen Immortal sect, who would have the ability to take Bai Ting away under the nose of the culinary god? It was also because of the Frozen Immortal sect's premeditated plan that they could disguise themselves as Xia Yuan and control Patriarch Long Xiang to attack Patriarch Wang Jing after Xia Yuan and the others arrived at the Wang family's territory. The Wang family's representative was the half-ancestor who had attacked Lu Yin. He told the truth about everything he saw. Bai Su was furious. What a joke. How can it be true that our Frozen Immortal sect did it? Our sect leader Bai Ting's disappearance is true. The one who attacked Patriarch Wang Jing was Long Ku, and the one who helped was Xia Yuan. In the end, it became our Frozen Immortal sect's doing. What a joke. Both sides kept refuting and arguing. With Mu Xia in charge, they didn't dare to make a move. Wu Yao suddenly said, at this point, there are some things that can no longer be hidden. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2237. Everyone looked at Wu Yao, including Bai Su. He was at a loss. What were they hiding? Wait a minute, could it really be his own sect that did this? Was a war about to break out? What about him? First, he had to find a good place to hide. He did not want to die. He was only the acting sect master. It was only because there was no one else in the main family that he could take the position. He would not be able to hold the position for long. He did not want to die yet. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Bai Su's mind, and her expression kept changing. Wu Yao's face was solemn. Actually, it's very likely that the Forgotten Ruins deity did all of this. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The god of oblivion of the seven sky gods. Mu Xie's expression changed as well. Forgotten Ruins deity. Wu Yao nodded and said solemnly, "There's something that we haven't mentioned in order to avoid arousing suspicion. However, we have no choice but to say it now." He looked at the Wang clan and said, "The god of the Forgotten Ruins has appeared a long time ago, and she has tried to develop the redbacks many times. Our cold immortal sect has noticed her presence, and it's very likely that she was the one who controlled the Long Xiong clan. Since the god of Forgotten Ruins has appeared, why didn't the frigid immortal sect say anything? And how could they be sure that it was the god of Forgotten Ruins? It's clear that your cold immortal sect is using the name of the god of forgetfulness to take over the starry sky of trees," said Long Tian. As a direct descendant of the white dragon race, even though his cultivation was far from that of a half-martial ancestor, he still had the right to speak. Wu Yao looked at Mu Xia and said, "Ancestor Mu, the frigid celestial sect didn't announce that the god of Forgotten Ruins had appeared because we were worried about the Wang clan's reputation, but now that things have come to this, there are some things that we have to say." He then looked at the members of the Wang clan and said, "The god of Forgotten Ruins, one of the seven celestial heavens. His real identity is the ancestor of the Wang clan, Wang Miao Miao." Everyone was shocked. Mu Xia was also shocked. He didn't know about this. In the entire Wang clan, even Patriarch Wang Fan might not know about this. During the war on the Fifth Mainland, even Wang Xi did not know that the god of forgetfulness was Wang Miao Miao. Wang Xi's status in the Wang clan was second only to Patriarch Wang Fan. If even she did not know, there was no need to mention the others. Nonsense. My Wang family did indeed have a redback before, and it was Wang Xiaoyu. She was the one who caused the war between the Fifth and Sixth Mainlands, and she was the one who made Ancestor Chen fight to the death with the Sixth Mainlands. Apart from her, there are no other redbacks," a higher-up of the Wang family shouted angrily. Wu Yao said, "I'm not talking nonsense. Actually, the Oblivion ruins that trapped fourth young ancestor was Wang Miao Miao's method. Otherwise, how could Wang Xiaoyu make things difficult for an ancestor realm expert? She's only a half-martial ancestor, and she used the Wang clan's meditative forgetting technique to control the Dragon Ape clan's patriarch. What evidence do you have?" No one from the Wang clan believed him. The others didn't believe it either. This region of space was not like the Fifth Mainland, which had disappeared from history. They were aware of the Daosor sect's era, and they also had some understanding of the above heaven sect's era. The Wang family was naturally aware of Wang Miao Miao's name, but they had never imagined that this matter would involve an ancient existence like Wang Miao Miao. Mu Xia looked at Wu Yao. "Does the frigid immortal sect have any proof?" Wu Yao raised his head. "Of course there is. The evidence comes from the Lu family, and Wang Miao Miao's identity comes from the Lu family's ancestor Lu Tianyi. When the Lu family was exiled, some documents were obtained by my cold immortal sect. Among them, ancestor Lu Tianyi personally wrote about the seven sky gods. Wang Miao Miao is the Forgotten Ruins god of the seven sky gods. Regardless of whether the Wang clan believed him or not, since Wu Yao dared to make such a claim, he naturally had decisive evidence. Half a day later, Shenwu Heaven, the Wang clan, and the White Dragon clan all dispersed. Soon after, the four-way scales experts headed to the Central Flat Realm's Yinshan district to frantically search for the forgotten ruins god that Weiyao had mentioned. God. Inside the frigid immortal sect, Bai Su looked at Weiyao. Was it really the forgotten ruins god? Weiyao did not answer. Bai Su was just a puppet, and there were some things that she did not have the right to know. Weiyao did not know who was responsible for the disappearance of the four-way scales sect master. He had pushed all the blame onto the forgotten ruins god, and it had been Bai Xiener's instructions. He had not expected that Bai Xiener would point out the forgotten ruins god. The three forces of Shenwu Heaven had joined forces to pressure the frigid immortal sect, but they were not completely certain that the frigid immortal sect was behind the disappearance of the four-way scales. It was just a guess. And since it was just a guess, they had to give them a more reasonable guess. The seven sky gods had captured the four-way scales sect master and left behind traces that had caused internal strife in the four-way scales. This was the best guess, and anyone would believe it. As for evidence, it could not be considered evidence. It only proved that the forgotten ruins god was Wang Miao Miao, and that was all. There had never been any evidence to prove that the forgotten ruins god had ever appeared. Bai Xiener had asked Weiyao to create a forgotten ruins god to shoulder all the blame, and this had resolved a conflict. As for whether the three factions of the Shenwu Plain believed him or not, it was not important. What was important was that their target had been shifted. Unless there was evidence that the frigid immortal sect was responsible for the disappearance of the four-way scales sect master, they would always be suspected, not confirmed. Speaking of which, Weiyao looked at the central realm. Who had done it? Did Bai Xiener know? Or was she really the one who had done it? The three factions of the Shenwu Plain guessed that Bai Xiener was the culprit. Lu Yin, who was far away in East Xian Academy, did not know that the frigid immortal sect's crisis had been temporarily resolved. He could create a misunderstanding, and Bai Xiener could do the same. It all depended on what they wanted to do. He was waiting in East Xian Academy, waiting for the four-way scales to cause trouble. Of course, it had nothing to do with the disappearance of Wang Zheng and the others, but rather with the Mountain Sea. East Xian Academy's Mountain Sea. The four-way scales cared so much about East Xian Academy's Mountain Sea. Now that East Xian Academy's Mountain Sea had appeared, even if the four-way scales were in chaos, they could not ignore it. But after waiting for a few days and attending 2 classes, there was still no movement from the four-way scales. Thus, he decided to have a chat with Bai Ting and the others so that they could reveal the seal as soon as possible. Who would have thought that one day, the sect masters of the four-way scales would gather and be imprisoned on a mountain? Lu Yin looked at Bai Ting, who was trapped in front of him, and then at Xia Xing's clone, Wang Jing, and Long Ku. A sense of pride spread through his heart. Today, he could capture the sect master of the four-way scales. Tomorrow, he might be able to capture the four-way scales ancestor. In the past, the Liu family had controlled the Fifth Mainland. The Divine Investiture Catalogue had conferred titles on the living. Lu Yin could do the same. As the way slowly dissipated, Bai Ting regained his freedom. He opened his eyes and saw Lu Yin. At this moment, Lu Yin was not using his original appearance. If he had used his real identity to talk to Bai Ting, there would have been nothing to talk about. He had a grudge against Bai Ting for killing his son, and Bai Ting would not tell him the seal no matter what. Thus, Lu Yin disguised himself as a stranger, a very ordinary stranger. Bai Ting stared at the stranger in front of him, and his eyes flickered as he tried to recall where he had seen this person before. He wanted to investigate this person's identity. There's no need to look. I've never appeared in any of your reports. However, I should be interacting with the four-way scales from now on, Lu Yin said slowly. Bai Ting's expression darkened. Who are you? Are you the one who captured me? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Have you heard of the Broken East Society? Bai Ting's eyes went wide. You're from the Broken East Society. Lu Yin had originally wanted to impersonate someone from the Broken East Society to talk to Bai Ting, but since he had to, Bai Ting was the sect master of the frigid immortal sect, not an ordinary person. Lu Yin was worried that Bai Ting would link him to a remnant of the Lu family, which would be troublesome. He did not have the ability to capture another member of the upper echelon of the frigid immortal sect, so Bai Ting was his only chance. However, from the looks of it, Bai Ting seemed to know about the Broken East Society. Who knew how much Bai Ting knew about the Broken East Society? There was definitely someone supporting the Broken East Society. Could it be Bai Ting? Lu Yin hurriedly said, I was tasked by the Broken East Society to capture you. Bai Ting's expression changed. The Broken East Society sent you to capture me. Lu Yin remained calm. Even if Bai Ting really was controlling the Broken East Society from behind the scenes, there would still be traitors. Bai Ting's expression turned ugly. Who told you to capture me? I don't know. A young man called Swan came looking for me and paid a price, which is why I took the risk to capture you. The outside world is in chaos right now, and the frigid immortal sect is frantically searching for you. But don't get your hopes up, they won't be able to find you. Bai Ting's gaze turned cold. Swan was indeed a member of the Broken East Society, and he was the nephew of the Left Order Master. Lu Yin's guess was correct, as Swan did indeed know a lot about the Broken East Society. However, he did not control the Broken East Society from behind the scenes. As the puppet sect master of the frigid immortal sect, Bai Ting always wanted to control the frigid immortal sect, and the Broken East Society was one of his partners. He wanted to increase his influence, and the Broken East Society had been able to easily control resources on the back line, which was largely due to his support. However, he had never expected the Broken East Society to send someone to capture him. Why? The Broken East Society only sent you to capture me. Why? If it's because of the four-way scales, then I can't do anything about it. Shenwu Plane obtained information on them from Unbounded, so I can't help them. Lu Yin replied, the Broken East Society wants to know about the Star Alliance's restrictions. Bai Ting's expression changed. You were the one who captured Xiaoxing's clone. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Smart. Bai Ting didn't understand. The Broken East Society actually dares to target the Star Alliance. They're crazy. He had originally thought that the Broken East Society had only done this because they had been wiped out by the four-way scales, but now it seemed that they had already planned this. Xiaoxing's clone had been captured even before Unbounded's headquarters had been destroyed. This has nothing to do with you or me. In any case, tell me about the restrictions and I won't kill you. If you don't, you'll die immediately. Those were the Broken East Society's original words. I want to talk to Elder Chiu, Bai Ting said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Elder Chiu. The eye of the fifth formation base on the back line. So he was the leader of the Broken East Society. The Broken East Society won't appear. I'm the only one who can talk to you. Tell me, or you'll die. If I die, the Broken East Society will have even less of a chance of obtaining the restrictions. Since you captured Xiaoxing first, then you must be determined to obtain the restrictions. There are only a few people in the frigid immortal sect who know about the restrictions. Besides me, who else can you capture? Lu Yin looked at Bai Ting. You're wrong. It's not you, it's them. I have nothing to do with the Broken East Society. Bai Ting's eyes lit up. What benefits did the Broken East Society give you? I can give you double as long as you let me go. Lu Yin raised his brows and pretended to be interested. He approached Bai Ting. Can you afford it? Bai Ting was disdainful. If the broken society can afford it, then I, Bai Ting, as the sect master of the frigid immortal sect, can definitely afford it. But you're just a puppet sect master. The current acting sect master is Bai Su. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2238. Bai Ting was enraged by Lu Yin's words. He hated being called a puppet the most, but just as he was about to retort, he suddenly thought of something and stared at Lu Yin. Bai Su is the new sect master. Lu Yin nodded. He works well with your frigid immortal sect's half-ancestor Wu Yao, and he enjoys being the new sect master. Bai Ting clenched his fists. How could Bai Su be the new sect master? This person was even more of a puppet than he was. The frigid immortal sect had made Bai Su the new sect master without even thinking about saving him. The more he thought about it, the angrier Bai Ting became. He suddenly glared at Lu Yin. What did the Duan Society give you? I'll give you double the benefits as long as you let me go. I'll even let you join the frigid immortal sect. You should know that my daughter is Bai Siener. Lu Yin's expression changed at the mention of Bai Siener's name, and his eyes filled with fear. Everyone in the universe knows about Safflower Rain. If you dare to kill me, Bai Siener won't let you go. Why do you think the Duan Society sent you? They have many experts, and Elder Chiu is a half-ancestor who can easily capture me. They sent you as a scapegoat to appease Bai Siener's anger. Lu Yin frowned. I can tell Bai Siener that the Duan Society sent me. You're too naive. The Duan Society's influence is too great. They'll know that Bai Siener has come out of seclusion and make you lose the chance to blame them. You can't do that, Bai Ting threatened. Do you really think you can get the benefits of capturing me? Impossible, Elder Chiu won't give you that chance. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he was clearly convinced. If the frigid immortal sect can't find out, how can Bai Siener find out? Bai Ting shouted, the world doesn't know that my daughter has a book that can see the past and the future. It's also because of that book that the Lu family. He suddenly screamed at this point. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he reached out to grab him. Continue. Bai Ting's face was pale, and his body trembled. Blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, and ears. There was a terrifying explosion in his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before he fainted. Lu Yin stared blankly. Bai Ting knew that Lu Yin knew about the Lu family situation back then, but Bai Ting had also been restricted from speaking about it. Bai Ting had only mentioned a little, but it had resulted in such a miserable state. He had always known that Bai Siener had played a huge role in the Lu family's banishment, but after listening to Bai Ting's words, he realized that he had underestimated Bai Siener's role. She had a book that could see the past and the future. Could it be the Book of Destiny? Bai Siener, Safflower Rain, the Book of Destiny, and the truth behind the Lu family's banishment were getting closer and closer. However, Bai Ting could not reveal it. Lu Yin stood there quietly, waiting for Bai Ting to wake up. Bai Ting was in a miserable state. His meridians were broken, his internal organs were shattered, and he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. However, he was an emissary, so these injuries were not enough to cripple him. As long as the stellar origin chi vortex was not broken, he would be fine. After a long time, Bai Ting woke up. He rubbed his head in pain and coughed up blood. Lu Yin looked at him. Did you say something you shouldn't have? Bai Ting's eyes flickered and were filled with fear. Could he really not say anything? Bai Siener had warned him before, but he had thought that she was threatening him. He hadn't expected the consequences to be so severe. Did she even think of him as her father? She really wanted to kill him. At this moment, Bai Ting's heart was cold and filled with fear. He was the puppet sect master, and as long as Bai Xian'er came out of seclusion, he would be chased away. However, Bai Xian'er was his daughter, and she would take care of him. He would stand at the peak of the astral tree realm for the rest of his life. But at this moment, he could clearly see that Bai Xian'er did not care about his life at all. "Do you want to continue?" Lu Yin asked. Bai Teng was bitter. "There are some things I can't say. Just like how we can't remember the Lu family." Lu Yin asked. Bai Teng was helpless. "It's more serious than that." Lu Yin looked at him. "Then what can you say?" Bai Teng took a deep breath and looked up at Lu Yin. Lu Yin realized that the man had changed. His gaze was no longer sharp, but there was something more to it. Bai Xian'er has a book that can see the past and the future. She can find out if you kill me, and no matter what, she will definitely avenge me. You will die without a doubt. I can swear on my life, my cultivation, and everything I have. Lu Yin frowned. "I won't kill you. As long as you tell me where the seal is, I'll just imprison you." "She can find it too," Bai Teng said. Lu Yin laughed. "I don't believe you." Bai Teng wiped the blood off his face, and half of his face turned red. "You only agreed to the Break-E Society's capture because of the benefits they promised. I said that if you let me go, I'll take you into the cold immortal sect, and I swear that I won't do anything to you. We can even form an alliance. You help me, and I'll help you. As long as I'm here, the Break-E Society won't dare to do anything. You should know what it means to join the frigid immortal sect in this universe, unless you're already enemies with them." After saying so much, Bai Teng could no longer think of Lu Yin as a descendant of the Lu family. Lu Yin fell silent for a moment. "You have to give me the seal. I won't go back on my word, but..." He squatted down and stared at Bai Teng. "I can let you go and let you return to the frigid immortal sect alive. I'll give you double the benefits. You said it yourself." Bai Teng's gaze trembled. "I can swear on it." Lu Yin waved a hand. "I don't need you to swear. You have to give me the benefits first, even if there's a chance that I'll go back on my word and kill you." Bai Teng sighed. "I can only bet on it." "Then, what about the seal?" Lu Yin said, "Let me remind you that I was the one who captured Xiaoxing. The Break-E Society already has his seal. If the seal you give me is fake, I'll kill you." Bai Teng replied, "It doesn't matter. It's up to the 4 cardinal scales to decide who controls the alliance. I'm just a puppet." Lu Yin believed that Bai Teng wouldn't give him a fake seal. Bai Teng's position in the frigid immortal sect was awkward, and there was no need for him to risk his life for the sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cooperated with the Break-E Society to increase his influence. He had ambitions, but unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to match them. After obtaining the seal, Lu Yin relaxed. All that was left was the Wang family's seal. "What price did the Break-E Society pay you? What made you risk capturing me?" Bai Teng asked, as he was truly curious. Lu Yin watched as Wei slowly sealed Bai Teng. "Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. If I say I'll let you go, I'll let you go." After Bai Teng was sealed, Lu Yin looked at the last person, Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng was different from Bai Teng. He was the true head of the Wang family and a descendant of ancestor Wang Fan. No one could shake his position, and dealing with him would be difficult. Lu Yin returned to his original appearance and dispersed Wei to face Wang Zheng. Wang Zheng looked at the young man standing in front of him, and shock flashed through his eyes. "I thought it was the frigid immortal sect. I didn't expect it to be you, Lu Shaoxian." Lu Yin smiled. "Wang Zheng, it's been a long time." Wang Zheng was astonished. "You remember now?" "No, but we met at Dragon Mountain," Lu Yin said. Wang Zheng nodded. You were lucky enough to escape with your life back then and return to the wastelands. Now, you actually dare to come back. He seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that you were chased by the expeditionary army and had no choice but to come to this region of space? Lu Yin laughed. That's what the 4 Libras wanted to see the most. Wang Jing said in a low voice, what we wanted to see the most was you being captured, or rather, not leaving a corpse behind, instead of standing in front of me and scheming against me in the 4-way scales, and even causing internal strife in the 4-way scales. Lu Xiaoxian, how did you do it? Xia Xing, you were the one who captured Bai Ting, and you were also the one who controlled Long Ku. What's your goal? Lu Yin's lips curled up. You believed the Xinwu Plains deductions and guessed that it was the Frigid Immortal sect. Why can't you pin the Frigid Immortal sect's goal on me? Wang Jing blurted out, you want to save Xing Meng. Lu Yin nodded. I don't want to hide it. That's right, I want to save Xing Meng. Don't even think about it. I won't tell you about the restrictions. If you can't get it from me, Xia Xing, Bai Long, and Long Ku won't tell you either, Wang Jing said sternly. Lu Yin shrugged. I'll think of a way, but Patriarch Wang Jing, you have to tell me that I didn't come to this region of space to escape. The 5th mainland, which you call the wastelands, is under my control. Your so-called expeditionary army is also under my control. What a joke. Wang Jing didn't believe him. Lu Yin calmly looked at Wang Zhang and said, Wang Yi. Wang Zhang's expression changed, and he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. What did you say? Lu Yin calmly replied, don't tell me you've forgotten about Wang Yi. Wang Zhang was stunned. How do you know that name? What do you know? Lu Yin's lips curled up. There's nothing that can't be known. She's the reason why the Lu family was exiled and why Wang Si hates my family. Do you still not believe that I control the expeditionary army? Wang Si, Old Whitehead, Xia Yingxiong, and the others are all under my control. I know many things about the Wang family and Xinwu Plain like the back of my hand. Impossible. How can you control the expeditionary army with your strength in the wastelands? We know that you have a progenitor backing you, but the expeditionary army also has a progenitor item that can borrow the power of a progenitor. How can you deal with them? You're underestimating the 5th mainland. I can tell you that progenitor Qin isn't dead. Wang Zheng was shocked once again, as Lu Yin's words completely toppled his worldview. When I broke through to become an emissary, I saw your cosmic tree realm from afar. At that time, I was preparing for your arrival, Lu Yin said. Wang Zheng still didn't believe him. It was the Eternals who destroyed the new void corridor. They attacked your wastelands on a large scale, and because of that, my cosmic tree realm started a rare war in order to delay the majority of the Eternals' forces on the battlefield behind the new void corridor. Thank you. Lu Yin raised his head. If it weren't for your delay, we would have been in grave danger. Fortunately, the crisis has passed, and once the new void corridor is restored, you'll be able to personally see the expeditionary army under my control. Those half-ancestors, emissaries, and geniuses like Wang Su and Wang Yi from your Wang family will all be in my hands. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2239. Wang Zheng was still unwilling to believe him. Don't think that you can force me to tell you about the seal just because you said that. Lu Yin frowned. It seems like you still don't believe that I can control Wang Su and the others' lives. Wang Zheng stared at Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoxian, I really admire you. You're someone who has lost all of your memories, but you managed to walk back step by step from an abandoned wasteland. Even the 9 mountains and 8 seas might not be able to do such a thing. I really do admire you, and I don't have any enmity towards you. It's just a pity that we're on different sides. Lu Yin met Wang Zheng's gaze. I can keep you or even release you. I can also release Wang Su, Wang Yi, and the others in the future. Wang Zheng shook his head. I don't believe that you've captured the expeditionary army. You can control Long Ku, and that doesn't mean that you can't control the rest of the army. But even if you do, I won't tell you about the seal. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Aren't you afraid that Wang Su and the others will die because of you? That's still better than the entire human race being subverted, Wang Jing retorted. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. You're talking about righteousness with me. Wang Jing sighed. Regardless of whether you believe me or not, I didn't know about the plan to banish the Lu family. The four-way scales banishment of the Lu family is a huge crime for the astral tree. Regardless of whether the Lu family has contributed to the fifth mainland or for whatever reason, the Lu family should not be banished. They are the strongest force that can resist the Eternals. There's no point in saying that now, Lu Yin said coldly. Wang Jing smiled bitterly. I know you don't believe me, and I don't need you to. What I want to do is not let you know about the seal so that you won't be able to save the Star Alliance. I sympathize with the Lu family and the people in the Star Alliance, but I can't let you save them. Otherwise, with your status, the astral tree will fall into chaos and the Eternals will take advantage of it. Wang Jing, you're too ridiculous, Lu Yin retorted. You're even worse than Bai Ting and the others. They at least admitted that they wanted to exterminate my Lu family, but you're trying to defend humanity. You're too hypocritical. Wang Zheng met Lu Yin's gaze. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. In any case, even if the entire Wang family is annihilated, I will not allow you to destroy the balance of the astral tree galaxy. Lu Shaoxian, the four cardinal scales have wronged you regarding the matter of the Lu family. It's not wrong to stand in your shoes and seek revenge, but you must think this through. If the four cardinal scales are gone, who will resist the Eternals? The Star Alliance has been rescued, and the four cardinal scales will be suspicious of each other. Lu Yin clenched his fists, as this was something that had been troubling him for a long time. This was the witch spirit god's scheme. He didn't know if Wang Jing really thought that way. If it was an act, then this person was too hypocritical. If it was true, then it would be very difficult for him to learn about the restrictions from Wang Jing. This was the most troublesome thing. He did not know what kind of person he wanted Wang Jing to be. A hypocrite. Integrity. Lu Yin had a grudge with the four cardinal scales, and many of them were high and mighty and looked down on everything. However, that did not mean that everyone was like that. There were also heroes who were willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of humanity, and there were also righteous people. Lu Yin finally understood what it was like to be unable to see through someone. Very few people had been able to see through him, and now, he could not see through Wang Jing either. Helpless, he used Wei to seal Wang Jing once more and went to find Wang Dushui. What kind of person is Wang Jing? Wang Dushui was about to flatter Lu Yin when he saw him, but when he heard Wang Zheng's name, he was so shocked that he froze in place. His hands were still raised in the air, and he looked very awkward. Wang. Family head Wang Jing. Wang Dushui thought that he had misheard and repeated himself. Lu Yin looked at Wang Dushui. How much do you know about Wang Jing? Wang Dushui gulped. Seventh bro, why are you thinking about him? Lu Yin said, just say what I told you to say. Cut the crap. Wang Dushui revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Wang Zheng is the head of the Wang family, and I don't know much about him. Seventh bro, you'll have to ask Wang Su and Wang Yi about this. Don't you have a basic impression of Wang Jing? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and Wang Dushui felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly said, I have an impression of him. He's old-fashioned and ruthless, and he's ruthless to others and himself. He looks elegant, but I heard that he destroyed many families when he was young. The entire Wang family doesn't like him, and even Wang Si publicly said that if he wasn't a direct descendant, he wouldn't have been able to become the family head. Wang Si doesn't get along with him. Lu Yin was astonished. Wang Deshuai nodded. Our Wang family seems to be divided into branches, but there's actually another division, which is the elders faction and the direct descendants faction. The elders faction is led by Elder Wang Si, while the direct descendants faction is naturally led by family head Wang Zheng. It's not usually obvious, but at certain times, the differences between the two factions can be seen. The most obvious example is the pursuit of the Lu family's remnants. Lu Yin listened quietly. For the sake of showing off, Wang Deshuai did his best to tell Lu Yin everything he knew. The elders faction would rather kill the Lu family's remnants than release them. Although the family heads faction also pursues them, their methods aren't as ruthless as the elders faction. Many of the Lu family's remnants were originally going to be executed by the elders faction, but the direct descendants saved them and sent them to the backlands. However, sometimes, the direct descendants are even more ruthless than the elders faction when it comes to the Lu family's remnants. Many people don't know why. Through Wang Deshuai's description, Lu Yin's impression of Wang Jing became clearer. This person wasn't protecting the Lu family, but rather, how should he put it, making the best use of everything. Yes, he wanted to make the best use of everything, and he wanted to use every bit of power to achieve what he believed to be a balance. He believed that the four-way scales was guilty of banishing the Lu family because they were the strongest force that could resist the Eternals. However, once the Lu family had been banished, he had done everything he could to prevent the Lu family's strength from recovering in order to prevent internal strife. He would rather die than reveal the restrictions because he didn't want Lu Yin to use the Star Alliance to do anything to the four-way scales. Wang Zheng's impression of Lu Yin could be described in one word, pure. Wang Deshuai carefully sized up Lu Yin. Seventh bro. What I said, was it useful? Lu Yin looked at Wang Deshuai. Not really. Wang Deshuai smiled. As long as seventh bro is satisfied, then that's good. Seventh bro, if you have any instructions, just tell me. Do you have any errands for me to run? I'll do it right away. Lu Yin replied, there will be soon. You guys will be free soon. Wang Deshuai's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. Thank you, seventh bro. Lu Yin left and walked over to Wang Zheng. The man was slightly trapped and couldn't see Lu Yin outside. Perhaps this person was as pure as Wang Deshuai had described him to be, but such a person was troublesome. It was almost impossible to obtain the restrictions from him. Aside from him voluntarily revealing the restrictions, was there any other way to obtain them? Lu Yin thought about it for a long time, but he couldn't think of anything. Helpless, he took out a mirror and asked the Fog Ancestor for help. This kind of stubbornness is indeed the Wang family style. Wang Yi was like this back then. The more stubborn she was, the more stubborn she became. Her daughter, Wang Si, whom you killed with a single strike, was even more stubborn. It's fine if she's kind, but if she's evil, then she'll be in big trouble. Lu Yin thought of Wang Miao Miao and Wang Xiaoyu, one of the 12 marquises. These people were all stubborn, otherwise, why would they have joined the everlasting race? Humans had deep-rooted bad habits, but this was human nature. No one was perfect, and it was precisely because of imperfections that life was human. Senior, is there any way to obtain the restrictions from him? Lu Yin asked for guidance. In terms of knowledge, he was far from being comparable to the Fog Ancestor. Rather than letting his imagination run wild, he might as well ask the Fog Ancestor for guidance. The Fog Ancestor stroked his chin and walked around Wang Zheng. He looked at Lu Yin. The restrictions are split into 4. You've grasped 3. Lu Yin nodded. Isn't that easy? Just use the restrictions that you've grasped on him. Humans have instincts, and if you slash at me, I'll subconsciously block it. As long as he knows the restrictions, he'll subconsciously resist as well. When the time comes, you'll be able to see how he uses them. After all, you've grasped 3 of them, so the last one should be more or less the same. Lu Yin raised a brow. More or less. Yes, more or less. The fog ancestor was certain. Lu Yin was speechless. He would be an idiot if he believed her. How could it be more or less the same? It really was more or less the same. There were already people in the 4-way scales who had grasped the complete restrictions, and Lu Yin was not confident that he could see through Wang Zhang's restrictions. The fog ancestor was puzzled. You don't have confidence in yourself. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Senior, the battle technique that you've inherited is that no one can compare to you in terms of intelligence and comprehension. You're the greatest goddess in the universe, but this junior is different. I'm just a mortal. The fog ancestor felt smug. That's true. How about this junior hand over the restrictions to senior, and senior can take a look at them? Lu Yin probed. The fog ancestor snorted. I don't look at a man's body. Lu Yin was stunned. Who told her to look at that? Don't you have an intelligence root? Use it, the fog ancestor reminded him. Lu Yin slapped his head. Right, I still have an intelligence root. The fog ancestor rolled her eyes. If I let you play with Huiwen, you'll definitely be toyed to death by him. Idiot. She then returned to the mirror. Lu Yin was ridiculed, but it did not matter as long as there was a way. He looked at Wang Zhang. The way in front of Wang Zhang dissipated once more, and he looked at Lu Yin in shock. Only a few hours had passed, and Lu Yin was actually looking for him again. I'm very curious. Among the leaders of the 4-way scales, you have the highest cultivation. Why didn't you attack me earlier? Lu Yin asked Wang Zhang. Wang Zhang was calm. The moment we left the Wang family's mainland, I instructed half-ancestor Chai to keep an eye on us in case the White Dragon's injuries had anything to do with the frigid immortal sect. They wanted to lure us out of the mainland, and although it wasn't the frigid immortal sect, someone did want to lure us out of the mainland and wait for an opportunity to attack. You captured me, so half-ancestor Chai definitely took action, but you still brought me here. Since you were able to escape from half-ancestor Chai, there must be a half-ancestor behind you. It must be Kuei Luo. Lu Yin was amused. You're still very rational. What, do you want to meet the puppet? Wang Zhang's gaze turned cold. You're confident that Kuei Luo can make me reveal the restrictions. That's not it. I just learned about Wang Zhang's character, and regardless of whether you're pretending or not, it doesn't seem likely that you'll tell me about the restrictions, Lu Yin said. Wang Zhang did not reply, as that was what he had been thinking. Kuei Luo isn't here, Lu Yin suddenly said. Wang Zhang was astonished. What did you say? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2240. Lu Yin smiled. I said that Kuei Luo isn't here. Yi Xian Academy has appeared in the Mountain Sea, but Kuei Luo went to snatch it. He's not here. Yi Xian Academy's Mountain Sea has appeared. Wang Zhang was shocked. Lu Yin continued, it seems like the 4 cardinal scales are eyeing Yi Xian Academy for the Mountain Sea. Do you want to obtain it? Who wouldn't? During the Daosaur sect's era, the 9 mountains and 8 seas suppressed the universe, and they were on a completely different level from ordinary progenitors. Legend has it that the Mountain Sea contains battle techniques that are like secret techniques that can turn something rotten into something magical. Yi Xian Academy's Mountain Sea has never been inherited, and it's such a waste. If they can't inherit it themselves, then they should let others try, Wang Jing said. Lu Yin was puzzled, as the 4 cardinal scales didn't seem to know that the mountain sea had an owner. Why do you say that Yi Xian Academy's mountain sea is uninherited? Lu Yin was puzzled. Wang Jing stared at Lu Yin. Only progenitors can inherit the mountain sea. Yi Xian Academy only has a half progenitor, the culinary god, Wen Lai, and Su Dong Lai. They can't inherit the mountain sea at all. It's not just us, the Eternals are also eyeing the mountain sea. Once the Eternals destroy it, Yi Xian Academy will be a sinner. Lu Yin shook his head. You keep calling them sinners, but in your eyes, who isn't a sinner? Wang Jing replied, those who are defending the back line are not sinners, and that includes the people from the Star Alliance. Lu Yin looked deeply at Wang Jing. I just said that Kue Luo isn't here, so I'll give you a chance to escape from me. As long as you can escape, don't worry, there won't be a second person who will attack you. It'll just be you and me here. Wang Zhang's gaze trembled. Are you serious? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Let's try it. Everyone had different control over their own body, and he didn't know if Wang Jing would forcefully suppress his urge to use the seal. The only way was to make him unable to suppress it, which meant that he would severely injure him. Wang Zhang's hands moved, and he looked at Lu Yin with amazement and admiration. It doesn't matter if you're Lu Yin or Lu Shaoxian, your confidence has never changed. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Maybe he's just being arrogant. If it was you from Lu Xiaoxuan's era, I definitely wouldn't be your opponent. With Lu Xiaoxuan's talent, even if he didn't reach the half-step ancestor realm, he wouldn't be far from it. He would be on the same level as Bai Xiener. However, you lost your memories and were thrown into an abandoned land to cultivate again. It's already quite terrifying that you have 3 origin tribulations, but that's all. With your current strength, you can't stop me, said Wang Jing. He had 5 origin tribulations. After he finished speaking, he immediately used the pearl vine of the 4 ultimates to seal Lu Yin's physical strength. The 4-way scales had researched Lu Yin and knew that his physical strength was powerful, especially the empty palm that had been exposed before. Even the 4-way scales was wary of that invisible palm technique. Next, Wang Jing took a step forward and crossed the astral source universe to appear in front of Lu Yin. They were currently in Mount Supreme. Wang was using the Kue Bear of the 4 ultimate techniques. Its power was rarely seen. The palm strike missed, and Lu Yin retreated. However, his footsteps clearly felt like he was advancing. Wang Zhang's eyes flashed, and he attacked again. This time, he increased his speed and used the heavenly blade of the 4 ultimates. He waved his hand, and a sharp blade slashed out, covering the entire area. Given Heavenly Blade's speed, no matter how fast Lu Yin was, he would have to face it head-on. Wang Jing was at 5 origin tribulations, while Lu Yin was only at 3. Lu Yin smiled and moved forward. He was clearly retreating, but he was advancing. His body collided with Heavenly Blade's edge, and then, under Wang Zhang's incredulous gaze, Lu Yin passed through it. Wang Zhang's eyes narrowed. Impossible. Heavenly Blade's attack encompasses the entire astral source universe. How did you pass through it? Lu Yin still had his hands behind his back. Continue, clan leader Wang Zhang. Wang Zhang was in trouble, as he had underestimated Lu Yin. This kid had only used his legs, and he hadn't used his hands at all. What was going on? This shouldn't be happening. He stared at Lu Yin and bent his fingers, causing a black rope to bind him. Secret technique, forbidden. Lu Yin's body moved again, and he dodged the forbidden secret technique. Wang Zhang's scalp went numb. Impossible, impossible. This was a secret technique created by ancestor Wang Fan. How could it be dodged? He used the supreme secret technique again, trying to imprint his invincibility into Lu Yin's mind. However, Lu Yin's gaze was calm, and he smiled. The supreme secret technique was actually useful to him. He was momentarily stunned, but it was only for a moment. With Wang Zheng's strength, how could Lu Yin feel invincible? The difference between the two was too great. Although Lu Yin was only at 3 origin tribulations, he could suppress someone at 6 origin tribulations. In particular, he could reverse the void like progenitor Qin and break through all battle techniques. This wasn't something that could be limited by cultivation. Wang Zheng used all sorts of techniques, but they all paled in comparison to Lu Yin's reverse step. Wang Zheng pressed down with a single palm, using the Wang family's meditative oblivion. Lu Yin still relied on reverse step to forcefully break through. When progenitor Qin had used reverse step, he had been able to break through the cognizant realm of the Aeon evolution true scripture with his enlightened realm cultivation. Wang Zheng's face paled, and he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. He had already used all of his strength, but Lu Yin still had his hands behind his back. He wasn't fighting against a cultivator at 3 origin tribulations. It was as if he was facing a half-ancestor, and the feeling of helplessness and despair completely shattered his mental state. Impossible. How can you do this? Wang Zheng was shocked. Lu Yin took pity on him. You keep saying that you want to inherit the mountains and seas, but do you know what kind of person can do that? Do you really understand the 9 mountains and 8 seas? Wang Zheng's entire body trembled. Lu Yin shook his head. You don't understand. You don't understand progenitor Chen's invincibility, progenitor Hui's wisdom, progenitor Fog's creativity, or even your own ancestor Wang Fan's terror. The 9 mountains and 8 seas are on a completely different level, just like you and me right now. Lu Yin took a step forward. He had clearly been retreating, but he had actually advanced. He appeared right in front of Wang Zheng and then brushed past him. His hands were still behind his back, and he did nothing. However, Wang Zheng spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead as he stared blankly at the expanding bloodstains on the ground. He couldn't understand or see clearly. How had he been injured? Had Lu Shaoxian made a move? Wang Zheng didn't understand at all. Lu Yin turned back to look at Wang Zheng, who was gradually falling down. He had used reverse step just now, and when he had brushed past Wang Zheng, he had disrupted the void. The void contained both space and time. When space-time was disrupted, the normal space that Wang Zheng was in couldn't withstand it and immediately collapsed, causing Wang Zheng to collapse. This move seemed simple, but how many people had been able to pull it off since ancient times? Just by using reverse step, Lu Yin was already invincible against anyone below the half-martial ancestor realm. His cultivation base had long since been unable to restrict him. Lu Yin was only a 3rd origin tribulation cultivator, but he had already embarked on the path of creating his own cultivation system. How could Wang Zheng understand this? Not only had Lu Yin heavily injured Wang Zheng, but he had also caused Wang Zheng's mental state to collapse. Lu Yin took advantage of this opportunity to place a hand on Wang Zheng's back and activate a seal that entered Wang Zheng's body, causing Wang Zheng to spit out another mouthful of blood. Wang Zheng spat out another mouthful of blood, and his mind became dizzy. His vision blurred, and he didn't know what had happened to his body. He only felt a familiar power invading his body, and he also had this power. Lu Yin stared at Wang Zheng and sensed that his seal was clashing with Wang Zheng's. He could feel it, but it was difficult to understand. He quickly took out a root of wisdom and brewed a cup of tea. After the first sip, his mind became clear, and his eyes became much brighter. When he sensed the clashing seals in Wang Zheng's body again, he understood. Lu Yin sat quietly on a stone pillar, tapping his fingers on the table as he pondered over the seals in his mind. A seal obtained through this method was definitely more reliable than what others had said. Through this method, he had also verified the authenticity of the seals that Bai Tang, Xiaoxing's clone, had given him. They hadn't lied, and the seals were all real. As such, he had obtained all of the seals on the four-way scales, and he only needed to remove them for the people of the Star Alliance. This wasn't as simple as obtaining the seals from the four-way scales, and Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he continued to ponder. Not long after, Mr. Wei came to visit and brought with him a new biography of Progenitor Wen. If I'm not wrong, Progenitor Wen once cut off his own cultivation, or rather, sealed it, and became an ordinary person to wander the world. Mr. Wei said. Lu Yin wasn't very interested in Progenitor Wen, and he was purely interested in learning about him. There had been too many progenitors in human history, and it was impossible for him to understand all of them. However, Mr. Wei was kind enough to tell Lu Yin what he discovered so that he could quickly solve his first topic. After listening for a long time, Lu Yin finally understood. So Progenitor Wen became a progenitor because he wandered the world as an ordinary person and saw the fickleness of the world. It's possible, but neither you nor I know much about the progenitor realm. Every progenitor walks their own path, and perhaps this was Progenitor Wen's path. I found ancient poems and scriptures that have been passed down since ancient times, and some of them must have been written by Progenitor Wen using an alias. Mr. Wei then took out a pile of books from his cosmic ring. Lu Yin was impressed. Mr. Wei's spirit of historical research is admirable. Mr. Wei looked at Lu Yin. Mr. Haoyu doesn't seem too interested in Progenitor Wen. Lu Yin replied, of course not. It's just that Progenitor Wen has existed for a long time, and it's too difficult to truly understand his life. I'm more interested in learning about the Flame Phoenix and the Dark Phoenix. There might be some clues here, Mr. Wei said before seriously studying the ancient texts. Lu Yin looked at the side of her face. Mr. Wei was a woman disguised as a man, and her identity was mysterious. Lu Yin wondered what it would be like for her to disguise herself as a woman. As he thought about it, he continued to stare at Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei didn't care about him at all, and he was completely focused on reading the ancient texts. On another stone pillar, Wen Zhao returned and saw this scene, and he found it strange. Mr. Tang also saw this and smiled. After a long time, Mr. Wei finally closed the ancient texts. She had been reading for a few hours before turning around to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at her for a few hours as well. The two looked at each other, speechless. Lu Yin coughed. Are you done? Mr. Wei nodded with a natural expression. I'm done. There are no records of poems related to the Flame Phoenix and the Dark Phoenix. What a pity, Lu Yin said. By the way, why is Mr. Wei so interested in history? Mr. Wei put the ancient texts away. Actually, I'm interested in one person, but to understand that person, I need to understand their entire history. Lu Yin was surprised. Who? If the Hui ancestor had left something behind on the fifth mainland, then he might have left something behind in this part of the universe as well. Over the next few days, Yi Xian Academy was very quiet, and it was not affected by the internal strife of the four-way scales. Xia Xinguang, Wang Xiaofan, and the others were the same as before. Lu Yin found Bai Weiwei a few days later to discuss sourcebox arrays. At the same time, he also asked Bai Weiwei about the situation of the four-way scales. He was surprised to learn that the four-way scales actually believed that the god of forgotten ruins was the one who had captured Xiaoxing and the others. This surprised Lu Yin. How could the god of forgotten ruins be involved? He didn't dare ask Bai Weiwei for too much details, so he had Tong Yu purchase information outside. A few days later, he finally learned about the general situation. Lu Yin had to admit that he admired the cold immortal sect. They had successfully diverted the spearhead of Shenwu Celestial's 3 factions to the god of forgotten ruins, who had never appeared before. They had even exposed the fact that the god of forgotten ruins was Wang Miao Miao to gain the trust of the 3 factions and temporarily get them out of their predicament. Lu Yin didn't know who had come up with this idea for them, but he had caused the 3 factions of Shenwu Celestial to have doubts and misunderstandings about the cold immortal sect. The cold immortal sect had used almost the same method to throw these suspicions at the god of forgotten ruins. He had done it unintentionally, and the reason why the effect had been so good was because the 4-way scales were suspicious of each other. The cold immortal sect's move had been intentional. It was a good move. Lu Yin admitted that he had never underestimated the 4-way scales, but he also didn't care too much about the 4-way scales. After all, his ability was too strange, but no matter how strange it was, there would always be someone who could resolve it. Suddenly, he remembered what Wang Zheng had said before. He and Long Ku had discussed breaking up the Star Alliance. This way, even if the cold immortal sect really obtained the restrictions on the Star Alliance cultivators' bodies, it would be useless if they couldn't find the Star Alliance cultivators. If Wang Zheng could think of it, then the 4-way scales could also think of it. This was troublesome. If they did this, then the restrictions he obtained would be useless. He had been too impatient, and the problem had been seen through from the beginning. Speaking of which, he could only blame himself. After capturing Xia Xing, he had deliberately mentioned the Star Alliance in order to make Xia Ziheng suspect that the cold immortal sect was behind it. Otherwise, Xia Ziheng might not have made the connection, and it might not have been exposed so early. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Others thought they were smart, but he was the same. If he schemed against others, there would be a day when he would be schemed against by others. He rubbed his head. This matter was not suitable for him, but for Wang Wen and Wei Rong. He once again regretted not bringing them along. There was no point in regretting it now. He had to consider the worst-case scenario, which was that the Star Alliance cultivators would be completely broken up. What should he do then? Just as he was thinking about this, the Cloud Connect stone vibrated. Lu Yin looked over and saw that it was Xia Ziheng. The Cloud Connect stone connected, and Xia Ziheng's voice traveled out. You should know about what happened to the 4-way scales. The sect master has gone missing, and I'll give you the guarantee that you need. Where's my grandfather? Lu Yin asked. Xia Ziheng replied, Yuchuan is in Shenwu Plain. Don't worry, he's doing well. Lu Yin relaxed. Shenwu Plain isn't the only sect that has the final say in the Star Alliance. My grandfather wouldn't have been sent on a certain death mission, right? He wouldn't. Why should I believe you? Lu Yin countered. Xia Ziheng's voice turned cold. The Star Alliance won't be sending out any missions during this time, and Yuchuan definitely won't be able to leave Shenwu Plain. Lu Yin wanted to say something, but Xia Ziheng continued, I'll say it one more time. Yuchuan won't be leaving Shenwu Plain, and it's useless to anyone else. I don't care what conditions the frigid immortal sect gave you, but you can only join Shenwu Plain. Otherwise, don't even think about seeing Yuchuan again. I don't have the patience to wait for you, and I'll need your answer when Xian Academy comes to Shenwu Plain for training. Xia Ziheng had no energy to deal with Lu Yin after what had happened at the 4-way scales. He just wanted to quickly resolve this matter, and Yuchuan was the best way to get Lu Yin to join him. Lu Yin had also gotten what he wanted. Xia Ziheng had said that the Star Alliance wouldn't be sending out any missions during this time. His meaning was simple, the entire Star Alliance had been split up. Otherwise, it would be pointless for them to stay together without any missions. They might as well go out on missions. The 3 sides of Shenwu Plain guessed that this was most likely the doing of the frigid immortal sect. Only the frigid immortal sect could confirm that someone else had done this. In any case, no matter who had done it, their target had been the Star Alliance, which was why the four-way scales had split up the Star Alliance. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he kept thinking about how to gather the Star Alliance back together. This was undoubtedly more difficult than ascending to the heavens. If they knew that someone was targeting the Star Alliance, how could the four-way scales allow the Star Alliance to reunite? Lu Yin grew more and more frustrated, so he walked out of the stone pillar and decided to take a walk. The atmosphere in the academy was very lively, and the students spontaneously counted their votes to see which mentor was most likely to lead them on training. Students, listen to me, a student shouted excitedly by the side of the lake. Quite a few students had gathered around to watch. According to the current votes, there are 4 misters who are most likely to lead us. We have to choose 3 out of the 4 misters. These 4 misters are Mr. Wu, Mr. Tang, Mr. Haoyu, and Mr. Xiaowen, the student announced. The group of students immediately started discussing this. I choose Mr. Wu, Mr. Haoyu, and Mr. Zheng, a girl said shyly. A boy beside her gritted his teeth. I choose Mr. Xiaowen, Mr. Wei, and Mr. Zheng. I choose. Yi Zichen said. Seeing the lively scene, Lu Yin didn't approach. Mr. Huai was sitting on a tree behind him with a dejected expression. He had arrived early and heard that the students would be counting the votes, so he had specifically come to eavesdrop. He hadn't expected that there would be no votes at all. Lu Yin saw Mr. Huai and was about to greet him. But Mr. Huai gestured for him to be silent and silently ran away. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Zheng walked out from behind him. Mr. Hao, you will definitely be one of the mentors leading the team. Congratulations. Lu Yin looked over and smiled. Mr. Zheng, you're speaking too soon. There are 4 candidates. Mr. Zheng joked, our academy has so many girls, and Mr. Hao Yu is quite popular among the boys. He rarely joked, so Lu Yin thought that he was mocking him. Many students voted for Mr. Zheng as well, Lu Yin said. Before Mr. Zheng could speak, some students started arguing in the distance. Muscleman, didn't you vote for Mr. Zheng because Mr. Hao Yu is too handsome? Mr. Zheng isn't competitive at all. You guys are so hypocritical. You guys are the hypocrites. Look at your choices. Mr. Wu and Mr. Hao Yu, each one is more sissy than the other. Yeah, no one can compare to Mr. Zheng's muscles. Muscles are a real man. Lu Yin felt awkward. Mr. Zheng was speechless. It's too noisy. Let's talk somewhere else. Lu Yin nodded. He didn't know what these students were thinking all day. They didn't even check if the person they were talking to was around. Once they were far away from the students, Mr. Zheng asked, does Mr. Hao Yu know about the academy's previous training? Lu Yin shook his head. No one told me. Mr. Zheng continued, Mr. Hao Yu is likely to be one of the mentors leading the team. I happen to have some time, so how about I tell you about it? Whether they believed it or not, the 4-way scales would investigate, no matter how big the Yin Mountain region was. In the Yin Mountain region's humble branch, Sect Master Zhuo was just as lazy as before. He didn't want to care about anything. Back when Lu Yin had disguised himself as Lin Jiangyi and joined the Yin Mountain region's humble branch's Draconic 7, Zhuo had 2 captains, Wang Dushui and Mo Gaohe. Although they caused trouble all day and liked to fight when they had nothing to do, at least it was lively. Now that Wang Dushui and Mo Gaohe were gone, the Yin Mountain region's humble branch was quiet and somewhat cold, just like its name. This place was prepared for the disciples of the 4-way scales who weren't valued but didn't have a low status. It was a place for them to have a place to pass their days. However, after the incident with Draconic 7, the 4-way scales didn't send those disciples over, which was why the Yin Mountain region had become like this. However, Shuasi was still quite satisfied. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended, and Shuasi's expression changed. The next moment, he was grabbed without any resistance. The person who had grabbed him was half-ancestor Wu Yao from the Cold Immortal sect. You're clearly at the 5th calamity origin stage, yet you're hiding in the Yin Mountain region. The sect's investigation is correct. You're on good terms with the Liu family, Wu Yao's cold voice rang out, causing everyone in the Yin Mountain region's humble branch to tremble in fear. Shuasi didn't fight back, as he didn't have the ability to. Senior, who are you? With a thump, Shuasi was thrown to the ground. Many cultivators from the four-way scales appeared from all directions. Long Tian was one of them, and he stared at Shuasi. I'm Wu Yao. Shuasi, you're on good terms with the Liu family. The sect has let you do as you please for too long, Wu Yao said. Shuasi struggled to get up. His shoulder had caved in from Wu Yao's beating. I'm the humble branch's Yinshan region sect master. Have you asked Overseer Qingqin if you want to touch me? Have you asked Ancestor Mu Xie? Wu Yao glared at him, and the pressure pressed down on Shuasi once again. Don't use the humble branch's name to pressure me. I'm here on behalf of the four-way scales. We didn't touch you before because we wanted to bait you, but now... What now? He roared, and the void was torn apart. Another wave of pressure swept out and pressed down on Wu Yao. Wu Yao raised his brows and released his astral source. At the same time, an astral source that could suffocate an emissary appeared on the other side. The two astral sources tore apart the sky of the Yin Mountain region, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Shuasi heaved a sigh of relief. Overseer Qingqin had arrived. It was Qingqin. When he found out that the four-way scales had sealed off the Yin Mountain region, he knew that things weren't good. Many people knew about Shuasi's past, and he was afraid that the four-way scales would make a move against him. This time, the four-way scales had mobilized to deal with the 7 sky gods, and there was no lack of half-martial ancestors. Once they made a move against Shuasi, he wouldn't be able to fight back at all. The truth was just as he had guessed. Wu Yao had attacked Shuasi mercilessly. The two half-martial ancestors clashed, causing chaos in the Yin Mountain region. In the end, it was only under the mediation of the Wang family's half-martial ancestor Chai that they stopped fighting. Wu Yao coldly stared at Qingqin. You should know about Shuasi's past with the Liu family. The ancestor said that anyone who colludes with the Liu family should be captured or killed. Qingqin coldly shouted, that was a long time ago. I also have connections with the Liu family and was even a guest. Do you want to capture me as well? Wu Yao's gaze turned cold. Capturing you is the ancestor's business. I want to capture Shuasi. You can't find the 7 sky gods, so you want to use Shuasi to make up for it. Wu Yao, you're still a half-martial ancestor, and you're still as vicious and merciless as before. If you want to use people from the humble class to help you gain merit, go find Ancestor Mu Xia if you have the ability. Qingqin didn't hold back. Wu Yao was furious. Don't use the humble class to oppress others. If it weren't for your humble class, the remnants of the Liu family wouldn't have been able to escape. The ancestor will settle this matter with you sooner or later. It's not up to you to settle this. Qingqin shouted. Half-martial ancestor Chai walked out. Both of you are here to capture Redback and the 7 sky gods. There's no need to quarrel like this. Wu Yao glanced at Shuasi. The expeditionary army has already gone to the abandoned land to kill the remnants of the Liu family. Fine, I'll let you live for 2 more days. When the new sky corridor is repaired and they return with Liu Xiaoshuan's head, the remnants of the Liu family in this region will be exposed. Shuasi suddenly raised his head. He knew about the expeditionary army and hoped that Liu Xiaoxian would be fine. Qingchen didn't say much about this matter and looked to the other side. Xia Ziheng walked out. Since the 7 sky gods haven't been found, our own people should go inside first. It's best if outsiders don't see them, otherwise, where will the prestige of the 4-way scales go? I'm not from the 4-way scales, Qingchen said bluntly. Xia Ziheng looked at Qingchen. Actually, half-martial ancestor Wu Yao's attack on Zhuoxi wasn't sudden. Does Superintendent Qingchen know who came to this region of space? Qingchen was surprised. This region of space? What do you mean? Xia Ziheng's gaze was gloomy. Kue Luo, he's back. Qingchen was shocked. Kue Luo. Didn't he capture the Wang family and escape to the abandoned lands? That's why we want to capture Zhuoxi and check if he's seen Lu Shaoxian. Kue Luo saved Lu Shaoxian several times, so he probably went to the abandoned lands to look for Lu Shaoxian. He shouldn't have come alone. If Lu Shaoxian isn't dead, then he might have come to our region of space. He stayed here before, so maybe Zhuoxi knows his whereabouts, Xia Ziheng said. Qingchen subconsciously looked at Zhuoxi. The others also looked at Zhuoxi. Zhuoxi hurriedly said, Superintendent, I definitely haven't seen Lu Shaoxian or Kue Luo. If I lie, my cultivation will never improve and I'll never be able to become a half-martial ancestor. Wu Yao was disdainful. You want to become a half-martial ancestor? Qingchen frowned and glanced at Wu Yao and Xia Ziheng. I believe in Zhuoxi. Don't look at him like that. Which cultivator doesn't want to reach the half-martial ancestor or even the ancestor realm? It's not impossible for him to sacrifice his own cultivation to protect Lu Shaoxian, Xia Ziheng said. Wu Yao also said, believe it or not, he's with us. Let's take him away. Don't worry, we'll only interrogate him. We won't harm his life. Impossible. If you want to capture Zhuoxi, you'll need Patriarch Mu Xie's permission. He's one of the sect masters of the Humble 9 sects and has made great contributions to the human race. You guys don't have the right to capture him, Qingchen said firmly. Wu Yao and Xia Ziheng looked at each other. Xia Ziheng shook his head slightly. He didn't believe that Zhuoxi knew about Lu Shaoxuan's whereabouts. If Lu Shaoxian really came to this part of the starry sky, he wouldn't have told anyone. Furthermore, he had another guess. Kue Luo couldn't survive being chased by the expeditionary army in the abandoned lands and escaped back. However, he didn't know what method he used to return. As for Lu Shaoxian, he might not be able to return because the expeditionary army's target was him. Letting Kue Luo escape was already the limit. If Lu Shaoxian escaped as well, what use would the expeditionary army have? That was a gathering of 4 half-martial ancestors, including Great Elder and I Huang. The abandoned lands definitely couldn't stop them. The only variable was that ancestor realm expert. The new void corridor is about to be repaired. When the time comes, we'll know what's going on in the abandoned lands. Just let Zhuoxi be free here for a few days, Xia Ziheng said. Wu Yao said coldly, someone reminded me to think of the worst. Let's assume that Lu Shaoxian is hiding in this part of the starry sky and is plotting something. He's even roped in some of the Lu clan's remaining ministers. According to this situation, my cold immortal sect plans to carry out a bloodbath for the Lu clan's remaining ministers that we've already captured. Xia Ziheng was shocked. Everyone who heard this was shocked. A bloodbath. Thank you. Zhang Daming Brothers reward, I'll give it to you. Thank you. He took a quick look at his memories and found that the 5th continent was peaceful. Nothing much had happened, and even if something had happened, it was not something that an emissary with 1 tribulation origin cultivation like him would know. Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion and returned to his body to check his cosmic ring. Fortunately, he had not used too much, and with his wealth, it was easy. He had already rolled the die 4 times, so he needed to rest for 10 days. It just so happened that he also had classes during this time. He was not in seclusion right now, as he had to report to his instructors when they went into seclusion. 10 days passed quickly, and Nong Xinyang came to find him. Bai Weiwei also came to find him, but everything was normal. When the dark phoenix rose up again, Lu Yin set up a source box array and continued rolling his die. The first time he rolled 1 pip, a useless item dropped. The second time he rolled 3 pips, and the third time he rolled 6 pips. He looked at the bright orb in the distance and immediately rushed over to merge with it. This orb of light was not completely compatible with him, and its radiance was still dim. However, it was already the 3rd brightest orb in the area. There were 2 other orbs that were so bright that they almost illuminated the darkness. Lu Yin was not confident that he could merge with them, as he had never tried such a bright orb before. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked around. Was this the battlefield on the other side? He had appeared in the battlefield on the other side, and this kind of environment could only be seen from the battlefield on the other side. The others in the astral tree realm saw an illusion, as they could not see the bloody slaughter on the other side. Lu Yin stood in place and did not move. He was in a stone house filled with sharp thorns, and this was the first time he had seen such a stone house. After looking through the memories, he realized that he had merged with the 5th base of the battlefield on the other side. This was the 5th base, also known as the blood-colored array base. There were 5 major array bases on the other side of the battlefield. He had been to the 2nd base, but he had not been to the other 4. Actually, each array base had a different battle style and aura, and the 5th base was the most tragic of the 5. This was because its commander was called Kuangyin, and people called him Kuangtu. The place where everyone walked was filled with sharp thorns that could be shot out at any time. If the battle against the Eternals went south, these thorns would be shot out under the commander's orders, regardless of casualties or friend. This was a way to restrain the Eternals' attacks. Humans and Eternals both suffered the most casualties at the 5th base. There was only one commander left, and that was Commander Lan, whom Lu Yin had merged with. The rest of the commanders had either died or been transferred away. This was a famous death zone on the other side of the battlefield, and Lu Yin had not expected to come here. Through Commander Lan's memories, Lu Yin admired Commander Kuangyin. This person was always on the front lines, and his methods were extremely cruel. He was also one of the Eternals' most feared demi-ancestors. This stone house was the residence of Commander Lan. As far as the eye could see, there were countless neatly arranged stone houses covering the entire 5th formation base. Everyone, from Commander-in-Chief Kuang Yen to the lowest soldiers, lived in this kind of stone house. Even the stone houses were filled with sharp thorns, ready to perish together with the corpse king at any time. Lu Yin had seen many massacres, but he had never experienced such an imposing manner. Commander Kuangyan's stone house was not far from Commander Lan's, but he was often absent. He stood at the edge of the base all year round, looking out at the new continent. He was the first line of defense at the 5th base, and on the other side was the eye of the formation, Elder Chio's stone house. That's right, it was Elder Chio, the founder of the Break-E Society and a demi-ancestor powerhouse. Not many people knew that Elder Chio had founded the Break-E Society, not even Kue Luo. Lu Yin had only found out from Bai Ting, as only Bai Ting was qualified to cooperate with the Break-E Society. Cultivators constantly walked in and out of the stone houses, all of them expressionless and indifferent to life and death. There were also some who were nervous and fearful. Most of them were newcomers who were looking forward to making contributions, so they had gone to exchange for rewards to protect themselves. As for this Commander Lan that Lu Yin had merged with, he wasn't a good person. Just like many other cultivators, he would do anything to increase his cultivation and obtain more resources. However, his talent was limited, and reaching 3 origin tribulations was his limit. He hadn't come to the battlefield on his own accord, but had instead offended the former Lu family and been thrown to the 5th base. Any cultivator who came to the 5th base either had no background or had offended someone. Commander Lon had offended the Lu family, and the Star Alliance hadn't existed back then, so he had been thrown here. The 5th base was equivalent to the Star Alliance's predecessor, and it was too difficult to leave alive. The only reason Commander Lon was still alive was because he had held back on the battlefield. He had even used other cultivators as scapegoats in order to survive. Memories continued to appear, and Lu Yin also saw the Lu family's former glory through Commander Lan's memories, as well as his past self. Lu Shaoxian had been one of the 7 heroes, and his fame in the astral tree domain was too great. He had also come to the 5th base, and Commander Lon had wanted to kill Lu Shaoxian. After learning about this, Lu Yin almost controlled Commander Lan's body to jump off the base and fight to the death in the new continent. All of a sudden, 2 familiar figures appeared in his mind. They were none other than Senior Yi He and Senior Jun, the 2 star envoys who had once guarded the Lesser Ancestor planet. One was from the Lesser Ancestor planet, while the other was from the Lesser Ancestor planet Shenwu. Why were they here? Lu Yin could understand why they had left Planet Junior Progenitor after its resources had been stolen, but they shouldn't have been thrown to the 5th base. The fact that they had been able to protect Planet Junior Progenitor meant that they had a close relationship with the 4-way scales. The theft of Planet Junior Progenitor had nothing to do with them, unless they had other motives. Through Commander Lan's memories, Lu Yin searched for images related to these 2, and found that they had requested for the stone house to be closer to Qiu Lao. They had also taken turns approaching Qiu Lao's stone house. It would have been fine if they didn't know that Qiu Lao was the founder of the Broken Transaction Society, but Lu Yin did. These 2's actions were too obvious. They had been sent by the 4-way scales to monitor Qiu Lao. The 4-way scales probably knew that Qiu Lao was the founder of the Broken Transaction Society, so they had sent these 2 to monitor him. Of course, there could also be other reasons. No matter what the reason was, these 2 were worth Lu Yin's luck. Lu Yin wanted to withdraw from the fusion, but seeing these 2 was exactly what he needed. He wanted to find someone close to the 4-way scales and pass on some information to them. Lu Yin's consciousness withdrew from the fusion, but he didn't immediately check his cosmic ring. Instead, he thought back to the words he had purposely revealed. He didn't know if he would be able to trick the 4-way scales, but that would depend on his luck. At the same time, at the 5th base, Yi He and Jun looked at each other in shock. Their original mission had been to monitor Qiu Lao, and they didn't need to watch his every move. They only needed to report if anyone had come looking for him. However, they hadn't expected to accidentally spy on Commander Lan's secret. This person was actually Redback, and what he had said matched what had happened to the 4-way scales recently. "We can't delay any longer. Report it immediately," Yi said. Jun nodded. "I'll report it to Shenwu Plain." Not long after, Xia Xing and Xia Ziheng met up in Shenwu Plain. "I didn't think that it would really be the god of forgotten ruins. From the information I accidentally obtained at the 5th base, the god of forgotten ruins has been watching the Star Alliance for a long time. If we hadn't separated the Star Alliance, she might have already come into contact with the seal." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2244. Xia Ziheng felt a lingering fear. "I thought that the Frozen Immortal sect had set up a trap, but it really was the Forgotten Ruins deity. Fortunately, we separated the Star Alliance members." Xia Xing's eyes flashed as she looked at Xia Ziheng. "Half-Ancestor Ziheng, don't you think this is a good opportunity?" "What do you mean?" Xia Ziheng was puzzled. Xia Xing's eyes flickered. The 7 sky gods have always been a huge threat to us. They've concealed themselves too deeply, developed the red backs, and even destroyed the new space corridor, causing our strength to be greatly reduced. The patriarch tried everything, but he couldn't find the 7 sky gods. Perhaps this time, we can use the Star Alliance to find the Forgotten Ruins deity. Xia Ziheng's eyes lit up. That's right. Since the Forgotten Ruins deity has control over the seal, she must make use of it. The Star Alliance is scattered, so she can only wait for an opportunity. However, if the Star Alliance gathers together, we can fish her out. Rather than searching, why don't we fish? That's our greatest pleasure. Xia Xing's lips curled up. This information came just in time. The White Dragon clan had the same idea. There were too many smart people in the world, and they could take advantage of everything that could be used. The 7 heavenly gods had been free and unfettered in the starry sky tree for too long, and they had developed too many red backs. When the Lu family was still around, they could not do anything to them. Now that they finally had an opportunity, the 4 heavens would not let it go. Dealing with the 7 sky gods was not a one-sided affair. The Divine Martial Heaven and the White Dragon race contacted the Cold Immortal sect and the Wong clan. They decided to use the Star Alliance to fish out the god of the Forgotten Ruins. It would be best if they could fish out a few more 7 heavenly gods. As for the removal of the Star Alliance's restrictions, it did not matter. In any case, the people there were determined to be dead by the 4-way scales. They could not escape. If they could capture the 7 heavenly gods, they could control the Star Alliance. At this moment, the only one who had doubts was the Cold Immortal sect. Baisu was confused. Was it really the god of forgetting ruins? Wasn't it made up by them? Half-martial ancestor Wu Yao was also puzzled, and he looked at Baisu. The god of forgetfulness had captured Xia Xing and the others, and it was by Xiener's instructions. Why were the 3 forces of Shenwu heaven more certain than they were? He even wanted to use the Star Alliance to fish for the god of forgetfulness. They had no choice but to agree. They were the first to propose the god of forgotten ruins, so they had no right to object. Doing so would only make Shenwu heaven and the others suspicious. Wu Yao immediately told Bai Xiener about this matter, but Bai Xiener's reply was only 4 words: wait and see. Wu Yao felt that Bai Xiener was at a loss. Perhaps it was really done by the god of forgotten ruins. Lu Yin didn't know if he would succeed after releasing the news. It would depend on luck, as well as the 4 cardinal scales' attitude towards the Eternals. The chances of success were 50-50. Now that he had done what he had to do, it was time for Yu Hao to wait. He had to wait for the 4-way scales to react. Beside the lake, Lu Yin was in the middle of class when Xia Ziheng arrived outside the academy. How could the 4 directions balance not care that Yi Xian Academy had appeared in the Mountain Sea realm? Previously, the disappearance of Bai Ting and the others had caused a huge commotion and was too serious. They had no time to care about it. Now that some people had sealed off the Yin Mountain district, it was time to send people to the academy. The one who was most familiar with Yi Xian Academy was Xia Ziheng. He had been here more than once. Seeing Xia Ziheng's arrival, Dean Wen's expression turned sour and he turned to leave. Xia Ziheng was furious, and just as he was about to give chase, the culinary god stepped forward and blocked Xia Ziheng's path with a faint smile. "We meet again, old friend." Xia Ziheng raised his brows. "So it's the food god. Why are you back at Yi Xian Academy instead of Wangyu?" The culinary god sighed. "So many things have happened recently. I'm also afraid of the academy. Something unexpected happened, so I could only come back to take a look." "What brings you here, brother Xia?" Xia Ziheng looked at the food god and felt a wave of disgust. If not for this old thing, Yixian Academy would have been under their control a long time ago. The mountain sea has appeared in Yixian Academy. How can I not take a look? The food god smiled. This mountain sea was entrusted to Yixian Academy to look after. Back then, I told the Four Directions Balance that there was no need for Brother Xia to worry about it. The Four Directions Balance had been eyeing Yixian Academy's mountain sea for a long time. When the Lu family had still been around, they had been keeping an eye on it. After the Lu family had been exiled, they had become even more brazen. If not for the food god and some of the students from Yixian Academy, they would have taken action long ago. Now, the Four Directions Balance's patience was reaching its limit. Food god, if no one from Yixian Academy can inherit the mountain sea, why don't you hand it over and let all the cultivators in the astral tree realm try it out? Perhaps someone will inherit it and become the 9 mountains and 8 seas in the future. It'll be easier to deal with the Eternals. It's better than letting it become dust in Yixian Academy, Xia Ziheng said. The food god smiled. We're willing to let all the cultivators in the astral tree realm try it out, but will those cultivators really get a fair chance? Brother Xia, you and I are both sensible people. There's no need to be too blunt. Xia Ziheng's tone turned cold. No matter who it is, as long as they can inherit the mountain sea, they will become a sharp blade for humanity to deal with the Eternals. I hope Yixian Academy can see the big picture. The food god smiled. Don't worry, the mountain sea is not wasted in the academy. Every once in a while, we will let elite students enter to try to inherit it. Xia Ziheng cursed inwardly. Although he didn't know much about the mountain sea, even the ancestor had said that there was no need to try before reaching the ancestor realm. Yixian Academy was clearly putting on an act. However, they also knew that the food god definitely wanted to inherit it himself, especially since he hadn't tried to break through to the ancestor realm for so many years. It might not be because he was afraid of failing or that matter, but because of the mountain sea. He was confident in inheriting the mountain sea, which was one of the reasons why the Four Directions Balance was so afraid of Yixian Academy. An ordinary ancestor was fine, but once the food god reached the 9 mountains and 8 seas, he would be on the same level as by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan. In the end, Xia Ziheng gave up. Many people from the Four Directions Balance had come to find the food god, and even the ancestor had descended in hopes of obtaining the mountain sea. However, he had been stopped outside Yixian Academy, so it was even more impossible for him to convince the food god. Xia Ziheng didn't leave immediately and instead went to find Lu Yin. Lu Yin was still in class, and Xia Ziheng didn't appear. Instead, he stood in the distance and looked at the lake, waiting quietly. After waiting for 2 hours, Lu Yin's class ended. He shook off Nong Xinyang's pestering and went to find Xia Ziheng. Half-ancestor Ziheng, were you waiting for me? Xia Ziheng looked at Lu Yin calmly without any pressure. He was like an ordinary old man, but his eyes were a little gloomy. You did well in class. Lu Yin was modest. The students don't know much about lock-breaking, so I just explained some general knowledge. Your general knowledge is enough for them to enjoy for a lifetime. Lu Yin was surprised. Half-ancestor Ziheng knows lock-breaking too. Xia Ziheng shook his head. Divine Master Gu Yan's lock-breaking techniques aren't something that ordinary people can learn. These people are very fortunate. Lu Yin didn't refute him, nor did he say anything. They had previously used the cloud connection stone to talk, and Xia Ziheng's attitude had been very bad. The Xinwu plane had Yuchuan's life in their hands and was forcing Lu Yin to join them. They had given him a deadline to train at Yixian Academy. This matter had been discussed before, but Xia Ziheng didn't bring it up again. The deadline he had given was the final deadline, and there was no need to pester Yu Hao. If Yu Hao didn't want to join the Xinwu plane, then both he and Yuchuan would die. This was Xia Ziheng's attitude. The Xia family's ancestral worship is approaching, and Xian Academy is training in the top realm. We can let Xian Academy attend the ceremony, and the Xinwu Plain hopes that Divine Master Gu Yan will attend, Xia Ziheng said calmly as he looked at the lake. Lu Yin frowned. Divine Master Gu Yan will attend? How could he possibly invite Divine Master Gu Yan? Half-ancestor Ziheng, Master is very busy. Aside from things that interest him, he doesn't care about anything else. Xia Ziheng was indifferent. I'm not discussing this with you. Divine Master Gu Yan must be present during the Xia family's ancestral worship. I don't care what methods you use, but we hope to see Divine Master Gu Yan's goodwill towards the Xia family on that day. Otherwise, you know the consequences. He then looked at Lu Yin, and when he saw Lu Yin's expression darken, his tone softened. Of course, the Xia family won't let you do this for free. On that day, you can take revenge in front of everyone. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he stared at Xia Ziheng in disbelief. Revenge? Xia Ziheng's lips curled up coldly. Don't you hate Xia Zhidong? Don't you hate her and want her to deal with the Yu family? You hate many people, and you can vent your anger on that day. In front of the 4 cardinal scales, in front of Xian Academy, and in front of countless people, you can redeem the Yu family's reputation. This is the greatest guarantee that the Xinwu Plain can give you. Lu Yin had never thought that the Xinwu Plain would be so crazy as to allow him to take revenge on that day. After all, his enemy was Xia Zhidong, a member of the Xia family. Even if she was from a side branch, she was still a member of the Xia family. Killing Xia Zhidong on that day would be equivalent to slapping the Xia family in the face. To a behemoth like the Xinwu Plain, the most important thing was their reputation. That was why progenitor Qin had been hunted down by the Xia family despite his monstrous talent. What they wanted was not an absolute genius, but an obedient one. Even so, they were still willing to allow Lu Yin to take revenge on that day. To the Xinwu Plain, this was a huge price to pay. Lu Yin was stunned. Is this true? Xia Ziheng met Lu Yin's gaze. That's right. You should feel the Xinwu Plain's determination. This is the ancestors' wish, which is why Gu Yan must be present on that day. He must show goodwill to the Xia family. Otherwise, the Xinwu Plain will use other methods to regain their lost reputation. His last sentence was extremely cold. Lu Yin did not doubt that if Gu Yan had not appeared on that day, the Xinwu Plain would have dealt with him cruelly. This was the 4 cardinal scales, a behemoth that dominated the tree astral plane. They did not want to be passive, but rather control. They could not wait to control Lu Yin and Gu Yan, and they would not give them time to choose between the frigid immortal sect and the Xinwu Plain. In the eyes of the Xinwu Plain, they were not qualified. Could Lu Yin refuse? No, there was no way Lu Yin could refuse. Even Xia Ziheng himself had given him a deadline to gain experience, which was the moment when the Xia family paid respects to their ancestors. At that moment, the Xia family would have complete control over Lu Yin and Gu Yan. I understand, Lu Yin replied. Xia Ziheng retracted his gaze. On the day of the ancestral worship, your Yu family will be able to regain their reputation. I can also guarantee that as long as Gu Yan joins us, your status in the Xinwu Plain will not be any lower than the divine disciples in the future. The Xinwu Plain will do its best to help you become a celestial master and leave your name in the annals of history. This is what you should consider. The frigid immortal sect can only give you this much, but they will never be able to help you take revenge or save you Chuan. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2245. Lu Yin took a deep breath and stared at Xia Ziheng. I hope that all of my enemies will be there on that day. Not a single one will be missing, Xia Ziheng said before leaving. Before he left, he added, if you have any problems, go find Wu Tai Bai. He'll help you. From Xia Ziheng's point of view, Lu Yin had already been labeled as a member of Shenwu Plain. Lu Yin had no choice but to join Shenwu Plain. Xia Ziheng left, leaving Lu Yin with a headache. Where was he supposed to invite Gu Yan to Shenwu Plain? Even if he had a way to get Gu Yan there, how was he supposed to get him to express his goodwill? This was simply impossible to achieve. Gu Yan had a strange temper, and Lu Yin had seen it before. He hated the four-way scales even more, and it wasn't something that Lu Yin could resolve. However, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Otherwise, he would be exposed even faster if Shenwu Plain contacted Gu Yan himself. There was also Wu Tai Bai. Xia Ziheng's last sentence had been a warning that Wu Tai Bai would keep an eye on him. Although Wu Tai Bai wasn't an envoy, he definitely had the power to fight one. After all, he had once been a supreme of Shenwu Plain. Perhaps in Xia Ziheng's eyes, Lu Yin, who was an expert at lock-breaking, might not be able to escape Wu Tai Bai's surveillance. This was the four-way scale's confidence. Of course, Lu Yin could escape Wu Tai Bai's surveillance, but he had many things to do. He had to roll his die and go into seclusion. There might be other things to do in the top realm, but he couldn't always guard against Wu Tai Bai. Wu Tai Bai was one of the instructors, so they would definitely live together. Since that was the case, Lu Yin had to make sure that Wu Tai Bai couldn't become one of the instructors. Lu Yin stared at the lake in a daze when a voice came from behind him. Sir, please guide me again. It was Lu Quebec. He had been flicked away by Lu Yin's finger and couldn't even see clearly. Now that he had improved, he wanted to challenge Lu Yin again. At the very least, he wanted to see Lu Yin's moves. Lu Yin's gaze shifted, and he turned to face Lu Quebec. You have perseverance, but you don't know your own limits. I do, Lu Ke replied stiffly. This time, I can see your moves clearly. Lu Yin smiled. What if you can't see clearly? If you can't see clearly, then you can't, Lu Ke replied naturally. Lu Yin shook his head. It's annoying to be challenged all the time, especially when I'm enjoying the scenery. What do you want, sir? Lu Ke asked. Lu Yin replied, watch me clearly, and I'll teach you a battle technique. Once you master it, you'll be able to reverse the void and break through all battle techniques. If you can't see it clearly, then you'll have to help me do something. Lu Ke's eyes lit up. Chaotic void. Deciphering combat skills. What battle technique is that? Lu Yin replied, I can tell you if you win the bet, but you'll definitely lose. Behind Lu Ke, a long sword pierced through the scabbard. He raised his hand to grab the sword hilt, causing the rocks on the ground to rise up and shatter. The sharp aura caused the surroundings to distort. Lu Ke's body was faintly discernible. He was half a step into the stellar source universe and half a step outside. Mister, you can try. Alright, I'm going to make a move. Watch carefully. Lu Yin stared at Lu Ke without moving. Suddenly, Lu Yin's voice rang out from behind Lu Quebec, did you see it clearly? Lu Ke stared blankly at his fingers that were gripping the hilt of his sword. A very small stone was swaying in the wind. It wasn't there just a moment ago. He looked back at Lu Yin in shock. Sir, your strength is unimaginable. Lu Yin laughed. I used a battle technique that can distort the void. If even the void can be distorted, then what about your eyes? Lu Ke's eyes lit up. How can I learn that from Sir? Let's not talk about that for now. You just agreed to do something for me. Does that count? Of course. What is it, Sir? I want you to forbid the students from choosing Wu Tai Bai as their training instructor. Of course, you can't reveal that I was the one who asked you to do it, Lu Yin said. This was his idea, and whether or not it would work would depend on Lu Kei's actions. However, he was certain that Lu Kei would not betray him. Lu Kei sheathed his sword. "All right," he said before leaving without asking for the reason. Lu Yin liked dealing with people like this. It was easy, simple, and trustworthy. At the same time, he was curious as to what Lu Kei would do. Lu Kei was a straightforward person and did not have many tricks up his sleeve. He directly sought out the students, challenged them, and forced them to swear that they would not choose Wu Tai-bai as their training instructor. His goal was clear, and his methods were straightforward. This matter quickly spread throughout the college. All the students who were seen by Lu Kei swore that they would not choose Wu Tai-bai as the instructor to lead the team. In just a few days, half of the students had already swore. The news spread further and further in the college. Some people said that Lu Kei was targeting the divine martial heaven, while others said that Lu Kei wanted to challenge Wu Tai-bai, but Wu Tai-bai was unwilling, so he made this move. In short, there were all sorts of rumors. When Lu Yin found out, he was not surprised at all. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like Lu Kei's style. Lu Yin's goal was achieved. Lu Kei was like a madman, looking for students everywhere. Wu Tai-bai was speechless, and when he found out, he immediately sought out Lu Kei to ask why Lu Kei was targeting him. However, Lu Kei did not say anything and simply ignored Wu Tai-bai. Wu Tai-bai tried to stop him a few times, but Lu Kei did as he pleased. Whenever Wu Tai-bai showed any signs of forcefully blocking him, Lu Kei would unsheath his sword. He was not afraid of fighting Wu Tai-bai, or rather, he wanted to fight Wu Tai-bai. Some of the rumors in the academy were not groundless. After Lu Kei had entered the academy, he had not only challenged Lu Yin, but Xia Shengguang and the others had also challenged the instructors. Wu Tai-bai was one of them, as Wu Tai-bai was the only enlighter who had passed through the 18 horizontal arrays. Lu Kei was very curious. However, Wu Tai-bai did not accept any challenges, and after a few fruitless attempts, Lu Kei gave up. Now, because of this matter, Wu Tai-bai was willing to fight, which made Lu Kei very happy. Unfortunately, Wu Tai-bai did not take action in the end. In this manner, Lu Kei searched the entire academy and made every student swear that they would not choose Wu Tai-bai. Only then did he give up. Not long after that, the academy officially tallied the votes of the students and selected 3 instructors to lead the team. Unsurprisingly, Wu Tai-bai lost without a single vote. Lu Kei had not told all the students not to choose Wu Tai-bai, but rather, he had only searched for half of the students. The remaining students were afraid of offending Lu Kei by choosing Wu Tai-bai and causing him trouble, so they did not choose him. As for Xia Shengguang and the others, they did not participate in the voting at all, which resulted in Wu Tai-bai not receiving a single vote. Lu Yin and the rest of the instructors watched from a distance. He had not expected Lu Kei to be so ruthless and efficient. He recalled that Wu Tai-bai had specifically sought him out to discuss the selection of students. Life was truly unpredictable. Mr. Huai sucked in a breath of cold air. Mr. Wu actually did not receive a single vote. Lu Kei is really ruthless. Did Mr. Wu offend him? Wu Tai-bai smiled calmly. He wanted to challenge me, but I refused. Mr. Huai sighed. He's still too young and impulsive. Wu Tai-bai did not receive a single vote, and Lu Yin had assumed that Mr. Jing would replace him. As for himself and Mr. Tang, the votes from before had already been secured. Many people had fallen because of that vote, and Wu Tai-bai had also been secured. He had been forcefully pushed down by Lu Quebec. The results were unexpected, and the person who replaced Wu Tai-bai was not Mr. Zheng, but Mr. Wei. Even President Wen was astonished. Is Mr. Wei that popular among the students? Mr. Wen Jr. was helpless. Those who voted for Mr. Wei are all boys. President Wen shook his head. No wonder. He then looked at Mr. Wen Jr. Look at you. Even a woman dressed as a man is more attractive than you. Mr. Wen Jr.'s face reddened, and he did not look at President Wen. The final results of the voting were out. The instructors who would lead the team were Lu Yin, Mr. Tang, and Mr. Wei. Even though Mr. Wei had refused once again, the rules were the rules. Since the students had chosen him, he had to go. President Wen immediately called 3 people over. The students will first choose the instructors who will lead the team, and the instructors will also have the right to choose the students. Each of you will choose 25 students to participate in the training, and I will choose the remaining 25. A total of 100 students will represent ECN Academy and head to the 4 cardinal scales. President, this is too childish. Mr. Wei himself doesn't want to lead the team, so how can he make such a choice? If anything happens in the top realm, the students won't have anyone to protect them. Mr. Zheng came over, wanting to replace Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei also said, it's best if Mr. Zheng can replace him. Mr. Zheng apologized to Mr. Wei. It's not that I'm looking down on Mr. Wei, but he's a professor of history. This training of the 4 cardinal scales is no small matter, and it can't be taken lightly. Please forgive me. Mr. Wei smiled. I understand. President Wen barked, what do you take the Academy's rules for? What do you take the students' feelings for? Everyone fell silent. President Wen looked at Mr. Wei. No matter the reason, since the students have chosen you, you should go. Luck is part of one's strength, and everyone has qualities that surpass others, whether good or bad. Our academy is not a battlefield where powerhouses charge at the front. He then looked at Mr. Zheng. You may leave. Since the decision has been made, it cannot be changed. Mr. Zheng was helpless. Yes, President. After Mr. Zheng left, President Wen glanced at Lu Yin and the other 2. Remember, the academy is the academy. No matter what happens in the outside world, we stand on the side of the instructors. This will never change. There was still a month before the training, and Lu Yin finally managed to select 25 students with Nong Xinyang's help. He handed the list to the president and then prepared to roll his die. He wanted to know what was going on with the 4 cardinal scales. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2246. He looked around and saw that only one was bright, and its brightness was just right for him. He didn't hesitate to merge with it. Was this the Central Flat Sea? The person that Lu Yin had merged with was currently at the bottom of the Central Flat Sea, but this wasn't the Central Flat Sea, but rather the mortal realm. The Central Flat Sea connected the Central Flat Sea to the mortal realm, and as the memories flooded in, Lu Yin realized that he was in the mortal realm's Central Flat Sea. The person that he had merged with was an island master of this region, known as Island Master Rong. Lu Yin had merged with someone else to check on the 4-way scales handling of the Star Alliance, but Island Master Rong hadn't left this region for a very long time. He had no news of the outside world, so he couldn't get any information from the 4-way scales. Just as Lu Yin was about to withdraw, he suddenly saw something new in Island Master Rong's memories. This person hadn't stayed in this region of the sea willingly, he had been forced to do so by the Lu family. Not only had the Lu family forced him, but they had also forced many envoys to enter the Central Flat Sea to protect the waterways that led directly to the mother tree's roots. When Lu Yin had accompanied Bai Weiwei to the Central Flat Sea, he had talked to Mr. Bai and learned that there were many creatures in the Central Flat Sea that could touch the mother tree's roots. This meant that the Central Flat Sea could lead directly to the mother tree's roots. If those creatures could touch them, then so could humans, as long as they could find the path. Over the countless years since the birth of the cosmic tree, the Eternals had tried their best to contaminate the roots and find ways to get close to them. Humans had also tried their best to block these paths, and over time, 100,000 waterways had been formed. 100,000 waterways meant that there were 100,000 underwater paths that led directly to the mother tree's roots. The Lu family had built islands around each waterway, some large and some small, depending on the size of the waterway. The island that Island Master Rong was guarding was one of the largest. After all, his cultivation had reached 6 origin tribulations. There were 100,000 waterways that connected the Central Flat Sea and the mortal realm. Lu Yin hadn't known about this before, but from Island Master Rong's memories, he was surprised to find that no one else besides the Lu family knew about this. More accurately, no one had ever been able to locate the 100,000 waterways. This was because the Eternals had once sent a large number of redbacks to attack the waterways in an attempt to contaminate the mother tree's roots with their poison. The Lu family had gone to great lengths to stop the Eternals from attacking again. Furthermore, the Lu family knew that the Eternals were constantly researching poisons. Perhaps it was for the sake of the mother tree, so the Lu family had paid a huge price to set up a sourcebox array. Island Master Rong did not know the origin of this sourcebox array. All he knew was that after setting up the array, their 100,000 waterways had disappeared. They had not truly disappeared, but rather had been concealed by the sourcebox array so that no one could see them or approach them. The 100,000 waterways still existed, but no one could come into contact with them, except for the Lu family. Even powerful organizations like the Frozen Immortal Sect and Divine Martial Planet believed that the 100,000 Water Tribe had perished together with the Redbacks who had attacked the Mother Tree's roots after the Lu family had finished setting up their sourcebox array. They had no idea that the 100,000 Water Tribe had simply hidden themselves. The Lu family had not intentionally concealed the existence of the 100,000 waterways. After all, there were too many redbacks in the cosmic tree, and they did not want the Eternals to know about it. As a result, the four-way scales still did not know about the existence of the 100,000 waterways. Of course, there were undercurrents at the bottom of the sea, and new waterways that connected to the mother tree's roots could appear at any time. Island Master Rong did not know about this, but Mr. White had been able to tell him that creatures could approach the roots. The four-way scales and the Eternals believed that there were no longer just 100,000 waterways. There might have been 110,000 or even 120,000 waterways, but the four-way scales and the Eternals believed that there were only 10,000 or 20,000 waterways left. The 100,000 waterways had completely disappeared. Lu Yin looked up. The bottom of the sea was dim, but there was a light that occasionally flickered. Beneath his feet was an island that had sealed off the waterways that connected to the mother tree's roots. The island was surrounded by a bubble that prevented him from leaving, and neither the seawater nor the underwater creatures from entering. The 100,000 waterways were not the only ones that had disappeared. The cultivators who had been forced by the Lu family to protect the waterways had also disappeared. There were at least 100,000 cultivators, and although not all of them were emissaries, they were at least enlighters. Only cultivators above that were qualified to protect the waterways. Through Island Master Rong's memories, Lu Yin knew that although the Lu family had forced them, they had also promised that they would be allowed to leave after a certain number of years of guarding the waterways. Furthermore, the Lu family would provide all of their cultivation resources while they were guarding the waterways, which was basically a deal. Since the Lu family had been exiled, had any of the 100,000 waterways guardians broken through to become an emissary? Had any of them died? Lu Yin did not know, and they could not see each other. Island Master Rong's memories stopped at the deal he had made with the Lu family a long time ago. Before that, he had been cultivating in the cosmic tree, but Lu Yin was not interested in those things. He was only interested in the Lu family cultivator who had made the deal with Island Master Rong. That person was called Lu Qi, and his father was Lu Qi. After withdrawing from the fusion, Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body. 100,000 waterways meant 100,000 cultivators who had reached an agreement with the Lu family. 100,000 cultivators that the four-way scales did not know how many of them were emissaries. How many enlighters were there? This was a huge force, but it might not be used by Lu Yin. These people did not belong to the Lu family, and they had only made deals with them. They still did not know that the Lu family had been exiled. If Lu Yin had not coincidentally merged with Island Master Rong's body, these people would never have been able to leave and would have died of old age in the Midland Sea. In that case, should he bring them out? If he did, then the 100,000 waterways would be exposed. The Lu family had originally ordered them to guard the waterways in order to prevent the Eternals from destroying the Mother Tree's roots. Unless there was a way to bring them out without destroying the sourcebox array. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. If the Lu family could set up a sourcebox array to conceal the 100,000 waterways, then why had they left them inside the array? Unless the sourcebox array could be destroyed. If he brought them out, then he would have to find a way to seal the 100,000 waterways. Every single one of them was a pit. Lu Yin thought about it and decided to set them aside for the time being. These people could not be touched. He raised his hand and rolled one more time. Lu Yin shook his head. He would have to rest for another 10 days. There was still a month before he could bring the students out for training. He could roll 12 more times, but how many times would he be able to roll enhance? The chances were not high. 10 days passed, and Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at his die. He hoped that he would roll enhance so that he could integrate it into someone useful. As he thought about it, he rolled one finger. He hadn't rolled a 6 the first time, second time, or third time, and he didn't have much hope for the fourth time either. Up until now, he hadn't rolled a 4. 4 was a common roll, and this fourth time, he had the highest chance of rolling a 4. Fortunately, his luck was not too bad, and he actually rolled enhance on his fourth roll. Lu Yin grew excited when he saw the number, and his consciousness immediately appeared in the dark space. This time, he saw many bright balls of light, and some of them even made him want to merge. They were too bright, like the sun. There were also some balls of light that were just right for him. Lu Yin looked at them and finally decided to merge with a very bright ball of light. This ball of light was not as bright as the brightest one that could illuminate the darkness, but it was still slightly different from the one that was suitable for him. It was brighter, and he did not know if he would be able to merge with it. He had to at least give it a try. This kind of brightness was probably equivalent to a cultivator at the 7th or 8th stage of origin tribulation. When he opened his eyes, he saw corpse kings everywhere. Lu Yin's expression changed. Corpse kings. The sky was dusky, and there were only broken walls left in the city. Countless corpse kings roamed the streets without consciousness, and occasionally, a few shadows would pass by. They were also corpse kings. Lu Yin watched quietly as his memories flooded into his mind. He knew that this place belonged to a pawn civilization, which was similar to the Bei family's pawn civilization when he had come to the cosmic tree. The only difference was that the humans that had been nurtured here had become corpse kings, and the families that belonged to the pawn civilization had been controlled by spies, turning this place into a place where the corpse kings developed and hid. This was not a rare situation, as the pawn civilization was not under the jurisdiction of the cosmic tree. It belonged to a certain family or even a certain person. Once that person was controlled by the Eternals, the pawn civilization would change. Generally speaking, it was unlikely for a powerful corpse king to appear in a pawn civilization, and Lu Yin had not expected to encounter one. The corpse king that he had merged with had absolute power, and it was at least at the 7th stage of origin tribulation. Lu Yin could feel how tyrannical its body was. This corpse king had been hiding in the pawn civilization for nearly 1,000 years, waiting for something. Lu Yin could not glean any more information from the Corpse King's memories, so he looked up and controlled his body to charge out. The only thing he could do was expose this Corpse King and attract the four-way scales to eradicate this family that had been controlled by spies, as well as this pond civilization that was filled with Corpse Kings. The Corpse King charged out of the pond, and outside, many people were shocked. Monster. Eternal Corpse King, attack. The family fell into chaos, and the family head was shocked. Not good, why did it come out? News of the Corpse King's appearance spread as quickly as possible, and many cultivators in the vicinity attacked. However, the Corpse King that Lu Yin had merged with had a high cultivation, and the strongest of these cultivators was only an enlighter. This was also why the spies could easily control this place, so how could they pose a threat to a 7th-stage Corpse King? Fortunately, the Corpse King was under Lu Yin's control, and as long as Lu Yin did not attack, these people would not be harmed. However, he could not keep merging with the Corpse King's body, and the closest place to this place was the Farmer's clan. Lu Yin controlled the Corpse King to charge in that direction, as he wanted to commit suicide. The central realm was too large, and even a half-ancestor would need some time to cross over. Fortunately, the Farmer's clan was not too far away, and the spy that controlled the family wanted to hide under cover. As expected, no one discovered him, but this also made things easier for Lu Yin, as he did not have to spend too much time merging with the Corpse King. He controlled the Corpse King's body and quickly saw the seed garden. His eyes trembled as he charged forward. Attacking the Farmer's clan with a 7th-stage origin tribulation cultivation was tantamount to suicide. The Farmer's clan was a colossus in the central realm, and when the Lu family was still around, it had been as famous as the frigid immortal sect in Shenwu Plain. After the Lu family had been exiled, countless families that were close to the Lu family had been destroyed. Only the Farmer's clan and the Lu family had remained unscathed because of their strength. Even a half-ancestor would not dare to attack the Farmer's clan, let alone a 7th-stage origin tribulation cultivator. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2247. This was a shocking day for many of the farmer's family members. In the fields, many of them saw a Corpse King charging towards them with a murderous aura. Many of them paled in fright. Attacking the farmer's family was not a suicidal move, it was a sign that the Corpse King was a progenitor. It wasn't just them, even Nongya had the same thought. He stared at the charging Corpse King and clenched his fists, immediately contacting the ancestor. In the fields, Nong Sanyang and Nong Lai stared blankly. Then, a green leaf emerged from the ground and streaked across the sky like an autumn breeze, wrapping around the Corpse King. Lu Yin wanted to feel the farmer's family's strength, so he punched out. His fist landed on the green leaf, but there was no reaction. There wasn't even a scratch on the leaf, but the Corpse King that he had fused with was tightly bound. First its muscles, then its bones, and then its organs. After a moment of darkness, Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body. The black and white mark in his chest trembled and grew slightly larger. He felt death once more, but this time, it was from the farmer's family. A single leaf had instantly killed a Corpse King at 7 origin tribulation without any resistance. This was the farmer's family's strength. It wasn't just a Corpse King, perhaps even a half-ancestor wouldn't be able to resist that leaf. Lu Yin didn't dare to underestimate the behemoths of the cosmic tree. If the farmer's family could do it, then so could the four-way scales. He rejoiced once more that he had Kuei Luo and the 7 sky gods' help in escaping Dragon Mountain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape. At the same time, far away in the seed garden, countless people stared blankly as the leaf returned to the ground. Nothing was left behind, and the green leaf grew even greener. Nong Lai blinked. What was the meaning of this? Sis, did I see wrongly? A corpse king just charged over, right? Noong Sanyang pursed her lips. Yes. It was instantly killed. Yes. Why? Noong Sanyang was speechless. How would I know? She removed the towel from her head and wiped the sweat off her face. Ridiculous. No one could understand why a corpse king had charged into the seed garden with all its might. Noongya's face grew solemn. No, corpse kings didn't have emotions, which meant that they weren't courting death. There had to be a reason why a corpse king with a high cultivation would come to the seed garden. What was the reason? Could this be a sign? The Eternals were attacking the farmer's family. Also, where did this corpse king come from? At this time, he received a report that the corpse king came from a pond civilization of a nearby family. He immediately gave the order to wipe out that family and eradicate the pond civilization. It was getting weirder and weirder. Since he was hiding it, why did he deliberately expose it? Noongya couldn't understand. The farmers couldn't understand. When news of this spread to the Four Directions Balance, the Four Directions Balance didn't understand either. They just felt that there were more and more strange things happening recently. Back at East Sien Academy, Luin looked at his cosmic ring with a pained expression, as it had actually consumed more than 60 billion star essence. That was more than 60 billion star essence, not just 600 million. This was the cost of forcibly fusing with the body of a peerless expert. Not only that, he had also controlled the corpse king to go to the seed garden, which had delayed him a little. That was why he had consumed so much. No matter how one looked at it, using up so much energy was heart-wrenching. Forget it. I'll just consider it a contribution to the human race. After all, I've dug out a spy and a zombie king. It's a reminder to the starry sky of trees that the Eternals can use this method to hide. He didn't get 6 o'clock for the fourth time. As expected, he had to rest for another 10 days. A few days later, Noong Sinyang came to ask for Lu Yin's help in lockbreaking, and he helped her the most. Sir, a lot of strange things have happened recently. Do you know about them? Noong Sinyang asked as she watched Lu Yin lockbreak. Lu Yin was currently only unlocking a perceptive intermediate source box, so he could divert his attention to speak. What strange things? The 4 leaders of the Four Directions Balance have all gone missing, Noong Sinyang said. Lu Yin was astonished. All of them. Wasn't Xia Xing the only one who went missing? Not only that, but Xia Xing was the first to go missing, followed by Bai Teng, and then Wang Zheng and Long Ku. Serves them right. I don't know who did it, but as long as it wasn't those Eternals, we'll be happy, Noong Sinyang said nonchalantly. Lu Yin said, even the sect leader of the Four Directions Balance has gone missing. It's getting more and more chaotic, and I was about to bring you all out for training. Fortunately, the food god was there, or else it would have been very dangerous. Is your family all right? Your farmer's family isn't any weaker than the Four Directions Balance. If Xia Xing and the others were attacked by those Eternals, then your family should be careful as well. Sir's guess is accurate. Something happened to my family as well, Noong Sinyang said solemnly. Lu Yin pretended to be surprised. What happened? Noong Sinyang bit her lip. I don't know how to put it, but an Eternals monster charged into our family as if it was seeking death, but it was crushed to death by the fallen leaf boundary left behind by our ancestor. It's very strange, and the Four Directions Balance has sent people to investigate. I'm guessing that the Eternals will make their next move. The Lu family is very nervous now, and they've called back all their outer disciples. Lu Yin sighed. That's really strange. That's your farmer's seed garden, and a monster dared to charge in. It's really seeking death. Because of that monster, our farmer's family found many corpse kings hidden in the pond civilization. It caused quite a commotion, and I'm guessing that the Four Directions balance will definitely clean up the pawn civilizations controlled by the various sects and put them under surveillance. This might cause a commotion, Nong Xinyang murmured. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. The pawn civilization was a very common civilization in the starry sky of the Tree of Trees, but it was a secret civilization that was rarely disclosed to the outside world. Any family or faction that had an emissary would nurture a pawn civilization, providing death warriors, guards, and even more unspeakable uses for the family. Once this was monitored by the four-way scales, the impact on these families and sects would be huge. This was equivalent to tearing off some people's extravagant outer garments, and what they wore underneath would be obvious. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This was not a simple matter. Yi Xian Academy did not nurture a pawn civilization, but the seed garden definitely had one, and so did the Lu family. These two families would not have it easy, and then there were the families and organizations with 6 or 7 tribulation ascendants. If the Four Directions balance really did this, it would cause a huge impact on the cosmic tree realm. However, this was a good thing. If Lu Yin took control of the cosmic tree realm, he would also release the pawn civilizations. How could humans raise humans in captivity? It was no different from raising animals in captivity. The people in the pawn civilizations were basically at the mercy of those families and sects, and it was too tragic. If the Four Directions balance really did this, it would be a good thing. Does your seed garden have a pawn civilization? Lu Yin asked casually. Nong Xinyang nodded. Yes, it's very large. There are countless people in one piece, and as long as their cultivation reaches a certain level, they can break free from the pawn civilizations and join my seed garden. They'll be treated the same as other cultivators, and our school of agriculture isn't as cruel to them as the other families. Wasn't that cruel? Those people had cultivated with all their might and finally managed to break free from a low-level civilization. They had thought that they would enter a more perfect world, but when they came out, they found out that they would only become servants. The School of Agriculture believed that they treated them very well and were very fair, but this was only fairness in the context of the cosmic tree realm. It was a superficial fairness, but once one left the cosmic tree realm, one could see how pitiful those people were. Anyone from the Fifth Mainland who heard about the pawn civilizations would understand this, but the School of Agriculture did not. This pawn civilization was a tumor of the cosmic tree realm, and Lu Yin hoped that the Four Directions balance could do something good and remove this tumor. Not long after, Lu Yin finished unlocking the source box and obtained a weapon. It could be considered a power vessel, but it did not have much power. It had been too long, and it had long since decayed. Nong Xinyang broke it with a single touch, and it was completely useless. Nong Xinyang was not disappointed. Sir, there are only a dozen or so days left before the training begins. Mr. Tang has been helping us during this time. When will you be going? Let's wait a few more days, Lu Yin replied. She did not disturb him and left. 2 more days passed, and Wu Taibai came over. He said that it was a pity that he would not be able to lead the team with Lu Yin, but he did not complain about Lu Quebec. Mr. Jing also came over once to remind Lu Yin to protect Yi Xian Academy's reputation. After all, this was the first time that the Academy had come into direct contact with the Four Directions balance after the Lu family had been exiled. The Academy's top geniuses belonged to the Four Directions balance, and they could not possibly side with the Academy. The students who truly belonged to the Academy could not compare to them. A few more days passed, and soon, 10 days were up. Lu Yin returned to his room and raised his hand. His die appeared, and he continued. He tapped on it, and his luck was quite good as he immediately got 6 pips. His consciousness instantly entered that dark space, and he looked around. There was only one bright ball of light around him, and it was even brighter than the Corpse King's. Lu Yin was tempted when he saw this ball of light. It would be difficult for him to fuse with it, but it also meant that the person fusing with it was at least a seventh tribulation origin cultivator. If it was a cultivator from the cosmic tree realm, then they would be at the peak of humanity, second only to progenitors and half-ancestors. This was very attractive to Lu Yin. He no longer hesitated and fused with it. At worst, he would fail and lose some resources. Compared to the benefits of success, such losses were nothing. Whether it was in the cosmic tree realm or the fifth mainland, no one had ever consumed star essence as quickly as Lu Yin had. More importantly, no one knew where he was using it. Lu Yin's consciousness fused with the ball of light, and he felt a wave of dizziness. This was the result of forcefully fusing with it, but fortunately, he had succeeded. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and saw the familiar battlefield behind him. Beneath his feet was the mother tree, and he was currently on the mother tree. The person who had fused with him was actually Celestial Master Chuling. She was the first origin heavenly master that Lu Yin had met in the cosmic tree realm. Back then, the White Dragon clan had requested to take Lu Yin in as a disciple under the alias of Draconic 7. She had taken the test at Dragon Mountain, and that had been the first time Lu Yin had come into contact with a stable game called Square, which had made him famous throughout the universe. That game had left a deep impression on Lu Yin, and he now had a clearer understanding of an origin heavenly master's abilities. He had never thought that he would be able to fuse with an origin heavenly master. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2248. For example, a discerning elementary lockbreaker would need to be at least a melder to become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, while a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker would need to be at least an explorer. A boundless advanced lockbreaker would need to be at least an enlighter. However, this was only the minimum requirement, and it did not mean that someone with such a cultivation would definitely be a lockbreaker of the corresponding level. Only an enlighter who had mastered a sourcebox array could become an origin array master. As for a great origin array master, one could only become an enlighter, but a boundary array master had to be an emissary. As for the highest level of origin array master, one had to be at least an emissary. Lu Yin wasn't too sure how many origin tribulations one had to go through. The origin array masters he had seen were either half-progenitors or peak emissaries like Master Xiao and Scribe. Chuling, who had fused with Lu Yin, was at 7 origin tribulations and was very close to Master Xiao and Scribe. However, she was still a bit off, which was just enough for Lu Yin to fuse with her. If she had been a half-progenitor, then Lu Yin wouldn't have been able to fuse with her at all. Fusing with an origin array master was much more useful than fusing with a peak emissary. At the very least, her lock-breaking experience was quite rare, and the best that Lu Yin had been able to fuse with was a boundary array master. As the memories flooded his mind, Lu Yin became very excited. He wanted to see the sourcebox array that Chuling had mastered. In order to become a celestial array master, one had to master at least 5 sourcebox arrays and create their own. This meant that Lu Yin would be able to see 5 sourcebox arrays from Celestial Master Chuling, as well as the ones she had created herself. However, before he could see the sourcebox array, Lu Yin saw a memory that infuriated and terrified him. Celestial Master Chuling was actually a redback. There were many redbacks in the cosmic tree, and Lu Yin wouldn't have been surprised if any of them were a redback. However, Celestial Master Chuling was a redback, which surprised him. He felt as if he had known that a certain half-progenitor was a redback. Origin array masters had extremely high statuses in both the 5th mainland and the cosmic tree. It should be known that the 6th mainland didn't even have one. No one would want to offend an origin formation heavenly master as long as they didn't make a mistake in principle. For example, Heavenly Master Gu Yan had an eccentric personality and didn't like the 4 cardinal scales. He didn't give the 4 cardinal scales any face, but the 4 cardinal scales didn't dare to offend him at all and had to think of ways to rope him in. Celestial Master Chilling might not have reached Celestial Master Gu Yan's status, but he wasn't far behind. The 4 cardinal scales were also trying their best to rope him in. It could be said that such a person could get anything he wanted, but he was unexpectedly a redback. He quickly searched for memories of Celestial Master Chilling becoming a redback. After checking, he quickly found out. Celestial Master Chilling didn't betray the human race after becoming a Celestial Master. Instead, she became a redback not long after she came into contact with lockbreaking. This matter was related to a person called Shangyi. Regardless of whether it was Chilling or Shangyi, they were both top geniuses when they first stepped onto the path of lockbreaking. They were known as the representatives of their generation's lockbreakers, just like the Fifth Mainland's Wu Dan, who was recognized by all lockbreakers as a genius who was destined to become an origin formation heavenly master. Countless people had high hopes for Chilling, and countless pairs of eyes had been watching her. However, Chilling's talent had always been inferior to Shangyi's, and she had always been suppressed. The last time she had become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, she had been a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. The next time she had become a 2-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, she had been a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. In short, she had always been suppressed by Shangyi. Chilling was proud and arrogant, and she couldn't accept such an outcome. However, she couldn't surpass Shangyi either. The anger and resentment accumulated in her heart grew stronger and stronger, and this gave the Eternals an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The person who had made her a redback was the witch spirit god. This old fellow was quite good at scheming, and he had used a sourcebox array to make Chilling willingly become a redback. Of course, the condition was that Shangyi had been killed. The last time Shangyi had been killed, it hadn't been at the hands of the Eternals, but rather at the hands of the boundless realm. The client had naturally been a redback. After Shangyi's death, Chilling had once again become the most dazzling genius in everyone's eyes. However, her talent was still inferior to Shangyi's, and it wasn't until she became an origin array master and used the sourcebox array that the witch spirit god had given her that she improved rapidly. Her improvement was shocking, and she slowly became an origin array master. It was impossible for Lu Yin to see all of Chilling's memories, but there were some that had left a deep impression on her, and these memories had formed her entire life. She was a selfish, narrow-minded, and extremely talented lock-breaking woman. At the same time, Lu Yin had also solved the mystery of Chilling's attitude back at Dragon Mountain. At that time, he had changed his name to Long 7, and Chilling had been invited by the White Dragon clan to see if they could take him in as a disciple. At first, Chilling had praised him greatly, and she had even intentionally helped him in the stable square game, raising his lock-breaking talent to an unimaginable degree. At that time, Lu Yin had thought that it was the White Dragon clan who had helped him. However, after the Frigid Immortal sect had made things difficult for him and Wang Yun had recognized him, Chilling's attitude had changed, and her words had deepened her suspicions and dissatisfaction towards him. These were two contradictory attitudes, but Lu Yin hadn't felt that there was a problem. However, outside the ladder that led to the middle realm from the top realm, Chilling could have used her sourcebox array to trap him, but she had intentionally let him go and changed her attitude again. At that time, Lu Yin had felt that something was strange. There had to be a reason for Chilling's attitude to change, but he had suppressed this thought after leaving the astral tree realm. Now that he had seen Chilling's memories, he realized that all of this had been ordered by the witch spirit god. Helping Lu Yin and raising his lock-breaking talent was true, but it was also to let the 4 cardinal scales know that his talent was extraordinarily high. This would increase the 4 cardinal scales' efforts to hunt him down and eliminate him. Releasing Lu Yin meant that the 4 cardinal scales would continue to chase him all the way to the 5th mainland and whittle down the human race's strength. This was all part of the witch spirit god's plan. This was the overt scheme that he had told Lu Yin about. He wanted Lu Yin to whittle down the astral tree realm and the fifth mainland strength so that only the Eternals would benefit. The Eternals wanted Lu Yin to be hunted down, but they could not allow him to be killed. Lu Yin was the bait. Lu Yin felt dizzy. Qiuling was a celestial master, and he could not fuse with her for long periods of time. It was already quite good that he could forcefully fuse with her, but now, he was about to leave. Lu Yin hurriedly searched through his memories regarding the alliance of stars, but his world spun and his consciousness passed through a patch of darkness before returning to his body. Lu Yin let out a long breath and rubbed his head. He had gained a lot from this fusion. Otherwise, he would not have known that Celestial Master Qiuling was actually a redback. He had also learned about the alliance of stars. Just as he had guessed, the alliance of stars had been gathered by the four cardinal scales, and they had purposely leaked their location to lure the Eternals into action. This was a trap that the four cardinal scales had set for the Eternals. Even if the seven sky gods' true body came, they might not be able to escape unscathed, let alone the seven sky gods' half-progenitor shell. If the seven sky gods did not make a move, then this trap would not have been set, and the four cardinal scales would not have suffered any losses. According to the four cardinal scales' understanding, this was how things should have developed. This was also Lu Yin's opportunity. With so many envoys gathered together, as long as he rolled 6 pips and kept searching, he would eventually find them. As long as he could fuse with someone's body, then he would be able to undo everyone's seals without having to appear himself. This was something that surpassed the four cardinal scales' understanding, and all that mattered was luck. Aside from these two things, Lu Yin also saw the sourcebox array that the witch spirit god had given her when he had gone through Qiuling's memories. It was called the Void Brand, and it was this sourcebox array that had allowed her to become an origin array master. Her progress had been even faster than when she had been at the boundless advanced level. This had left many people dumbfounded, and they had all said that her talent lay in her sourcebox array. She had been able to do all of this because of the Void Brand sourcebox array. This sourcebox array had a very simple function: it could replay and freeze the events that had occurred within a certain area of the void. It could even replay and freeze the events continuously. It was like adding a timeline to one's own experience, and one could freely control that timeline. This had nothing to do with the power of time, but rather the power of space. With this sourcebox array, as long as Qiuling made a mistake while lock-breaking, she would not be able to correct it. This sourcebox array could not allow her to rewind time, but she could use it to clearly see where the mistake had occurred. She could see every detail and then research it, allowing her to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Other lockbreakers would be in danger if they made a mistake, and they would not even know what had gone wrong. Qiuling, on the other hand, could clearly see what had happened and even research it. This was different. This had also caused Qiuling to develop a habit. As long as she was cultivating, lock-breaking, or even resting, she would place a Void Brand. Suddenly, Lu Yin stood up with an ugly expression. When he had fused with her, had she placed a Void Brand in advance? Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he thought back to what had just happened. He did not know, as he had not seen that part of the memories. If she had placed a Void Brand, then as long as Qiuling had any doubts, she would have been able to see what had just happened through the sourcebox array and know that she had been controlled. If that was the case, what would she do? At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Lu Yin's worries had come true. As a celestial master, Qiuling was very scheming. Her identity as Redback had not been exposed for many years, and she was extremely cautious. She had a habit of subconsciously recalling what had just happened every once in a while, regardless of whether she was cultivating or resting. This habit was related to the Void Brand array, and that array had caused her to develop a habit similar to obsessive-compulsive disorder. After Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion, Qiuling became clear-headed. She subconsciously tried to recall what had just happened, but she could not recall anything. She checked the sourcebox array, froze the void, and replayed it. She saw a scene that shocked her. She had actually opened her eyes and looked at the other side of the battlefield. When had that happened? She had no memory of this at all, and she was very certain that she had not. If it was not her own memory, then it had to have been done by someone else. Someone had controlled her body, but who? Who could control her? And why had she not noticed at all? The first person she thought of was the shaman spirit god. Aside from the Eternals, who would target her? She had seen almost all of the top experts in the cosmic tree realm, and there was no one who could control her. The only possibility was the Eternals. She was Redback, and the Eternals had always been watching her. She could not have known what they had done. Why would the Eternals control her? Was it a warning? Indeed, ever since she had become a celestial master, she had felt that her status had risen, and she had gradually ignored the Eternals. Unless the shaman spirit god personally gave her an order, just like what had happened with Long Chi, she would do her best. Otherwise, she did not want to have anything to do with the Eternals. What had just happened was probably a warning to her. Chioling's face darkened, and her eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2249. Within Yi Xian Academy, Lu Yin hurriedly checked his cosmic ring. That was 100 billion star essence. He clutched his chest, as it hurt too much. He had actually used up more than 100 billion star essence. How much would it cost when his cultivation increased and he could fuse with a half-ancestor's body? When he finally became a progenitor, how much would it cost to fuse with another progenitor's body? He didn't even dare to think about it. Would the star essence from the fifth mainland and the cosmic tree be enough for him to squander? It was a little difficult. No matter what, he still had to roll the dice. He had to think of a way to fuse with someone from the Star Alliance and help them undo the seal. As he thought about it, Lu Yin felt both anxious and expectant. He tapped 3 pips and continued. 1 pip and continued. 4 pips and that was it. He had already rolled the dice 4 times. Lu Yin entered the time-stop space to recite the primogenitor scripture and cultivate the serious art. After a year, he would have to rest for another 10 days before he could roll the die again. Unfortunately, time did not allow him to do so. In 10 days, he would be taking the students to the topmost realm for training, so he was called out by Dean Wen. There was a month until the list was confirmed, and during that time, Mr. Tang and Mr. Wei had been helping the students resolve their doubts and helping them improve their strength. Lu Yin had not appeared, but he should have appeared in the last 10 days. As for rolling the die, he would have to wait for an opportunity. Not everyone had seen the mother tree up close. Below the escalade, the culinary god smiled as he watched many students exclaim in surprise. None of them had seen the mother tree up close. Those who could enter Yi Xian Academy were mostly elites from various families. After all, the academy's requirements for talent were too high. Of course, there were also some loose cultivators who did not have any resources but were extremely talented, and they were also accepted into the academy. This time, the 25 students that Dean Wen had chosen were all of these types. It was impossible to bring only those from influential families to the 4-way scales for training, as those students would be completely subservient to the 4-way scales. When Yi Xian Academy arrived, the Misty Clouds sect had prepared an escalade just for them to use. They were also very generous and did not search their cosmic rings, which was very rare. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. The 4-way scales have already expressed their goodwill to the academy, Mr. Tang said with a worried tone. Lu Yin asked, "You don't want that?" Mr. Tang had a complicated look in his eyes. "I hope that the academy will always be that academy." Before the 4-way balance intervened, there were not many teachers in Yi Xian Academy. People like Wu Tai-bai and Mr. Bai were not around, including Mr. Wei. However, as the academy expanded, not only did the number of students increase, but the number of teachers also increased. Among the teachers, Wu Tai-bai and Mr. Bai clearly belonged to the four-way balance. No one knew how many of the other teachers belonged to the four-way balance. Mr. Tang had always been a mentor of the academy. Like Mr. Zheng, he hoped that the academy would never change. But this was just a dream. The four sides of the scale would not allow any outside forces to exist, especially the academy and the mountains and seas. Some things can't be controlled by humans. Mister, don't think too much about it. Since it's the trend, we should do what we should do, Mr. Wei said with a smile. Mr. Tang nodded. I'm not as open-minded as you youngsters. That's right, this is the dean's concern. It has nothing to do with us. Focus on teaching the students. The culinary god listened to their conversation and did not speak. There were some things that he could not control. Not far away, Xia Xingguang and the others looked indifferent. They didn't care about Yi Xian Academy at all. They were thinking about what had happened in the square scale recently. They felt like a shadow had been cast over them. The cloud ladder floated up, and Lu Yin looked at the middle realm that was getting smaller and smaller. He looked up and saw that the soil of the top realm was within reach. Perhaps it was this soil that had forced the four sides of the scale to exile the Lu family. They wanted to see the entire sky of the astral tree realm, not just the ground beneath the Lu family's feet. This was the first time that most of the students had come to the top realm. Even if some of them had family backgrounds, it did not mean that they had been here before. In the distance, a figure smiled when she saw the arrival of the group. She walked up to the culinary god and bowed respectfully. Wang Miao Miao greets senior culinary god. The group looked at her, and many of them were stunned. What a beautiful girl. Lu Yin looked at Wang Miao Miao. She was indeed very beautiful, and in terms of appearance, she was comparable to Yen Er. Her temperament was graceful, and her movements were ethereal. However, there was also a trace of maturity. She should not be young, but it was hard to tell. At least, not from her appearance. Wang Xiaofan's eyes flashed when he saw her, and he stared at her. So it's Fairy Miao Miao. The Wang family actually sent you here. Aren't they keeping you under house arrest? The culinary god was astonished. His tone was not as perfunctory as when he spoke to the others from the four cardinal scales. Instead, it carried the concern of an elder towards a junior, which was rare. Wang Miao Miao bowed again and looked at the culinary god with a playful smile. Other than me, no one else in the family can catch Senior's eye. They are also afraid of being reprimanded by Senior. The culinary god laughed. I wouldn't dare to reprimand the Wang family, but it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time. The smile on Wang Miao Miao's face gradually disappeared. I haven't seen you since the Lu family disappeared. The culinary god sighed. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go to the Wang family's continent. I haven't been there in a long time. Ever since the Wang family's continent was moved from the middle realm to the top realm, Senior hasn't been there, Wang Miao Miao said. The culinary god was helpless. I told you not to mention it, but you still want to be put under house arrest. Wang Miao Miao's eyes flickered, and she smiled playfully again. It doesn't matter. If I'm put under house arrest again, Senior can organize another training session. They will still have to let me out to welcome them. Senior just doesn't have to be nice to others. The culinary god was speechless. Among the students, Bai Weiwei approached Wang Xiaofan. Hey, is that the Miao Xianzi that you talk about in your dreams? She's really beautiful. Wang Xiaofan frowned. Don't talk nonsense. Bai Weiwei chuckled. don't pretend. We've known each other since we were young. You mentioned her a lot, but you didn't mention it when you grew up. Now you don't even dare to admit it. Wang Xiaofan stared at Bai Weiwei. I told you, don't talk nonsense. On the other side, Nong Xinyang exclaimed, I actually saw Miao Xianzi. I thought that the Wang family would keep her under house arrest. What happened to her? Lu Yin asked. Nong Xinyang was puzzled. Sir, you don't know. Lu Yin replied, I'm not interested in matters outside of Yuqing. Nong Xinyang pursed her lips. Miao Xianzi was the Wang family's most outstanding disciple 100 years ago. Although she wasn't a direct descendant, she surpassed them and had a similar status as Wang Su in the Wang family. She's from a branch family, but because she was close to the Lu family, she was put under house arrest. It's said that after the Lu family was exiled, she scolded the Wang family's ancestor, Wang Fan. Lu Yin was shocked. She scolded Wang Fan. Is that true? Nong Xinyang shook her head. I don't know. That's what the rumors say, but I don't know if it's true or not. In any case, she was put under house arrest after that day and never came out. I didn't expect that she would be sent out to welcome us today. Lu Yin turned around. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Miao Xianzi must have done something to cause her to be put under house arrest. If she had really scolded Wang Fan, then she was a ruthless character who dared to do anything. Dean Wen had previously exclaimed that Lu Yin had been rude to Xia Ziheng. If this woman had really scolded Wang Fan, then her courage was 1,000,000 times greater than his. The ship that the Wang clan sent to welcome Yi Xian Academy was a large ship that was folded out of white paper. After everyone boarded the boat, Wang Miaomiao told everyone about the Wang family's training grounds, the third despair. Sanne despairs. Nong Xinyang exclaimed. Bai Weiwei, Xia Xingguang, and Wang Xiaofan were all shocked. Even the culinary god was shocked. Third despair. The Wang family is actually willing to open the third despair for their students? Wang Miaomiao smiled. That's right. As long as you have the ability, you can challenge the third despair together. I suggest that you go one by one to obtain the greatest benefits. Mr. Tang exclaimed, the Wang family is really going all out this time. They're even willing to open the third despair. Lu Yin did not understand, but he did not ask. Mr. Wei's voice rang out. It's rumored that the third despair is something that every Wang family disciple, regardless of whether they are direct descendants or collateral descendants, will experience. There are battle techniques, resources, and training qualifications hidden within. The lower despair contains treasures that can allow cultivators below the explorer realm to protect themselves. There are also battle techniques and techniques, but they are not considered top-notch. At the upper despair, those with the ability can obtain the Wang family's famed meditative oblivion technique and training qualifications. As for the top-notch Taya despair, not only are there battle techniques and techniques, there are also secret techniques, tribulation crystals, and training qualifications. Every Wang family disciple's dream is to enter the third despair. Mr. Tang continued, it's rumored that Fairy Miao was able to suppress the direct descendants of her generation by relying on the opportunities she obtained in the third despair. The meditative oblivion technique and secret techniques did not lose out to the direct descendants of the Wang family at all. In the end, she even surpassed the direct descendants. The third despair is the Wang family's best opportunity for the collateral descendants to surpass the direct descendants, but I've never heard of it being open to the public. Even the Lu family had to pay a price if they wanted to let their disciples in. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. They had not searched cosmic rings under the ladder, Fairy Miao had welcomed them, and then the third despair had been opened. The Wang family had treated the students of Yi Xian Academy excessively well, as if they were intentionally trying to be friendly. Mr. Zhang's words flashed through his mind. What was the four-way scales trying to do? When the other students learned about the third despair, their eyes lit up, and they excitedly discussed something. Wang Miaomiao shook her head and sneered. The Wang family wants to use the third despair's training qualifications to steal students from Yi Xian Academy. Senior, you should be aware of this. The culinary god was helpless. So what if I'm aware of it? The academy doesn't prohibit students from joining sections. As long as they're willing, anyone can join the Wang family. Wang Miaomiao replied, if all the students join the Wang family, will the academy still be an academy? The four-way scales wants to use this method to take over the academy and obtain it in the end. This seems to be a vicious plan that the Xiao family came up with. The culinary god laughed. You're too direct. They're too sinister. Not many people can resist the temptation of the Wang family's training qualifications. Senior, you should think of a way. If all the students of Yi Xian Academy join the four-way scales, this academy will no longer be yours, Wang Miaomiao said. The culinary god felt bitter. What could he do? Yi Xian Academy was special. Just like this training, the mentors could choose the students, but the students could also choose their mentors. The academy was not only controlled by the mentors and the dean, but also the students. Once all the students joined the four-way scales, Yi Xian Academy would no longer be the original Yi Xian Academy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2250. The four-way balance had been too aggressive. Otherwise, the college would not have been willing to bring students to the top worlds to train. This was equivalent to giving the four-way balance a chance to recruit them. Now that he was here, it was impossible for him to go back on his word. Looking back, all the students' eyes lit up. Rogue cultivators had no resources, and students with family or sect backgrounds were even more eager to join the four-way scales. This was an unsolvable problem. As soon as Lu Yin arrived in the astral tree realm, he learned from the Bei family that there had been some changes in Yi Xian Academy. These changes were rapidly changing the academy's stance and structure. The four Libra's goodwill and the culinary god's helplessness all indicated this. The culinary god could no longer protect Yi Xian Academy. The top realm was not as large as the middle realm, but it still took the paper boat 5 days to travel from the cloud ladder to the Wang family's mainland, and this was only possible under the control of Wang Miaomiao, an emissary. Otherwise, an enlighter would have needed at least a few months to travel. As for the culinary god, he couldn't wait to go to the Wang family. How could he help speed up the process? Over the past few days, Lu Yin, Mr. Wei, and Mr. Tang had met up with Wang Miaomiao. Wang Miaomiao knew Mr. Tang and had met him before. However, she was very interested in Mr. Wei and had been chatting with Mr. Wei for the past few days. As the two women spoke, Lu Yin and the rest stayed far away from them. On the other hand, Wang Xiaofan, who was a direct descendant of the Wang family, did not even speak a single word to Wang Miaomiao. Wang Miaomiao did not even look him in the eye. The Wang family's mainland was right in front of Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin had been here not too long ago, where he had captured Wang Zheng and Long Ku. The Wang family was a colossus. No one knew why Wang Miaomiao was asked to welcome the people from Yi Xian Academy. A group of upper echelons of the Wang family welcomed them, and half-martial ancestor Chai was among them. Senior food god, long time no see, half-ancestor Chai greeted the food god politely. The culinary god smiled. Yes, it's been a long time. I'm surprised that you didn't die. On the side, Wang family's people were dissatisfied. Half-ancestor Chai was a consecrator of the Wang family, so what he said was the same as provoking the Wang family. Half-ancestor Chai did not mind. Are you surprised that I'm not dead? The food god replied seriously, you're cultivating the deity retreat technique, and your legs only degenerated when you reached the half-martial ancestor realm. If you progress any further, your hands and even your brain will degenerate. What's the difference between that and death? It seems like Senior thinks highly of me. Others can curse me to death, but Senior thinks highly of me, laughed half-ancestor Chai. The culinary god shook his head and looked at the Wang family. The leader was the acting patriarch, Wang Yen. His cultivation base was only at the second origin tribulation stage, which was not bad. However, it was far from enough to be the patriarch of a colossus like the Wang clan, so only half-martial ancestor Chai could support him. Wang Zheng, Wang Su, Wang Yi, and even Grand Elder Wang Si were not around. Even the Grand Elder Wang Si was not around. It wasn't just the Wang clan. There were people from the four directions balance overseeing the battlefield on the other side. Some of them had gone to the fifth mainland, and more than half of their experts had disappeared. Even their sect master had gone missing. The White Dragon clan was the most miserable. They did not have a single capable junior disciple. I wonder what the Wang clan has prepared to test the students behind me. The culinary god asked. His gaze swept past Wang Yen and the others, and then back to half-martial ancestor Chai. Although half-martial ancestor Chai was a consecrator, he was the only one in charge of the Wang family continent. Wang Yen was very calm. He was the face of the Wang clan. As for the right to make decisions, it had nothing to do with him. Once the new sky corridor was repaired and Grand Elder Wang Si and the others returned, Wang Su or Wang Yi could replace him. Half-martial ancestor Chai looked at Wang Miao Miao. Didn't you tell Senior? My Wang clan has decided to open up the San Ao impasse to the elite students of Yi Xian Academy. Wang Miao Miao did not even look at half-martial ancestor Chai. She was the only one in the Wang clan who did not give half-martial ancestor Chai face. Half-martial ancestor Chai raised his eyebrows, but he could not cause trouble for her. The Wang clan is very sincere. I will thank the Wang clan on behalf of the students, the culinary god said with a smile. Not long after, Wang Yen, the acting patriarch, personally brought the students to tour the Wang clan continent. He was only useful for this, so letting a patriarch bring the students around was a sign of goodwill. The Wang clan continent attracted countless people. It was not easy for cultivators from the middle realm to enter the top realm, let alone the Wang clan continent. Now that they had the chance to enter the Wang clan continent, it was not an exaggeration to say that they could brag about it for the rest of their lives. Since the birth of the Wang clan continent, it has been through many trials and hardships. Enemies, assassins, redbacks, and spies have all left their marks on this continent, but no one has been able to leave alive. Do you see that blade scar? It was left behind by a half-martial ancestor of our Wang clan. Our Wang clan is proficient in palm techniques, but that half-martial ancestor only loved saber techniques. His saber techniques were so powerful that they suppressed an entire era. Furthermore, when he looked at the sword steel, his saber techniques were able to suppress the sword techniques of that generation's Liu clan, shocking an entire era. That was left behind by another ancestor of the Wang clan. That ancestor observed millions of creatures in the mortal realm and created millions of palm prints. They fused together to form the final unchanging palm technique. He slaughtered the Eternals and killed one of the 12 Marquises, Xiang Ho. The current Xiang Ho is no longer the Xiang Ho of the past. That Xiang Ho died at the hands of this ancestor. Back then, the Liu clan was incompetent and allowed the redbacks to flood the continent with spies. It even caused a large-scale war. Our Wang clan charged at the front and almost broke the 5 fingers of the continent to suppress that war. Do you see the dark red color on the ground? That is the blood of countless ancestors of the Wang clan. Whether it was the Liu clan, the frigid immortal sect, the Shenwu clan, or the White Dragon clan, none of them have a history as iron-blooded as our Wang clan. Wang Yen proudly brought the students around the continent and introduced them as they toured. It was obvious that he was really proud of the Wong clan's history. At the same time, he did not forget to discredit others. No matter what the four cardinal scales had done, or how much hatred they had for Lu Yin, they had always contributed and resisted the Eternals. This was a solid contribution. Beneath their feet, the blood had long since dried up and was now a withered black. However, the faint scent of blood could still be smelled, and the cultivators who had once fought on the front lines were not afraid of death. These people were worthy of respect. Lu Yin watched Wang Yan's endless introduction. If Lu Yin could avenge the Lu clan in the future, then what would the four cardinal scales do? Along the way, Wang Yan introduced too much of the Wang clan's history, such as how long the cosmic tree had existed, how long it had been in the Daosource sect, and even how long it had been in the Daosource sect. Although the Wang clan's history had been blurred by the passage of time, it had not completely disappeared. It had produced countless geniuses, and there were even quite a few progenitors, let alone half-ancestors. The students' eyes lit up as they listened, as it was an honor to be able to join such a large clan. This was the effect that the Wang clan wanted. To these students, the progenitor realm was out of their reach, but Wang Yan made it sound as if they could become progenitors if they joined the Wang clan. Everyone, look! There's a statue over there that has been permanently erected on the Wang clan's mainland. Senior Zhongyue's innate talent was extraordinary, and he came into contact with one of the elders of the Wang clan by chance. He was attracted to join the Wang clan, and our Wang clan provided him with all the cultivation resources we had, allowing him to break through step by step. He became an envoy, a half-ancestor, and even a progenitor. He's our Wang clan's foreign ancestor. Wang Yan pointed at the statue in the distance with reverence. The group of students gasped, and they hurriedly approached the statue to take a look. In the crowd, Bai Weiwei was disdainful. Nong Xinyang bared her teeth. Shameless. Lu Yin did not understand. What's wrong? Nong Xinyang whispered, Ancestor Zhongyue isn't from the Wang clan at all. He's just close to the Wang clan. Lu Yin blinked. Then why is his statue in the Wang clan's mainland? Nong Xinyang explained, I heard from the elders that Ancestor Zhongyue did receive a favor from the Wang clan, but it was only a small favor, and he was close to the Wang clan. At that time, not only was Ancestor Zhongyue close to the Wang clan, he was also close to the Lu clan and the Lu clan. Unfortunately, Ancestor Zhongyue died. At that time, he only had Ancestor Wang Fan by his side. Ancestor Wang Fan said that Ancestor Zhongyue's dying wish was to be buried in the Wang clan's mainland, which is why the Wang clan built a statue for Ancestor Zhongyue. Others didn't believe it at all, but since Ancestor Wang Fan said so, no one could refute it. In the end, Ancestor Zhongyue was buried in the Wang clan's mainland, and the Wang clan recruited many foreign cultivators. Lu Yin understood, Wang Fan's move was ruthless. Just think about it, which cultivator did not want to become a progenitor? However, the chances of becoming a progenitor were too slim. Even the four-way scales, the Lu clan, and other behemoths, how many of them could become progenitors? However, the Wang clan had forcefully nurtured a foreign ancestor. How big of an impact was this to the other cultivators? It was incomparable. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2251. Countless people had died fighting for humanity, and their names had long since disappeared. Humans did not forget their origins, nor did they want to forget them. It was just that everyone knew that they would end up the same as these people. At the end of their cultivation, they would all see the same end point, the everlasting race. Since everyone was the same, there was no need to remember them. If they could not remember others, then the people of the future would not remember them either. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Perhaps in 100 million years, his name would disappear as well. Perhaps he would die at the hands of his enemies or the everlasting race, contributing to humanity's blood wall. With mixed feelings, Lu Yin watched the excited students tour the continent with Wang Yan. He did not want to leave, as he was tired. The Wang family's continent was huge, and Wang Yan led the students around for 2 days straight. The food god could not stop them, and there was no need to. Wang Yan had not lied, and some things were true. It would be good to let them know about the Wang family's history, as there were many elders in the family who were worthy of respect. Lu Yin saw the mining area again, and after scanning the area, he saw Shaoken, Patriarch Wang Yan. What is that place? Lu Yin suddenly asked. He had not spoken much over the past 2 days, and Wang Yan had forgotten about the mentors. Wang Yan looked in the direction Lu Yin was pointing and replied, "That's a mining area." Lu Yin was surprised. The Wang family has existed for countless years. Logically speaking, even if there were mines here, they should have been exhausted by now. Why are there still some? Wang Yan casually answered, "It's not really mining. It's just punishing some criminals and making them pay the price." "I see. Can we take a look?" Lu Yin asked. There's always darkness under the light. These children can't only see the bright side of humanity. It's time for them to learn about the dangers. Wang Yan waved a hand, not wanting to talk about this topic. There's nothing to see in this filthy place. Let's go, I'll take you to see the rankings of the younger generation. The rankings were obviously more interesting than the mining area. Since Wang Yan did not want to talk about it, Lu Yin could not go to the mining area either. "Mr. Haoyu, are you curious about the Wang family's mining area?" Mr. Wei asked as he approached Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, "I just want to take a look. After all, the Wang family has been here for so many years. Even if there were mines in the beginning, they should have been exhausted by now." Mr. Wei looked at the mining area. There are endless mines on this continent. Does Mr. Wei know about this? Mr. Wei said, "I've read a lot of history books, and many of them mentioned the mines that the Wang family mined. Although it was only a few words, after a long history, one could tell that the Wang family didn't mine mines, but a yellow liquid." Lu Yin was confused. "What yellow liquid?" Mr. Wei shook his head. Knowing that it was the yellow liquid was only a guess. The Wang family has kept this matter a secret very well, and there are no clear records of it in the ancient texts. I can only make a guess based on the descriptions in the ancient texts, but I don't know the specifics. Yellow liquid. Mr. Wei looked at Lu Yin. Although I don't know what this yellow liquid is, it must be extremely important to the Wang family. I've read through many ancient texts, and anything related to the Wang family's mines will definitely have traces of a half-progenitor. Lu Yin looked at the mining area once more. Traces of a half-ancestor. The last time he had disguised himself as Xia Yuan, he had felt a great threat. There was something wrong with this mine. The Wang clan's history ran through the Fifth Mainland's history. He didn't know how long it would take to finish the introduction, but the culinary god urged Wang Yan to quickly open the triple despair so that the students could gain experience. Wang Yan was in high spirits as he spoke. As the branch family head, he had never had the chance to be so glorious. Among the students, there were direct disciples from the frigid immortal sect in Shenwu Plain, as well as people from the agriculture family and the Lu family. A branch family head's final fate was to be obliterated, and he rarely showed his face. His family had also said that the longer he talked, the better, so he wasn't in a hurry. I heard that Wang Zheng went missing. Did the Wang family find any clues? Lu Yin asked when he saw that Wang Yan was still in high spirits and was continuing to brag about the Wang family's history. Wang Yan's expression changed, and he glanced at Lu Yin. There are some things that outsiders can't understand. Mr. Haoyu, please don't ask. Over the past few days, Wang Yan had elevated the Wang family status to an unprecedented level, to the point where everyone had forgotten about the disappearance of the family head. Now that Lu Yin had suddenly brought it up, Wang Yan's elevated image was completely suppressed. Wang Yan's expression turned ugly. I heard that Wang Zheng was ambushed by the White Dragon clan's clan leader Long Xiang. I hope that nothing happened to him, Mr. Tang lamented. Wang Yan's expression turned even uglier, and he no longer had the mood to brag about the Wang family's history. No matter how glorious the family's history was, it couldn't cover up the scandal of the family head's disappearance. Wang Yan felt aggrieved. If Wang Zheng had died in battle, it would have been glorious, but now he had gone missing, which was a disgrace to the Wang family. Of course, he wouldn't dare say such a thing, as just thinking about it made him feel guilty. He glanced at Wang Xiaofan. The flower had 3 petals, and the vegetation was floating in the void. In a corner of the Wang family's continent, there was a flower with roots that took root in the void. Each petal was the size of a planet, and within each petal was a space that flowed with colorful lights. It was impossible to see clearly from the outside, and only a hazy halo could be seen. This was the Wang family's 3 ecstasy. There are 3 petals on this flower, and each petal represents an impasse. Wang Yan saw that everyone was staring at the petals, and he explained, the 3 impasses are divided into the lower impasse, upper impasse, and Tai impasse. The lower impasse can accommodate limiters and cultivators below the limiter realm, while the upper impasse can accommodate explorers to hunters. The 3 ecstasy has different requirements for entering, and the rewards and dangers are different as well. However, regardless of whether it's the lower ecstasy, upper ecstasy, or Tai ecstasy, you can all obtain one thing, the right to be nurtured. My Wang family has no conditions for this, the right to be nurtured. Unconditional nurture. Someone exclaimed. It was a limiter who looked to be in his teens. He was very young, and the younger one was, the more potential one had. The students sent by Yi Xian Academy all had extremely high innate gifts, or else they wouldn't have been able to attract the 4 cardinal scales' interest. Wang Yan raised his head. That's right. Entering the 3 ecstasy means that my Wang family approves of you. Regardless of whether or not you join my Wang family in the future, even if you become my family's enemy, as long as you enter the 3 ecstasy and obtain the right to be nurtured, my Wang family will provide you with the corresponding resources according to the agreement. This will continue until you reach the agreed cultivation level. This is my family's promise. The fatty raised his hand. Yes, yes. Wang Yan raised an eyebrow. Uncle. This kid is also from the Wang family. Are there no exceptions? The fatty finished speaking. Wang Yan's face darkened. No. As long as you obtain the right to be nurtured, you can be nurtured even if you're from Ghost Abyss. What kind of nurturing qualifications are there in the lower ecstasy? A girl asked excitedly. Wang Yan's lips curled up. There are 36 nurturing qualifications in the lower ecstasy, and the highest is for enlighters. In other words, if you enter the lower ecstasy as a limiter or even a melder or sentinel, the Wang family will definitely nurture you to become an enlighter without restricting your freedom. There are also 36 nurturing qualifications in the upper ecstasy, and the highest is still for enlighters, but only peak enlighters. As for the Tai ecstasy. He deliberately paused here. All of the students fell silent and looked at Wang Yan with excitement. Wang Yan slowly said, Emissary. There are 36 nurturing qualifications as well. Bai Nan asked. Although he was from the frigid immortal sect and a branch of the Bai family, he was still tempted. Wang Yan nodded. That's right, there are also 36 nurturing qualifications. The lower ecstasy is for hunters, and the highest is for enlighters. The upper ecstasy is for enlighters, and the highest is for peak enlighters. As for the Thai ecstasy, the lowest is for peak enlighters, and the highest is for emissaries. Many of the students' breathing quickened as they looked at the third ecstasy, their eyes filled with desire. Luin finally understood why the culinary god had been so surprised when he'd heard that the Wang family was willing to open up the third ecstasy. It was indeed a huge investment. Not only did the lower ecstasy and upper ecstasy have the qualifications to nurture emissaries, but the Thai ecstasy actually had the qualifications to nurture emissaries. As long as one could obtain the qualifications, they would definitely be nurtured into an emissary by the Wang family, which was equivalent to becoming a future emissary. The temptation was too great. When Luin had first stepped onto the path of cultivation, even becoming an enlighter seemed out of his reach, let alone an emissary. How many enlighters were there in the fifth mainland's outerverse? Even a weave might not have one, so how many emissaries could there be in the innerverse and outerverse? Any emissary was a powerhouse that could command respect from countless people. As long as one could obtain the qualifications to enter the Thai ecstasy, they would be able to do so. Furthermore, they would be nurtured by the Wang family, which meant that they would be branded as part of the Wang family. Who would dare to act against a member of the Wang family? To these students who had not seen much of the world, this was a fatal temptation. First, the Wang family had expressed goodwill, then the Zhongyu statue, and now, the third ecstasy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2252. The sphere of light on the Wang family's continent continued to shine, but there was something moving in the sky that blocked the light from time to time. The movement was extremely slow, and every once in a while, a region of the continent would be covered in darkness. This was the night of the Wang family's continent. The culinary god sat alone at a stone table, staring at the sky. He did not drink any wine or tea, he just sat there. Luin walked over. "Senior, what are you thinking about?" The culinary god's tone was bleak. "I watched and guarded for a lifetime, but in the end, I couldn't hold on." "Senior, you've already done your best." The culinary god looked at Luin. "I'm sorry. I invited you to the academy, but not only did I expose your identity, but I also put you in this situation." Luin was amused. "Senior doesn't seem like a sentimental person. There will always be gains and losses. Since I can't change the situation, I might as well go with the flow." The culinary god sighed. "If possible, I really don't want the academy to belong to the four-way scales, but it seems like this is the best outcome. The academy can't be saved, so it's better to use the time the four-way scales can rope in the students and let them obtain more resources. That way, their future path of cultivation will be smoother. As for who they serve, that's up to them. They'll have to go to the back line and fight for humanity." Luin asked, "With senior strength, it might not be impossible to protect the academy. Did a progenitor take action?" The culinary god did not answer. Instead, he said, "Tell Kuei Luo to stop attacking the academy. Otherwise, the four-way scales will deal with him instead of us." The four-way scales couldn't do anything to him before, but that might not be the case in the future. Some people will eventually come out, and the universe will eventually change. The culinary god paused for a moment, seemingly exhausted. "Go back and rest." Luin could not help Xian Academy. The Lu family had been exiled, and the four-way scales had gradually taken control of the astral tree domain. They would eliminate all unstable factors. This time, it was Xian Academy, and next time, it might be the Seed Garden, the Sword Steel, the Lu family, and so on. The most helpless thing was that even though they knew this would happen, they could not resist. The only thing Xian Academy could do was fight for the best interests of its students. There was one thing that the culinary god did not mention, but Lu Yin could guess: to protect the mountain sea. The four-way scales didn't know that the mountain and sea realm had a master, but Xian Academy did. They wanted to conceal this secret as much as possible. Lu Yin had not thought about it in detail before, but now that he thought about it, the only reason why Xian Academy wanted to keep this a secret was because the person who inherited the mountain sea realm would not be able to protect himself. In other words, that person had not reached the progenitor realm, and he might not even have reached the half-progenitor realm. Otherwise, Xian Academy would not have needed to protect the mountain sea realm. The four-way scales could not wait to target Xian Academy. The reason why the Wang family was so friendly was probably because of the mountains and seas. One wanted to seize it, while the other wanted to protect it, resulting in the current situation. Based on the current situation, Xian Academy would not be able to hide it for long. Once the fact that the mountain and sea had a master was exposed, the four-direction scale would definitely shake. At that time, the person who inherited the mountain and sea would definitely be found. Lu Yin was curious as to who had inherited the mountain sea. That was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Once one became an ancestor, they would be considered a supreme expert. Was this person a friend or a foe? Even though Xian Academy was close to the Lu family, that did not mean that the person who inherited the mountains and seas would also be close to the Lu family. Xian Academy was protecting the future of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, not a single person or power. Lu Yin was very certain about this. Senior, since we can't change anything, then let's do as you said. I have a way to let the students gain even more benefits. Can you contact Fairy Meow? Lu Yin asked, his lips curling up in a pleased smile. Since the Wang family wanted to express their goodwill and generously gift them with resources, then the academy would not stand on ceremony. The next day, the group arrived at the 3 Aces Despair as promised. Lu Yin and the food god exchanged glances as they looked at the 3 flower petals. Not far away, Wang Miao Miao had a strange expression on her face. She looked at Wang Yan, and then at half-ancestor Chai. Everyone, have you all adjusted your mentality? Wang Yan smiled. He had been praised the day before by Wang Sun, who had come from the back of the battlefield, who had said that he had done well. Wang Sun was already aware of how excited the students from Xian Academy were. Ready, many of the students shouted excitedly. The little fatty excitedly raised his hand. Yes, yes, we're ready. Wang Sun's praise made Wang Yan even more enthusiastic, and he even found the little fatty more pleasing to the eye. That's good. Enter the 3 Aces Despair according to your cultivation. I hope that all of you will be able to obtain the right to be nurtured and obtain good battle records and techniques. My Wang family has high hopes for all of you. Work hard, little fatty. The little fatty was very excited. As soon as Wang Yan finished speaking, the group of students did not rush into the 3 Aces Despair as he had expected. Some of them rushed out and found a particular despair, such as Bai Nan, Nong Xinyang, Lu Kai, Bai Weiwei, Xia Shengguang, and the others. They were either elites from the 4-side scale or had great family backgrounds. The students who had been selected by the dean did not rush out. Instead, they gathered in groups of 5 and mumbled to themselves as they discussed. The Wang family was at a loss. What were they doing? Wang Yan did not understand. This shouldn't be the case. Even the Wang family's disciples were impatient the first time they entered the 3 Aces Despair, as they were afraid that the right to be nurtured and other resources would be snatched away by others. How could these students be so calm? The students who had rushed out were also stunned, and they all turned back to look. This way, I said this way. Raise your hand higher. Legs, old Lu, lower your legs. Don't obstruct the killing intent. Alright, I'll take it. Our side is fine too. Our side is fine. All right, let's take it. A moment later, the gathered students assumed strange poses and took out their source boxes at the same time. In an instant, the killing intent from the source boxes overlapped and constantly changed. Half-Ancestor Chai was shocked. Stop. He took a step forward, but at the same time, the food god blocked him. Stop. Half-Ancestor Chai stared at the food god. What are you all trying to do? Are you trying to get the students to commit suicide? The other members of the Wang family also thought the same. It would have been fine if they had casually taken out their source boxes, but now, the students had all taken out their source boxes at the same time. There were a total of 25 students, which meant that there were 25 source boxes at the same time. Even if these source boxes were all discerning elementary, who knew what would happen when their killing intent overlapped? Wang Yan's hands and feet went cold. It was over. Yi Xian Academy wanted to take him down with them. His family was trying to find a way to attract these students, and he had already learned the reason from half-ancestor Wang Sun the day before. Yi Xian Academy wanted to control the students so that they could control Yi Xian Academy. After all, many matters within Yi Xian Academy were decided by the students, but there was another important reason. Wang Yan rejoiced that he had done a good enough job to attract the students. However, he had not expected Yi Xian Academy to be so ruthless. They would rather have the students die than allow them to be used by the Wang family. This was troublesome, and they were too ruthless. Had he gone too far yesterday? The first thing that came to his mind was the cruelty of his family. Their punishment. Don't worry. We can't wait to protect these children. How could we bear to let them die? The culinary god said slowly as he looked back. Half-Ancestor Chai and the other cultivators from the Wang family, as well as the students who had rushed out, all looked over. They saw 5 groups of students, and each group had 5 source boxes overlapped with each other to form a source box array, a channeling diagram. That's right, this was Lu Yin's plan. He had used the sourcebox's killing intent to set up a channeling diagram that would allow the students to be like fish in water in the 3 overs despair. According to the power of the sourcebox's killing intent, these 5 sets of channeling diagrams would be enough to make even a peak in light or powerhouse feel helpless, and they would be able to rampage through the 3 overs despair. Lu Yin wanted these students to enter the 3 overs despair and plunder all of the resources there. What are you waiting for? Go! Lu Yin barked. The 5 groups of students excitedly charged towards the 3 overs despair. The rest of the students were stunned. There was such a thing. Lu Yin glanced at the rest of the students. We don't have that many source boxes, so we can only make them work harder and search for resources. When the time comes, we'll split the spoils. Thank you, Mr. Hao Yu. Thank you, sir. The rest of the students sighed in relief, as they had thought that Lu Yin had given up on them. Wang Xiaofan stared blankly at the groups of students rushing past him. What was going on? The Wang family had never prohibited their disciples from bringing external items into the 3 overs despair. Obtaining a good external item was already an opportunity, and entering the 3 overs despair was also an opportunity that did not need to be taken away. However, they had never imagined that something like this would happen. How could Lemeters, explorers, and hunters enter the 3 overs despair using a sourcebox array? Even an enlighter would not be able to do so, but this was exactly what had happened. Wang Yan did not know whether he should stop them or not. Before Wang Yan could move, the Wang family elder who had been guarding the 3 overs despair all this time stepped forward and blocked the first group of students who had excitedly tried to enter. Lu Kai stepped forward and stood in front of the Wang family elder. This Wang family elder's cultivation was not very high, and he had undergone 2 origin tribulations. However, he was still not someone that Lu Kai could deal with. What is the Wang family doing? Are you not allowing the students to enter? Mr. Tang questioned. The Wang family elder's face darkened. They can't go in like this. The culinary god looked over. I have some understanding of the Wang family's 3 overs despair, and there doesn't seem to be any rule that forbids cultivators from entering through a sourcebox array. Wang Yan was speechless, as there was no such rule, as it was impossible for such a rule to appear. However, now that it had appeared, he did not know what to do. He could only look at half-ancestor Chai, as his status as the acting family head was far inferior to that of a half-ancestor consecrator. Half-ancestor Chai was placed in a difficult position. The Wang family wanted to show goodwill to Yi Xian Academy's students, and they were willing to pay a certain amount of resources. However, that did not mean that they would be willing to pay a large amount. If these students entered through a sourcebox array, who knew how many resources they would receive? Since Yi Xian Academy was confident that they could set up a sourcebox array for these students, it meant that the sourcebox array would be able to resolve the difficulties within. Senior Culinary God, the 3 overs despair is meant to provide the cultivators with an opportunity to cultivate. If the students enter through a sourcebox array, they will not be able to achieve the desired results. This is not in line with the original intent of this training exercise. Half-ancestor Chai hesitated. The culinary god did not care. The students have different goals for this training exercise. You see, the majority of the students need to train, but those who use a sourcebox array do not. What they need to do is observe the sourcebox array. They have their own goals for this training exercise, so there's no need for you to worry about that. In any case, whether or not you allow them to enter is a simple decision. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2253. After hearing the culinary god's words, half-ancestor Chai silently cursed him for being shameless. Those students clearly did not have any sourceboxes, but where had Yi Xian Academy gotten so many? He looked at Lu Yin and saw that there were only 3 origin array masters in Yi Xian Academy. One was Dean Wen, another was Mr. Wen, and the last was Yu Hao. How did this person carry so many sourceboxes with him? In the end, the Wang family stepped aside. If they tried to stop them, then all their previous efforts would have been wasted. Compared to the overall situation of Yi Xian Academy, these resources were not that important. The students all entered, and the surroundings became somewhat deserted. Lu Yin chatted with Mr. Wei while Mr. Tang closed his eyes to rest. The culinary god had nothing to do, so he flipped through a cookbook. Half-ancestor Chai glanced at Yu Hao from time to time, as he had discovered that Yu Hao's lock-breaking ability was extraordinary. As a half-ancestor, although he did not know how to lock-break, he had been influenced by what he had seen and heard over the years. He had never heard of anyone using a sourcebox to make students who did not know how to lock-break set up a sourcebox array. Was this something that an origin array master could do? This person seemed to be a real Yuan array master. It was not that half-ancestor Chai did not know any real Yuan array masters, but he had never heard of such a thing. As he thought about it, he asked Wang Yan to invite the Wang family's real Yuan array master. Aside from the White Dragon clan, the other 3 families all had real Yuan array masters overseeing them. This was their foundation, and it was also the reason why the White Dragon clan had been so excited when they had found out about Long Seven's lock-breaking innate gift. The White Dragon clan wanted to bridge the gap between them and the other 3 families, but unfortunately, this gap could not be closed in a short time. Speaking of which, what exactly is in this 3rd despair? Lu Yin curiously looked at the 3 petals. Mr. Wei smiled. There are many ferocious beasts in there, and some of the Wang family's sinners are occasionally locked up as training targets. It's very large, and I've heard that there are even kingdoms there. There are kingdoms. Lu Yin was astonished, as he recalled that the Astral Combat Academy's trial mission had required him to go to Shenwu continent. Mr. Wei sighed. These large clans with long histories have plenty of ways to provide experience. Furthermore, every once in a while, the mountains, rivers, landscapes, cultures, and customs will all change. This is to prevent their predecessors from giving directions to their descendants. Lu Yin understood this. Let's hope that they can gain something. It's not easy. In this kind of training, it's more efficient to act alone. In that kind of situation, they can only snatch things by force if they want to get something. Otherwise, they would spend all their time searching and rushing, Mr. Wei said. Lu Yin slapped his head. He had made a mistake. He should have assigned a guide to each of the 5 groups so that he could act as their eyes and guide them to search for resources. The resources were dangerous, but as long as they could find them, they could easily obtain them. Hopefully, they would be smart enough to do so. Elsewhere, the Wang family's realm Yuan array master arrived. Wang Yan explained what had happened, and the realm Yuan array master's first reaction was that it was impossible. This kid is so young. Even if he had been an origin array master since he was a child, it would still be impossible for him to accomplish such a feat. This is not something that can be accomplished with just innate talent. It requires experience, and a considerable amount of lock-breaking experience. Otherwise, I don't think that even an origin array celestial master would be able to accomplish such a feat. An origin array celestial master can rely on their innate talent in sourcebox arrays and lock-breaking to achieve such a feat, but this is not something that innate talent can make up for. Half-Ancestor Chai replied, based on what you know, who can accomplish such a feat? The realm Yuan array master thought about it. There are 4 celestial masters in my astral tree society. Celestial Master Gu Yan is known as the number 1 Celestial Master, so he will definitely be able to accomplish such a feat. Celestial Master Li specializes in killing, and his lock-breaking skills are not as good as Celestial Master Chiuling's, so he might not be able to accomplish such a feat. As for Celestial Master Chiuling, I don't know much about her. Her innate talent in sourcebox arrays is extremely high, but her lock-breaking skills are also very high, and they are not something that I can estimate. The last person is Celestial Master Mu, who is known as the youngest origin array Celestial Master. No one doubts Celestial Master Mu's innate talent in lock-breaking and sourcebox arrays. Even Celestial Master Gu Yan once said that Celestial Master Mu would be his successor. However, with Celestial Master Mu's current age, he might not be able to accomplish such a feat. Half-Ancestor Chai frowned. Innate talent was something that could never be understood by those who did not possess it. He had been able to cultivate to the half-ancestor realm, and even though he would never be able to reach the progenitor realm, he was still a genius in the eyes of others. Mediocre people would never be able to understand what innate talent was, and this real Yuan formation master was no exception. Half-Ancestor Chai's words could only be half-believed, as he could not be sure whether Celestial Master Mu or Celestial Master Li could accomplish such a feat. Furthermore, there was also Bai Xiener, and no one knew how good her lock-breaking skills were. If Dean Wen was here, then he might be able to accomplish such a feat after all. The Wen family once produced an origin array Celestial Master, and he was even a progenitor. Perhaps he left something behind, and Dean Wen is very experienced in lock-breaking, the Wang family's real Yuan formation master muttered to himself. Half-Ancestor Chai replied, Dean Wen definitely isn't here, and it's not possible to accomplish such a feat through the Cloud Connect stone. It's definitely not possible, the Wang family's real Yuan formation master replied. He then looked at Lu Yin with a strange glint in his eyes. If this young man is truly capable of accomplishing such a feat, then his lock-breaking talent is too terrifying. He might even surpass Celestial Master Mu and become the youngest origin array Celestial Master in history. After all, he's already a real Yuan formation master. What's his name? Wang Yan replied, his real name is Yu Hao, and he's been hiding in Yixian Academy under the alias of Hao Yu. He's Celestial Master Gu Yan's disciple. Celestial Master Gu Yan's disciple? The Wang family's real Yuan formation master was shocked. No wonder, no wonder. Is there any way to rope him in? If we can rope him in, then our Wang family will definitely produce an origin array celestial master in the future. You should know that the last origin array celestial master of the Wang family died 10 years ago on the battlefield at the back. As for me, I don't have the ability to become a celestial master. Half-Ancestor Chai's eyes flashed, as these words reminded him of something. Of the current 4 origin array celestial masters, Celestial Master Gu Yan didn't care about any of them, as he hated the 4 cardinal scales. Celestial Master Li was focused on researching killing sourcebox arrays on the back of the battlefield, and he was also focused on unlimited energy. Celestial Master Qiuling was close to Xinwu Plane and could be considered part of that plane. Celestial Master Mu was close to the Frigid Immortal sect and could be considered part of that sect. Only the Wang family no longer had an origin array celestial master. And this was just on the surface. Who knew if the Frigid Immortal sect and Xinwu Plane had any hidden celestial masters? Xinwu Plane was still trying to find a way to bring Yu Hao back. If they took him away, not only would they gain a future origin array celestial master, but they would also be able to rope in celestial master Gu Yan. He looked in the direction of Xinwu Plane. Ever since Bai Ting had disappeared, everyone had pointed their spears at the Frigid Immortal sect, but they had forgotten that Xinwu Plane was in the same situation as the Frigid Immortal sect. They had the most origin array celestial masters, and they were all trying to rope in Yu Hao. Even if they had captured the family head, the Frigid Immortal sect had wanted to obtain the Star Alliance, and the Xinwu Plane had also wanted Celestial Master Gu Yan. Both parties posed a great threat to them. Furthermore, news from the outside world had almost confirmed that it was the Eternals who had captured the family head and the others. The Frigid Immortal sect's threat had greatly decreased, while the Xinwu Plane's threat had increased. When he thought of this, he looked at Lu Yin. If not for today's events, he wouldn't have noticed how big of a threat the Xinwu Plane was. He immediately contacted Wang Sun to guard against the Xinwu Plane. Lu Yin hadn't expected that Half-Ancestor Chai had only wanted to force the Wang family to cough up more resources. However, this caused Half-Ancestor Chai to be wary of the Xinwu Plane. The 4 continents had a special relationship with each other, and although they seemed to be in balance, everyone wanted to break this balance and replace the Lu family as the ruler of the cosmic tree realm. Originally, this balance would have taken many, many years to break, but with Lu Yin's appearance and his strength, everything he did shook the 4 continents. In the end, it was still because of his strength. Lu Yin's strength was enough to affect part of the balance, which caused the 4 continents to be wary of each other. Wang Miao Miao found Lu Yin. Old man Chai has been keeping an eye on you. Be careful not to fall into his trap. Lu Yin looked at Half-Ancestor Chai, who was still staring back at him. The two looked at each other, and Lu Yin could see the coldness and wariness in Half-Ancestor Chai's eyes. With Senior Food God around, he won't be able to do anything to me, Lu Yin said. Wang Miao Miao shook her head. Don't underestimate these people. They've even exiled the Lu family when they're scheming. She paused and then smiled. Today's matter was delightful. We've finally made the Wang family bleed a little. Lu Yin smiled. I still have to thank you. Without the source box you found, I wouldn't have been able to do it. But are you all right? It would have been troublesome if you'd been discovered. Wang Miao Miao smiled brilliantly. It doesn't matter. What can they do to me? Wang Zheng is still missing, and that old fogey, Wang Si, had better die in the wasteland. That's the ending she deserves. Die in the wasteland. Your wish has been fulfilled. Lu Yin really wanted to say that. After Wang Miao Miao left, Lu Yin felt that something was strange. Why does she hate her family so much? Mr. Wei had chatted with Wang Miao Miao on the way to the Wang family's mainland for a few days, and he had learned a lot. She's one of the few people in the Wang family who's close to the Liu family. When the Liu family was exiled, she cursed at ancestor Wang Fan and has been locked up ever since. She really cursed at them. Liu Yin was astonished. He had heard Nong Xinyang mention this before, but it felt unreal when she said it herself. Now that Mr. Wei had said it, it had to be true. Mr. Wei nodded with some admiration. Not everyone dares to do such a thing. Liu Yin replied, I don't know what the Liu family did, but the 4 continents joined forces to exile them. However, there are still many people who are close to the Liu family, even within the 4 continents. I just don't know what kind of relationship this fairy Miao Miao has with the Liu family. Mr. Wei had a strange look on his face, and he glanced at Liu Yin. It seems like Mr. Hao Yu really wants to know. Liu Yin smiled. We're just chatting. The students have been training for at least half a month, and it would be boring if we didn't talk about anything. Mr. Wei looked at San Egu. Everyone says that Fairy Miao Miao is close to the Liu family, which is why they were exiled. She even dared to curse at her own family's ancestor. However, there's another rumor that Fairy Miao Miao isn't close to the Liu family, but rather has feelings of both hatred and love. It seems like she was teased by someone from the Liu family, and after a few times, she actually developed feelings of love. Liu Yin was shocked and blinked. There's such a rumor. Mr. Wei smiled. Actually, history is very interesting. You can see the trajectory of human development, learn about various heroes, and understand all sorts of things. At the same time, you can also see some gossip. I like gossip. Liu Yin pursed his lips. I like it too. That's why I believe the latter, Mr. Wei said before leaving. The training will take at least half a month, so there's no need to wait here. Liu Yin looked at Mr. Wei's back and fell into deep thought. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2254. This trip to the Wang family was mainly for the students to gain experience. Once all the students entered the Triple Despair, the people outside would be safe. The food god informed Liu Yin and the others that they could leave at any time as long as they returned after half a month. Liu Yin stayed outside the Triple Despair for a few days before leaving. It was time to continue rolling his die. Since he had no luck, he would make up for it with numbers. Liu Yin had just returned to his residence when someone came looking for him. It was the Wang family's Jiyuan formation master. I am Wang Nian, and I hope that Mr. Hao Yu will not take offense at my sudden visit, the Wang family's formation master said politely. Liu Yin replied, Senior is too polite. What is it? Wang Nian replied, I'm curious about something and would like to ask you in person. Would it be convenient for you? Liu Yin did not decline. Of course. Senior, please come in. Liu Yin invited Wang Nian into his residence, and Wang Nian did not stand on ceremony. He went straight to the point. May I ask if you helped set up those student sourcebox arrays? Liu Yin immediately denied the question, and his expression turned solemn. I didn't set them up, just guide them. I'm a teacher at East Xian Academy, and I have the responsibility to guide the students. If the Wang family has any questions, you can directly look for the food god. Wang Nian laughed. Mr. Hao Yu, you don't have to worry about it. I'm just a Jiyuan formation master who wants to get to know another formation master. Lockbreakers are connected, and whether it's on the backside or in the astral tree domain, our relationship can transcend the constraints of our families. This is something that lockbreakers have carved into their bones over countless years. Even if I'm a member of the Wang family, I won't say a word about what I've said here today without your permission. Liu Yin's expression softened. Forgive me for my lack of manners. Wang Nian smiled. From your perspective, your reaction is normal. Are you still willing to talk to me? Of course. To be honest, I was the one who guided them, Lu Yin said. Wang Nian sighed and sized Lu Yin up. Mr. Haoyu, you're so young, but you're already so accomplished in lockbreaking. That's rare and admirable. Lu Yin smiled wryly. If you were forced to lockbreak every day for decades without stopping, then it wouldn't be surprising. Wang Nian suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Divine Master Gu Yan's teachings are really... He didn't know what to say. Lu Yin didn't have the energy, and even if he did, he wouldn't have so many source boxes. It could only be said that Divine Master Gu Yan had too many source boxes. It's not just Jieyu. Even my cultivation has improved by dealing with the dangers of source boxes. There are some source boxes that I can't deal with at all. If not for Master, I would have died a long time ago, Lu Yin lamented. Wang Nian nodded. Mister, you're young, but you're no less experienced than us old men. You're truly admirable. Perhaps the next origin celestial master of the starry sky tree will be you. Mr. might even replace Celestial Master Mu and become the youngest origin Celestial Master in the history of the Starry Sky Tree. You can't become a Sage Master just by lockbreaking. That's why Master was willing to let me out. He wanted me to experience some things, resolve some things, and let go of my obsession. Wang Nian's eyes flashed. Then, has Mr. Haoyu finished his task? If not, the Wang clan is willing to help. Lu Yin looked at Wang Nian. Senior, are you speaking to me as a lockbreaker, or as a member of the Wang family? Wang Nian couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Haoyu, as which identity? Lu Yin thought about it and then looked away. It doesn't matter if you're a lockbreaker or a member of the Wang family. Some things aren't so easy to resolve. Wang Nian didn't say anything else and just left behind a cloud connection stone. Contact the people on the other side. Perhaps they can help you resolve it. He then bid farewell and left. His main goal in coming here was to leave behind the cloud connection stone. As for his conversation with Lu Yin, it was really out of curiosity as a lockbreaker. How could such a young lockbreaker accomplish something that even he couldn't? Even Celestial Master Mu or Celestial Master Qiuling would be curious. Lu Yin sighed. Fortunately, he had merged with Celestial Master Qiuling's body before. Although he hadn't seen many of her memories regarding lockbreaking, even just a portion of them combined with the experience he had gained from merging with Master Haoyu's body had given him much more experience than other lockbreakers. This experience had come from the realm's formation masters and origin celestial masters, and he himself had considerable lockbreaking experience as well. However, he hadn't expected that the Wang family would care so much about setting up a single sourcebox array. He had underestimated the value of being a lockbreaker. Lu Yin looked at the cloud connection stone, but he didn't immediately contact it. Actively contacting it and passively contacting it were two different concepts. This was the Wang family's continent, and as a precaution, he asked the Mist Ancestor to help him see if anyone was monitoring them. The moment the Mist Ancestor appeared, he looked up at the ball of light in shock. The mountain sea. Lu Yin was shocked. The mountain sea. Where? The Mist Ancestor pointed up. Isn't that the mountain sea? Lu Yin was stunned. That's the mountain sea. The Mist Ancestor nodded. Yes, Wang Fan's mountain sea. Lu Yin was stunned, as he hadn't expected Wang Fan's mountain sea to be right above them. If the mountain sea is here, does that mean that Wang Fan can control the entire Wang family's continent? Lu Yin asked. The Mist Ancestor thought about it. In theory, yes. Perhaps the entire Wang family's continent is part of the mountain sea. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Does that mean that we're constantly being watched? Senior, why didn't you say that last time? The mist ancestor replied, "We were in too much of a hurry last time, so we weren't this close." "Wait, are you blaming me?" Lu Yin hurriedly explained, "No, definitely not. I was just curious. After all, you came out last time, and I thought that Wang Fan's mountain sea would be able to hide from you." I'm not sure if this continent is Wang Fan's mountain sea. After all, everyone's mountain sea is different, but it definitely isn't under this continent. "I didn't sense the mountain sea's aura last time," the mist ancestor said. Lu Yin grew nervous. "Then if you appear now, does Wang Fan know?" The mist ancestor rolled his eyes. "The mountain sea isn't as godly as you think. He might be able to do something through the mountain sea, but it's impossible for him to know everything like the back of his hand. If that's the case, then who would still have secrets? The young ladies of the Wang family would be embarrassed to death." Lu Yin was speechless. He had actually thought of this. The mist ancestor's way of thinking was quite strange. "Don't worry, with me here, Wang Fan won't be able to watch you." The mist ancestor raised her head confidently. Lu Yin could only trust her. Even though he didn't know what cultivation level the mist ancestor was at, it should be possible to not be detected by Wang Fan. Wang Fan himself was in the ruler's realm, which was quite far away from this place. Lu Yin placed the mirror to the side and looked up. The die appeared, and he tapped it. Regardless of whether Wang Fan could monitor him or not, he still had to do it. Next, he would go to the White Dragon clan, the frigid immortal sect, and the deity. It would be very difficult for him to leave the martial sky alone. In the divine martial sky, he would have to give his final answer. At the same time, it was also the day of the Xia family's ancestral worship. Many things would be revealed at that moment. As the die slowly came to a stop, it was 4 pips. He had to continue cultivating in the time-stop space. The second time, it was 5 pips. Lu Yin subconsciously looked above his head. He didn't know what Wang Fan's innate gift was, but it should be very powerful. The third time, it was still 4 pips. The fourth time, it was 1 pip. As the scene in front of him changed, Lu Yin stretched lazily. He would have to wait another 10 days if he wanted to roll the die again. This time, he was unlucky and didn't get 6 pips. Although he had been cultivating for almost 2 years, the outside world felt like the blink of an eye. Lu Yin looked at the cloud pass stone on the table again and then went to rest. Even if he was pretending, he still had to stay in his room for 2 days before going out. A few days later, Lu Yin went out to take a look at the Sana Despair. No students had come out, so he returned to his room and continued to wait. 10 days passed quickly, but there was still no response from the cloud pass stone. Lu Yin didn't know which important figure in the Wang family was waiting for him to contact them, but he decided to wait and see who would outlast the other. He raised his hand and the die appeared. He tapped it with a hopeful gaze, hoping that his luck would be better this time. He had hoped that his luck would be good, but he hadn't expected it to be so good that he rolled 6 pips. The next moment, his consciousness appeared in a dark space. Lu Yin's gaze was immediately drawn to a bright ball of light not too far away, but there were no other balls of light around. Sometimes, many powerhouses would gather together to form many balls of light, but other times, that might not be the case. He didn't know the pattern of the balls of light appearing in this dark space. This ball of light wasn't as bright as Celestial Master Chiuling's, and it wasn't even as bright as the Corpse King's. It was probably somewhere between 5 and 6 origin tribulations. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by darkness. He looked around. Was he underground? At the same time, memories flooded into his mind, and he heard a strange sound. "Come in." It was an extremely unpleasant sound that sounded like metal biting and walls being pierced. Lu Yin's expression didn't change, and he walked in a familiar direction. He was clearly at 5 origin tribulations, but he still walked step by step, following the dark and damp environment underground. He was indeed underground, and the person he had fused with was a cultivator at 5 origin tribulations. He had no name, only a code name, Servant 1, which literally meant servant number 1. This person was indeed a servant, and he served some unknown life form within. No one would believe that a cultivator at 5 origin tribulations was actually a servant who had been raised from a young age. He had never left this place, and he had no knowledge of the outside world. He didn't even know what the life form that had raised him was. His memories were very simple, and he only knew how to clean up the leftovers. There was very little else besides that. The reason he was called a life form that had raised him was because the leftovers were left behind by the life form. They were all foreign objects, such as power vessels and all sorts of mineral resources. They had all been chewed up, and humans couldn't do such a thing. Luin followed the path that had been carved into his bones, and he continued to search through his memories. He saw the memories of this servant's childhood cultivation, countless star essence, various cultivation methods, and the process of his origin tribulations. There had been many other servants before him, and they had all been raised together. However, he was the only one who had successfully survived his origin tribulations and cultivated to 5 origin tribulations. Unfortunately, he had no combat experience as a 5th tribulation cultivator. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2255. Luin didn't understand. What was the point of spending so much effort to raise Puai's cultivation to the 5th tribulation stage? He could understand that raising venomous insects was like having a group of people kill each other until an elite was left behind. However, he couldn't understand the purpose of Puai's existence. Was it just to clean up the mess? Aside from this, Luin also occasionally saw corpses. Although Puai didn't know much about the outside world, the fact that this person had been able to reach the 5th tribulation stage while cultivating numbly meant that his talent was extremely high. He had inadvertently cultivated a domain and used it to see a corpse. Aside from that, there was nothing else in this underground world. As for what the corpse looked like or who it belonged to, he had no idea. Through Puai's memories, Luin could only see a corpse. Following the path in his memories, Luin arrived at a pile of debris. Some of it was metal, while others were the corpses of animals and plants. There were even books and tokens, but Luin could only vaguely make out what the debris originally looked like. Now, it had all been chewed up. Luin very naturally stored the debris in his cosmic ring. His actions weren't unfamiliar at all and were exactly the same as what Puai had done in the past. Puai had done this countless times. As a cultivator with 5 tribulations, he had stayed underground for more than 1,000 years. If not for the fact that he had grown up underground and had no knowledge of the outside world, Luin didn't know how he would have been able to persist for so long. In Puai's view of the world, this underground world and these paths were his entire universe. Luin didn't plan on immediately withdrawing from the fusion. Being able to raise a cultivator with 5 tribulations and having never lacked resources in Puai's memories meant that this place represented someone or a power that was definitely not simple. He wanted to know what kind of creature had chewed up the debris. With that in mind, he continued forward. There were some debris up ahead, but Puai had never approached it before. There was just too little of it, and he hadn't been allowed to enter. Luin controlled Puai's body and walked step by step until he was 1,000 meters away from the corpse that he had seen with his domain. He only needed to go around 2 paths to see the corpse. "Why are you walking forward?" The unpleasant voice made Luin very uncomfortable. "There's debris over there," Luin replied. "Go back," a voice said. Luin acknowledged respectfully and slowly retreated, stepping on water. In this dark and damp underground world, it was normal for water to accumulate on the ground. He had stepped on it on his way here, but this time, it wasn't ordinary water, it was the sticks. Lu Yin's looked down in shock. Was this really the sticks? He couldn't be wrong. The moment he stepped on it, his body uncontrollably. This was the sticks of the sticks, and it even after he had upgraded it. Now, this place. Realmless. This was realmless. Lu Yin looked inside and saw that the sticks had been given to Boundless as a deposit to assassinate Xia Xing. Since the sticks had appeared here, it meant that this place was definitely boundless. Yes, he had heard rumors that the so-called realmless headquarters that was destroyed by the divine martial heaven was not the real headquarters. The reason why the four-way balance was monitoring Elder Chiu was not only to dig out the Broken Peace Society, but also to dig out the realmless headquarters through Elder Chiu. This was because the Broken Peace Society had always been providing funds for the realmless, while the realmless eliminated some troubles for the Broken Peace Society. The two parties had always been cooperating. Who would have thought that the real headquarters of realmless was actually here? Then, what was this place? Lu Yin had too many questions, but unfortunately, Pu Wan couldn't answer them. Perhaps this was the reason why the creature inside had nurtured Pu Wan. It wanted to nurture a completely blank servant that was easy to use. Even if this place was discovered, the outside world wouldn't be able to obtain any information from Pu Wan, and Pu Wan's cultivation would be useful to a certain extent. Lu Yin controlled Pu Wan's body to return to its original location and deactivate the fusion. There was no need for that, as Pu Wan's memories couldn't tell where this place was. He couldn't just control Pu Wan to charge out, even an idiot would know that there was a problem. Realmless headquarters would definitely change locations, and it would be useless even if he found this place. Lu Yin's consciousness passed through the dark space and returned to his body. He hadn't used up much energy this time, as not much time had passed, and Pu Wan's cultivation wasn't that high. But how would he find that place? Pu Wan, those debris. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The sticks, yes, the sticks. Perhaps he could use this to find realmless headquarters. The sticks came from the bottom of the Yu family's Styx River, so perhaps the Yu family had a way to know the location of all of the sticks. Once he returned to the fifth mainland, he would have to make another trip to the Yu family. Realmless had to be eradicated. It wouldn't have been a big deal if it had just been an assassin organization, but it wasn't just an assassin organization, it was also working with the Break Society to influence the battlefield on the other side. Lu Yin could guarantee that once the humans were defeated in the future, Realmless would be the first to join the Eternals. With the information and assassins that Realmless possessed, joining the Eternals would be a huge threat to the human race. Lu Yin etched this matter deeply into his heart and then raised his hand to continue rolling his die. He wasn't so lucky after that. Aside from rolling 4 pips once, he only rolled 2 pips the other 2 times. After training in the time-stop space several times, Lu Yin's art of Sirius had already reached 110,000 stars. However, he was still a long way from reaching the 6th level, which required 380,000 stars. This technique required time and tempering, and it couldn't be accomplished overnight. If Progenitor Qin was still alive, how many stars would he have been able to rotate? 20 days had passed since the students had entered Sana to spare, so it was time to go out and wait for them. Just as Lu Yin was about to leave, the cloud connection stone vibrated. He looked at the table, as he had forgotten that there was a cloud connection stone here. Was the person on the other side unable to sit still? He picked up the stone and accepted the call. Yu Hao. The cloud connection stone did not show an image, and only a voice could be heard. It was deep and resonant, so deep that it caused one's heart to tremble. It was just 2 words, but it gave one the feeling that everything was under control. Although it was a bit exaggerated to judge a person based on their voice, that was the feeling that this voice gave Lu Yin. He did not dare to underestimate the person on the other side. That is me. And you are? My name is Wang Fan. Lu Yin's fingers trembled, and his breathing turned heavy. Wang Fan was the Wang family's ancestor and one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas from the Daosaur sex era. He was an absolute genius who had once competed with progenitor Qin, symbol progenitor, and Ku progenitor. Now, he stood at the peak of the cosmic tree realm, and he was also one of the current humans. The more one understood the past era, the more one could sense how terrifying the 9 mountains and 8 seas were. Progenitor Qin, symbol progenitor, and Ku progenitor had left behind countless legends in the 5th mainland, but that did not mean that Wang Fan, by Wang Yuan, and the others could not do the same. It was just that the legends that they had left behind did not exist in the 5th mainland. The mist ancestor admitted that she was not good at fighting, but the help that she had given Lu Yin was immeasurable. Without her, Lu Yin would not have been able to be like a fish in water. In the cosmic tree realm, he had even managed to capture Xiaoxing and the others. Wang Fan was as famous as the mist ancestor and the others, and whether it was in terms of combat or other aspects, he was not something that the current Lu Yin could imagine. He had guessed that someone important from the Wang family would contact him, but he had not expected it to be Wang Fan. Junior Yu Hao greets ancestor Wang Fan, Lu Yin said respectfully. From Yu Hao's position, he should be respectful. You've grown from an ant to your current height in just a few decades. Yu Hao, you're not bad, Wang Fan praised without holding back. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he respectfully said again, this junior is far from being worthy of ancestors' praise. Not only was his voice respectful, but it was also filled with apprehension and reverence for a progenitor. Progenitors were like the heavens to ordinary people. To ordinary people, the heavens were unreachable. People would kneel to the heavens and pray for their blessings. Even if natural disasters took away countless lives, the survivors would not hate them. Instead, they would thank the heavens for their mercy in allowing them to live on. In the eyes of cultivators, progenitors were the heavens and the heavens were the progenitors. The ancestors' praise was the greatest affirmation for a cultivator. Similarly, even if the ancestor ordered one to die, one should be honored. This was because not every cultivator had the chance to be personally ordered to die by the ancestor, and not every cultivator had the chance to have their name heard by the ancestor. Lu Yin expressed his apprehension, respect, worship, and reverence for the progenitor through his voice. You can afford it. I know what you've been through. The Xia family has gone overboard, and you now have the qualifications to negotiate with them. If you're willing, I can help you negotiate, Wang Fan said. Lu Yin pretended to be terrified. This junior doesn't dare to trouble ancestor Wang Fan. It's already my greatest honor to be known by the ancestor. I hope that you can join the Wang family not only because you're the disciple of Divine Master Gu Yan, but also because you have the qualifications to be personally invited by me. Yu Hao, you will not only be the next Origin Array Heavenly Master, but I will also do my best to nurture you into the youngest Origin Array Heavenly Master in history and erect your statue on the Wang family's continent. Today, the students of East Xian Academy will worship you. In the future, even more people will worship you. You will be a guest of the Wang family that surpasses the direct line of descent. Furthermore, your freedom will not be restricted. You will have all the resources you want. Lu Yin was shocked. He had underestimated his lock-breaking ability. Even Wang Fan had been alarmed. He could tell that Wang Fan was serious. He valued not only his master, Celestial Master Gu Yan, but also himself. Wang Nian must have said something to him. Lu Yin fell silent. He was thinking about how to reply. Since he had successfully attracted Wang Fan's attention, it would be a pity not to make use of it. As he thought about it, his gaze unconsciously landed on the cloud passage stone. Junior's grandfather, Yuchuan, is in Shenwu Heaven, Lu Yin said. He did not say anything else. I'll take care of it, Wang Fan said and ended the call. Lu Yin took a deep breath and picked up the cloud passage stone. Wang Fan, he could actually communicate directly with Wang Fan. Had he unknowingly reached this level? Next, progenitors would appear one after another. This time, it was the Wang family. Would the White Dragon clan be next? These ancestors were not stupid. If he had the qualifications to attract Wang Fan's attention, then the other ancestors should be the same. He just didn't know if Wang Fan could take Yuchuan away. Lu Yin's gaze became complicated when he thought about Yuchuan. If his plan went smoothly, Yuchuan might be the only sacrifice. Lu Yin put away the cloud passage stone and walked out of his residence, heading towards Sana Despair. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2256. For the rest of the day, Lu Yin remained in the third extremity, waiting for the students to emerge. Although the third extremity was a hopeless area, the mortality rate was not high. After all, this was a place for the Wang family's disciples to train. Rather than calling it training, it was more of an opportunity for them to obtain resources. Mr. Wei and Mr. Tang had arrived as well. In the distance, half-ancestor Chai, Wang Yan, and the rest of the Wang family's upper echelons were also present. More students should emerge in the next few days. Just as he was thinking about this, a flower petal moved. It was the upper astral despair realm, and only explorers or hunters were allowed to enter. Of the 100 students who had come out to train, nearly half of them had entered the upper astral despair realm, including Bai Nan, the stuttering fatty, and the others. Of the 5 groups of students who had access to sourcebox arrays, 3 groups had entered the upper astral despair realm, while 2 groups had entered the lower astral despair realm. A figure rushed out from the flower petals, stumbling and almost falling. He looked quite miserable. It was the stuttering little fatty. Everyone stared at little fatty. Fatty's clothes were mostly torn, and there were obvious bite marks on his arm. He limped to his feet, and when he saw everyone staring at him, he opened his mouth and said, It's inside. I found it. What did you meet? Wang Yan asked in a gentle tone. He wanted to show some concern and comfort the fatty's wounded soul. The fatty had clearly suffered a great loss and was in a miserable state inside. Wang Yan remembered that he had encouraged the fatty before he had entered the trial. The fatty subconsciously looked at Wang Yan. Dog. Everyone fell silent. Wang Yan's face went from red to white, then back to red. He suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth. What did you say? The fatty was startled. Don't misunderstand. I was bitten by a dog. It chased me for half a day. Only then did Wang Yan's expression ease. Half-ancestor Chai was not in the mood to talk to the fatty. Lu Yin stepped forward and checked the fatty's body. Good, it's just a superficial wound. It's fine as long as you're fine. Mr. Tang asked, Did you get anything? Little fatty blinked and looked at Wang Yan. Dog, everyone was speechless. Wang Yan's eyebrows twitched. The fatty continued, There's something on the dog's body that's qualified to be groomed. He then took out a metal object that looked like a medallion and showed it to everyone. The metal object couldn't be considered to be beautiful. It wasn't meticulously made, and the number 4 was engraved on it. The Wang family's qualifications for nurturing emissaries were, from the lowest to the highest, a 20 cycle and lighter. This was the lowest qualification for nurturing emissaries, and it could be obtained in the lower Achilles heel. The metal object that represented the qualifications for nurturing emissaries was engraved with a number of 1, followed by a 30 cycle and lighter, a 40 cycle and lighter, and a peak and lighter. The highest qualifications for nurturing emissaries corresponded to numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5 respectively. In other words, the metal object that the little fatty had obtained indicated that he had the qualifications to be nurtured at the peak of the enlightened realm. This was an existence that was second only to the highest training qualification in the third awe impasse, and the highest training qualification could only be obtained in the Thai awe impasse. In other words, the little fatty had obtained the best thing in the upper awe impasse. However, whether or not this was the best option was still up for debate. After all, there was still the Wang family's meditative oblivion technique in the upper acorn realm. If the little fatty was absolutely certain that he could reach the peak of the enlightened realm, then there was no need for the Wang family to nurture him. The value of this nurturing qualification naturally could not compare to the value of the meditative oblivion technique. Half-ancestor Chai praised, "Not bad. My Wang family will definitely nurture you into a peak enlighter." Lu Yin patted the fatty's shoulder. "Congratulations, you must have gone through a lot." The little fatty looked up at Lu Yin. "Yes sir, I can do it myself." Lu Yin smiled. "I know that you can do it yourself, but it's not bad to have the Wang family's help. If you can reach the peak of the enlightened realm on your own, then it would be better to obtain the meditative oblivion technique." "What a pity," Mr. Tang said. In the distance, half-ancestor Chai and the rest did not mind. It was just a qualification to nurture a peak enlighter, and it was not difficult for the Wang family to nurture a peak enlighter. The meditative oblivion technique. I have it." The little fatty took out a jade stone, and his eyes lit up. Lu Yin was surprised. "This is the meditative oblivion technique." The little fatty happily handed it over to Lu Yin. "Sir, look." Half-ancestor Chai and the rest looked at the jade stone in the little fatty's hand and exchanged astonished glances. "That really looks like a jade stone recorded in my Wang family's meditative oblivion technique. How lucky is this little fatty to obtain it?" Some of the higher-ups of the Wang family discussed in low voices. One of the higher-ups beside them was jealous. "My son has been in there for so long, but he still hasn't found the meditative oblivion technique. There are at most 2 jade stones recorded in the upper awe impasse, but this little fatty actually obtained one. What a waste. What a waste. Ha 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 ha, good, very good. Since you've obtained the meditative oblivion technique, then work hard and cultivate it." The culinary god was delighted. Before the trial had begun, he had not expected anyone to obtain the technique. The Wang family was not stupid, so how could they allow the technique to be passed to outsiders? This was much more valuable than any qualification to nurture someone, and he had never expected that the little fatty would actually obtain it. Wang Yan's face turned ugly. How had this little fatty obtained it? Before the trial had begun, the Wang family had arranged to hide the meditative oblivion technique in a location that was the hardest to find in the impasse. They had not taken it away because they were worried that news of it would leak out and cause the family to lose face. After all, they were facing the culinary god, and who knew if he would be thick-skinned enough to inspect it? The Wang family did not want to fall out with them now. They had clearly hidden it well, but it had still been found. This should not be possible. "How did you get it?" Wang Miao Miao was curious. The little fatty laughed heartlessly. It fell off a dog's body." The crowd was speechless, as only the heavens knew what had happened. Wang Miao Miao laughed and patted the little fatty's head. "Kid, you have a bright future ahead of you. Hee hee." The little fatty was embarrassed, and his face turned red. This sister was too beautiful, and he was too embarrassed to look at her. He turned to look at Wang Yan. Thank you for the encouragement." Wang Yan's face looked as if he had just swallowed a fly. The first little fatty to come out had not only obtained the right to be nurtured, but he had also obtained the meditative oblivion technique. This made the Wang family's faces turn ugly, but they still enthusiastically congratulated him. The resources had already been lost, but they had to achieve their goal. This little fatty had to belong to the Wang family. An hour after the little fatty came out, another person came out. This was a Hunter Realm student with a decent innate gift. To have such a cultivation at such a young age, he could be ranked among the top in Xian Academy. Unfortunately, his luck was not good. Not only had he been heavily injured, but he had also not obtained anything. Mr. Tang sighed and lamented that luck and power were both indispensable. The Wang family's consolation was very sincere, but this student had a depressed look on his face, especially after he found out about the little fatty's gains. He wanted to bang his head against a wall. Following this, more and more students came out. There were students from both the upper and lower astral zones. Finally, the first group of students who had used the sourcebox array to enter came out. They were all in high spirits. "Sir, we obtained the right to be nurtured, and there's more than one of us. Sir, we obtained a power vessel. Sir, we..." Wang Yan's face twitched as he listened to the students report their gains to Lu Yin. Shouldn't they be thanking the Wang family? It was the Wang family who had given them this opportunity. What a bunch of ingrates. Lu Yin happily praised them. These fellows were not stupid, and they had not completely relied on themselves. Instead, they had cooperated with the other students and allowed the other students to search for resources. They had taken action, and their gains had been great. They had obtained 6 nurturing qualifications, and there were only 36 in the entire upper astral zones. More and more students came out from the upper and lower astral zones. Finally, some students came out from the Tai A Despair. The Tai A Despair corresponded to an enlighter's cultivation, and Xian Academy only had 6 enlighters, Bai Weiwei, Xie Shengguang, Qing Feng, Lu Kei, Jin Zhongshan, and Nong Xinyang. The first to come out was Bai Weiwei, as light as the clouds. What did student Bai obtain? Mr. Tang asked curiously. Everyone looked at Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei smiled. I just strolled around. I didn't get anything. Everyone had strange looks. Only a ghost would believe her. However, the Wang family did not require the students to show what they had obtained after coming out, and they could not search the students' cosmic rings. Since Bai Weiwei had said so, they could only believe her. To Bai Weiwei, the Tai A Despair was still very attractive. There were secret techniques and tribulation crystals inside, but she had not obtained any of them. The Wang family must have hidden them away. Not long after, Jin Zhongshan, Qing Feng, and Xia Shengguang came out one by one, all of them saying that they had not obtained anything. They did not care about the Wang family's nurturing qualifications at all. They were more concerned about the secret techniques and tribulation crystals. If they had obtained these things, how could they say that they had obtained them? Lu Kei came out, and so did Wang Xiaofan. All of them were silent, and Wang Yan wanted to slap them. These guys actually said that they had not obtained anything. How was that possible? He couldn't wait to enter the despair to see what was missing. In the end, all the students came out. Not a single one was missing, and the students with the most serious injuries had only suffered superficial wounds. The students' gains were not small, especially the 5 groups of students who had been protected by the sourcebox array. They had managed to obtain 43 cultivation qualifications. The total number of qualifications within the Triaju region was 108, and they had obtained 43. The rest of the students had obtained 22 in total, which meant that they had obtained 65 qualifications, which was more than half of what they had obtained. Since the establishment of the Triple A Despair, no one had obtained so many qualifications, and that was not even counting the other resources. But when it came to the meditative forgetting art, secret techniques, and tribulation crystals, other than the little fatty, everyone else said that they had not obtained anything. The little fatty's expression turned ugly, and he looked up at Luin. Sir, was I too careless? Luin coughed and wanted to say, it's okay. Senior food god will protect you. The little fatty was nervous, and the flesh on his face trembled. He could sense that the people from the Wang family were all harboring evil intentions. Their gazes were sharp, and it was as if they were trying to force him to hand over the meditative forgetting art. The little fatty was overthinking things. Even though the Wang family would never allow the meditative forgetting art to be passed on to outsiders, they could not do anything to him at the moment. Even if they wanted to pull him into the Wang family, they would only raise conditions. Otherwise, who would dare enter the Triple A despair to train in the future? The Wang family would then have one less asset to attract outsiders. The academy's students had obtained nurturing qualifications, which meant that they could choose to borrow the Wang family's resources to cultivate at any time. Not only would this be helpful to their cultivation, but it would also be a guarantee if they encountered any danger in the outside world. It meant that they were half a Wang family member. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2257. The Wang family did not force these students to stay, as they still needed to go to the other three families to gain experience. Wang Yan watched the paper boat fly towards Dragon Mountain with envy. If only I could have gone to the other families to gain experience. He was the branch family head and had access to resources, so he did not need to worry about reaching the emissary level. However, he did not know much about the other three families of the four-way scales. Being able to train with the four-way scales at the same time was also a type of opportunity. However, this was a special case, and it was only targeted at these students. Once these students were completely roped in by the four-way scales, Yi Xian Academy would become a mere figurehead. This would cause the teachers and students of Yi Xian Academy to be at odds with each other. Things had been going smoothly, but unfortunately, Yu Hao had messed things up. The students were only grateful to Yu Hao after leaving Sana to spare, and those who had obtained the right to be trained by the Sourcebox array had given their extra rights to other students. It was all thanks to Yu Hao that the Wang family's efforts to rope in these students had been wasted. Wang Yan did not know how to explain this to the others. After bidding farewell to the Wang family, the culinary god was in a good mood and praised Lu Yin to the point that Lu Yin felt embarrassed. This is what I should do. As a mentor, I naturally need to help my students, Lu Yin said humbly. The culinary god laughed. Not only did the Wang family lose resources, but they also did not receive any gratitude from the students. They suffered a loss in silence. Mr. Haoyu has contributed greatly to the academy, and he has even fought for these students' benefits. I'm sure that they will not forget you in the future. Mr. Tang also praised, I've always heard that sourcebox arrays can do things that even progenitors might not necessarily be able to do. Today was an eye-opener. Most of the lockbreakers in the Cosmic Tree Academy are at the front of the battlefield, and even if there are lockbreakers outside, they are monopolized by the various great families. It's almost impossible to see a lockbreaker, let alone an Empyrean array master. Mr. Haoyu's lockbreaking ability shocked even the Wang family. Lu Yin was curious. I heard that the dean is also an Empyrean array master. Why doesn't he teach lockbreaking? Mr. Tang replied, if you want to learn lockbreaking, you can apply to go to the lockbreaker headquarters at the back of the battlefield. The academy does not specifically teach lockbreaking. Mr. Haoyu's research involves lockbreaking, which is why he teaches lockbreaking. Even Little Wen's lockbreaking ability is learned at the back of the battlefield. Why is that? Lu Yin was puzzled. The culinary god looked at the mother tree. Someone has to be sacrificed for the race, and that's how lockbreakers are. These are the rules. All lockbreakers, even origin array masters who are consecrated by the four-way scales, must experience life and death on the battlefield on the backside. They cannot stay in outer space for long periods of time. These are the rules that Ancestor Hui set. However, Lu Yin had been to the battlefield on the other side of the battlefield, and he knew that the lockbreakers did not really want to stay there. They had been forced to do so, and they had been forced to do so by the rules of the battlefield. They could only enjoy themselves for a limited amount of time. Lu Yin had been to the outerverse battlefield before, and he knew that the lockbreakers did not really want to stay there. He deeply remembered the first time he saw Master Zhan on the battlefield at the back. He had been served by several maids, which was completely out of tune with the atmosphere of the battlefield. Now that he thought about it, it was more like a silent protest. They wanted to return to the starry sky of trees and live a normal life as cultivators, but because of their identities, they could only stay on the backside of the battlefield, and that was all they could do. Lu Yin was beginning to understand more and more why the cultivators on the other side of the battlefield were accommodating to the lockbreakers. It was not only because of the lockbreakers' strength, but also because they sympathized with them. Lockbreakers had a transcendent status, but they had to endure even more. This was very similar to the experience of the Lu family. There are no lockbreakers in the Fifth Mainland. Despite this rule, they were never afraid of death, and they had never retreated from the battlefield. Next up is the White Dragon clan. They don't have as deep a foundation as the Wang family, but they still have the ability to take action. Let's see how far they can go, Mr. Tang said. As they spoke, a giant creature broke through the void and flew over. It was burning with flames as it let out a deafening roar. Its two heads stared at them with a ferocious gaze. This is Ho. Lu Yin raised his brows. Wasn't this Ho, Long Kuei's mount? Long Kuei had joined the expedition to the starry sky of trees, and Lu Yin had wondered why he had not seen Ho. He had thought that it had died, but it turned out that it had been left behind. The students were all amazed when they saw Ho. Even in the starry sky of trees, it was not easy to become an envoy. Ho was an envoy, and it was even a mount. Both men and women envied it and hoped to obtain such a mount. Long Tian stood on Ho's back, and he personally came to the Wang family's mainland to welcome them. Junior Long Tian greets Senior Food God. Long Tian stood on Ho's head and bowed respectfully. On the paper boat, Nong Xinyang's eyes widened. Lu Kei's fighting spirit rose. Qing Feng took a deep breath and felt the pressure. Long Tian, one of the former members of the Four Scions, was finally here. Bai Weiwei and the others looked at Long Tian. They did not care about the elders, but Long Tian was only one generation older than them. According to the Daosor sect's era, they were still considered to be in the same generation, and they could still compete with each other. In the current starry sky of trees, Xie Shenfei and Long Tian stood at the peak of their generation. Yixian Academy's attitude towards the four cardinal scales was not good, but they had a better impression of the White Dragon tribe. In the end, the White Dragon tribe had not participated in many matters. It was not that they did not want to, but rather that they did not have the ability or background. The result was that the White Dragon tribe was the easiest to talk to in the four cardinal scales. The food god's attitude towards Long Tian was not as cold as Wang Yan's attitude towards half-ancestor Chai. Young ancestor Long actually came to welcome you personally. Thank you for your hard work. Long Tian respectfully replied, "It's my duty. My father met with a mishap, or else I would have personally come to welcome you. Senior, please." The food god nodded and followed Long Tian to Dragon Mountain. Long Tian did not board the paper boat. Instead, he sat on Ho and flew towards Dragon Mountain. Lu Kei was eager to challenge Long Tian, but Lu Yin stopped him. The current you is not enough. Lu Yin was not concerned about Lu Ke, but he did not want to get too close to Long Tian. The White Dragon tribe was already considered a mutated race, and their lifespan and appearance were different from ordinary people. Lu Ke was sure that his disguise could fool a half-ancestor, but when he thought about his scent, he wondered if Long Tian would be able to recognize him. Lu Ke solemnly replied, "I know that I'm not enough, but I want to try." Lu Yin felt a headache coming on, as this was a stubborn person. "Wait until we reach Dragon Mountain. The White Dragon tribe is welcoming the academy, so this is not the right time." Lu Ke was a battle maniac, but he was not stupid. "I understand." The journey from the Wang family continent to Dragon Mountain was very long, and it was not as short as the journey from the Cloud Ladder to the Wang family continent. The four cardinal scales had divided the top realm, so they were naturally quite far from each other. However, no matter how far they were, they would eventually arrive. "I see it. It's Dragon Mountain." Lu Yin looked up with a complicated expression. "Dragon Mountain. He's here again." The food god sighed. "Dragon Mountain. I went there when I was still in the Central Realm. It's been so many years." Mr. Tang also sighed. He had also been to Dragon Mountain when it was still in the Central Realm. Lu Yin believed that no one was more moved than him, as he had experienced life and death on Dragon Mountain. The White Dragon tribe was similar to the Wang family. When the group from Yi Xian Academy arrived at Dragon Mountain, the first thing they did was introduce the White Dragon tribe's glorious history. However, the White Dragon tribe's foundation could not compare to the Wang family's, and they did not have an ancestor like Zhong Yu who could act as a representative. Although the Wang family was shameless, Zhong Yu had played his cards well. Long Tian personally brought the group around Dragon Mountain and described the White Dragon tribe's glory. Unfortunately, the students were still talking about the Wang family continent, as the contrast was too great. Long Tian felt that the effect was not good, and he skipped the trip that was supposed to last for a few days. He no longer introduced the history of the White Dragon tribe and instead brought the group to a hidden cave in Dragon Mountain. Before this, Lu Ke had tried to challenge Long Tian, but Long Tian had rejected him. Actually, it was not really a rejection, but rather a request to wait. "It's still the same. The White Dragon tribe doesn't have any new tricks," Nong Xinyang said as she rolled her eyes when she saw the giant pool of blood in front of them. Lu Yin did not understand. "What's wrong?" Nong Xinyang explained, "The White Dragon tribe can communicate with the ancestral Mang, and that's the only advantage they have over the other three families. Actually, in terms of background, they can't compare to the Frigid Immortal Sect, the Seedling Garden, or the Lu family. The only reason they're ranked on the four cardinal scales is because we don't want to banish the Lu family, and also because they can use the ancestral Mang to turn things around. Their advantage in attracting cultivators with other surnames is also related to the ancestral Mang's blood." At that moment, Long Tian's voice rang out, "Everyone, the White Dragon tribe's training is not as time-consuming as the Wang family's, and we don't have to go through life and death situations. Training is very simple." He pointed at the pool of blood. "Go in and soak in it for as long as possible. This is the blood of the ancestral Mang, and cultivators can absorb the substances within the blood to strengthen themselves. The longer they soak in it, the more beneficial it will be to their bodies." Long Tian's words shocked the students. 10 to 20%. That much? Qing Feng asked in disbelief. He had heard of the White Dragon tribe's pool of blood from Qing Qin, but he had never thought that it could increase one's strength by that much. Long Tian was satisfied with the students' reactions. "Not bad. You can ask the culinary god if you don't believe me." The students all looked at the culinary god. Although the culinary god was unwilling to admit it, as the pool of blood was too attractive to cultivators, he still said, "That is indeed the case." The students no longer doubted him, and they all stared fervently at the pool of blood. He had seen the pool of blood in Long Ku's memories, and he remembered that there was something wrong with it. Back then, he had changed his name to Long Chi because he was a member of the White Dragon tribe, so he had never been here before. This place was specially reserved for cultivators with other surnames, and he had used Long Chi's essence blood. When he had first used it, there had been an ancestral Mang phenomenon. Now that he thought about it, Long Chi had sacrificed a lot for him. When he saw the fervent gazes of the students, Long Tian's lips curled up. Every realm can be raised once, which is why there are countless cultivators in the astral tree realm. Anyone who understands the pool of blood wants to join my White Dragon tribe, but we also have to select our members. That's why you don't see many cultivators with other surnames on Dragon Mountain. It's not that they don't want to join, but that my White Dragon tribe is unwilling to accept them. He then looked at Lou Quebec. Didn't you want to challenge me? Come and try. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.